Welcome back to the channel. Today we will travel through the pages of What If Naruto Had Storm Release Part 1. The link to the story will be in the description below. Now let's start. It was nighttime in the village hidden in the leaves, and a boy with sun-kissed hair and bright orange clothes was reaching out to his teacher, brother, father figure Iruka Yamino. Why? Because a giant shuriken was flying towards him about to pierce his chest. Iruka-sensei. The bright flash followed by a loud clash sounded off, and next thing everyone sees is Naruto with smoking hands and the ashes of the giant shuriken on the ground in front of Iruka. A moment of silence was in the clearing until it was broken by the blonde who spoke in a confused tone. Did I do that? He looked toward Iruka to see him with wide eyes looking back at him. And Naruto, why you just shot lighting? Mizuki, in shock at what happened, looked at Naruto with shock. He shook his head and shouted at the blonde. I don't care what you shot, I'm still going to kill you and Iruka, he screamed with rage in his eyes. Naruto, knocked out of shock by Mizuki's outburst, hardened his gaze and responded. For your crimes against the leaf you shall die today. As he says that, he makes a cross sign with his fingers and shouts shadow clone jutsu. Next thing everyone sees is a massive cloud of smoke and 1000 clones in bright orange with serious faces with arms out. Now die, they all say in unison, sending chills through Mizuki's body. They all shoot lightning blasts out from their hands, and the screams of Mizuki echo through the whole clearing for 5 minutes straight. When Naruto was finally done, there was nothing left of the traitor, not even ashes. Naruto hunches over and pants heavily, then notices Iruka still with wide eyes. Iruka-sensei, are you okay? Do you need me to help you with anything? This finally snaps him out of his daze. Naruto, close your eyes for a sec. The blonde responds. I don't know how that will help you, but okay. Okay, you can open your eyes now, Naruto. He did so only to notice Iruka was missing his headband, and he reached to his forehead only to feel metal and soft cloth. He shed a couple tears and gave Iruka a hug. Thank you, Iruka, for everything. You've always been there to help me even when no one else would. You're the only person plus the Ichirakus to know my real self. This causes Iruka to smile warmly. So does that mean you will stop hiding yourself from everyone and step into the dark side? This causes them both to chuckle. A squad of Anbu appear out of nowhere, and an Anbu with a cat mask and purple hair walks forward. Uzumaki-san, Yamino-san, the Hokage wishes to speak with you. This causes Iruka to sigh and Naruto to scowl. Next, the Anbu walks up to them and places a hand on their shoulder and shunshin away. X. Thank you, Anbu, you can leave us now. Yes, Hokage-sama. With it they all leave, allowing him to focus his attention on the duo in front of him. Naruto-kun, the scroll please. He asks with a kind smile which pisses Naruto off. Naruto throws the scroll at him aggressively, which causes Anbu to come out and point their weapons at him. We have a lot to talk about, old man. Unbothered by the four Anbu with weapons at him. Yes, we do, Naruto-kun, Anbu, leave us. So what do you want to ask first? When did you plan on telling me I had the nine-tailed fox seal inside of me? He says with an angry face, leaking little amounts, killing intent out, but enough for both of the men to know he is serious. Hiruzen Sarutobi was an old man who has seen 2 wars along with the nine-tailed fox, but yet a child of only 12 has made him nervous with just his look that reminded him of another red-haired woman who gave him the same look. He could have sworn he saw a ghostly image of her behind the boy, but he shook it off. Naruto-kun, I was going to tell you when you were 16 or a chunin. He responded in a straight tone. This causes Naruto to release a low growl. When I'm 16 or chunin, are you kidding me? I already failed 3 times and I'm 13. You should have told me when I wanted to become a ninja, or maybe even when I asked you why everyone hates me. Don't even tell me this was a secret when the whole village knew about it except me. He screams, releasing even more Kai enough to make the Hokage sweat and Iruka to gasp in shock. Naruto-kun, you have to understand it was for your own sa. Don't even say safety. The villagers would still break into my house and beat, but what do you say? The villagers are just confused and angry right now, forgive them. No, they didn't forgive me for something I didn't even do, so I will not forgive them, and if they want to try to hurt me again, they will be put down for attacking a ninja off the leaf. Through this declaration, his eyes turn red for a moment, enough for only the Hokage to notice and fear that the seal was breaking. You owe me, old man. The old Hokage just sighs sadly and gives in to his demands. Fine, Naruto-kun, what is it you want? I want you to get your act together and start acting like a Hokage, and not some helpless old man who gives in to anyone's demands. You run the village, not anyone else. This causes a little fire to come back to the old fire shadow. I also want you to postpone the team selections for a week so I can have time to master my new strange power. It's called a bloodline. You would know that if you were not sleeping in class, Iruka says with a cheeky smile on his face. This causes a tick mark to appear on Naruto's head. Naruto then turns and gives Iruka a foxy smile that unnerves him a bit. Crispy Iruka coming up. Naruto puts out his hands and blasts Iruka, which causes him to scream out in pain, and bright lights in the Hokage office, which makes the old man and Anbu sweat drop. Now the old man just told me a secret training ground to train in, and I will be back sometime later. Which causes bigger sweat drops to appear. Right, training ground 44, but be careful, it is dangerous and is called the Forest of Death. Don't worry, nothing can stop this ninja from becoming the best. This caused the old man and slightly smoking Iru to smile. Well, off I go to see this forest, he shouts, jumping out the window in nothing but his orange pants. A tick mark appears on the old man's head. I hope this does not become a habit of his like someone else I know. You know, I think I should have listened to the old man. This place is dangerous. I've already killed a giant bear, 3 tigers, and… is that a snake? What Naruto sees is a snake the size of a 2-story house. Without thinking, Naruto runs up a tree to get a better vantage point. And indeed, what he sees is a giant brown snake with black diamonds going down its back and yellow eyes that scream bad vibes. But if there is one thing, Naruto is a coward. He is not, so he makes a cross sign with his fingers and shouts Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke and the clone of Naruto is next. To him. Okay buddy, let's end this snake packing. They raise their hands to the sky and let out a mighty roar, and a huge bolt of lightning strikes the snake, causing mass damage and crater 20 feet wide and 3 inches deep destruction. Ah, we showed that snake, didn't we? We sure did, boss. But before they could celebrate, too much a kunai to the clone's head and it puffs in smoke while another slices his cheek, letting some blood fall. Someone appears behind him, pressing something soft against his head, pushing his body against the women if he had to guess, then a voice follows. That was pretty awesome, Gaki, you really did a number on this area, and you even beat my snake with 1 strike. I think that deserves a reward, she says in a flirty tone, while licking blood off his cheek, which makes him blush, much to the mystery woman's amusement. WWW, what are you doing, lady, let me go. No, that's not how you ask for things, is it, she says in a wistful way. Can you please let me go, miss? He says, still blushing. No, I don't think so, you'll be my little pillow for tonight, and you're already undressed. Should I follow your lead? She says, teasing him even more. Wait, I don't even know your name. He says, turning red from the woman. Right, I'm Anko Mitarashi, she says in a cheerful tone. I am Naruto Uzumaki. He says, still blushing, finally wiggling out of her grasp. Finally able to see her, and what he sees makes him blush even more. Anko is an average-sized woman with light brown pupil-less eyes. A young woman who was a slender frame made for speed and dodging, while still keeping her womanly charms, which she has a lot of. D-cup breast and a beautiful heart-shaped face, and smiles similar to his. Beautiful, Naruto whispers out in shock of what he sees, which causes Anko to blush. Naruto turns around, red-faced, embarrassed at himself for saying that out loud. Anko, in shock, a 13-year-old she just met, compliments, gave her a more heartfelt compliment than the village has in years. Oh yeah, my plushie for the night. She walks up behind him and grabs him by the waist and snuggles against his whiskers, which causes him to purr. They both pause and look at each other, eyes wide. Howie, you're going to be my little fox plushie for life, she says, pushing his head into her valley. Fox plushie, not surprised she knows about the fox, but plushie for life, I don't mind if I can stay in her. No, I am not a pervert. Naruto jumps out of her arms, red-faced, with his fist up in a fighting stance. If you want me, you'll have to take me dead. Bring it on, Gaki, you are gonna regret that. They disappear in a comical cloud of smoke, punching, kicking, and biting, and a few lightning bolts. A few seconds later, Anko is standing with a shirtless Naruto over her shoulder with swirls in his eyes. While she has her ponytail frizzled thanks to the lightning bolts. Gaki will never beat me, let's get him back to my place so we can cuddle. You know, for a kid who's 13 he has a nice body, I mean look at his six-pack and lean body, kukuku, he'll be a lady killer in a few years, better get him while I can. Anko's bedroom next morning. We find our blonde hero in a position many men of the village would kill for just to even be in for a little nap. Naruto has his head on the chest of Anko Mitarashi with a stupid smile on his face and a hand on her left breast. This was the best sleep I've ever had, and when did I get new pillows? They feel so soft and firm, let me feel it again. Squeeze. A moan followed. Since when did pillows make noise? Better yet, it sounded like a moan. Naruto-kun, I didn't know you were so grabby so early in the morning. His eyes widened in horror as he remembered the events of last night. He shot up like a man possessed, eyes still wide with a red face. Anko-san, I am sorry, I didn't mean to grab your holy objects you call breast. I mean your soft chest. I mean. He was cut off by the laughter of the woman in bed with nothing but a white tank top that could barely keep her chest hidden in purple panties. Plushie-kun, you don't have to be so formal with me, just call me Anko-chan, okay? Oh okay, he says, still red face from her state of dress. Anko-chan, why do you live in this dangerous forest and not in the village like everyone else? He asked with a tilt of his head that reminded her of a fox kit and made her want to put his head in her breast again. Well, that's because I'm just like you in a way. The village also hates me and doesn't accept me, so I've just moved in here and only invite my little friends that I have here. She replies with a sad smile that makes his heart clench. But why? You seem like a nice person to me, although you may be a little crazy and lack clothes. The blonde says, blushing at her body again. Anko can't help but give him a smile at his answer. We just met and I all but kidnapped him, and he still says I'm a nice person. Ha. Stupid little gaki. They hate me because of a seal like you, something my old teacher Orochimaru gave me. She said with clear anger. That makes Naruto notice a mark on her shoulder. Is this the mark you are talking about? He says, pointing at it. This makes Anko place a hand over it in defense. Naruto sits next to her on the bed and gives her a smile that warms her heart. Anko-chan, I will help you get rid of it, just let me take a look at it and try to help you. Anko moves her hand to give him a look. And he recognizes it as a seal, but that's all he knows. Anko-chan, I promise that I will get better at seals and beat that snake shit up for you, then I'll unseal it and then you won't have to live with it anymore. He says with raw determination. This caused the pineapple hair woman to smile warmly at our blonde. Well, thank you Gaki, if you do that I'll give you a reward you are sure to remember. This causes Naruto to blush, but he does something bold. Well, I better get to it if I want that reward he behind. He says with a wink that makes Anko blush and surprised at the same time. But she regains her composure and smiles devilishly. Naruto-kun, am I rubbing off on you already? She says, pushing his head in her breast and whispers in his ear. Which makes him shiver in pleasure, fright, and excitement. Hey Anko-chan, I think you are but ... I kind of like it, he says, smiling at her. That's my plushie, fall onto the dark side with me ... she says, rubbing against his cheek. They both have a good laugh at that. Okay Anko-chan, let's get up and eat, and then you can train me, he says, getting up only to blush at his state of dress. Where are my pants and why am I still shirtless? Anko can only sweat drop. He just now notices that. What a baka. Anko thinks with a sweat drop. Your clothes are being washed and why would I train you? Well, you are pretty strong, I can sense it, and I want to learn under the great snake lady of the forest. Actually, it's the sexy and single Anko Midarashi. She says with her hands in the air and a grin on her face. Oh, I see, should I come up with a cool intro as well? That way everyone can know how cool I am. Yes, you should, it's something we will work on while I train you. She says, nodding her head like a great sage would. So that means you will train me, Anko-chan, that's so cool. He says, giving her a big smile and a hug. Naruto-kun, you can't keep your hands off me, can you? She says in a teasing tone. Naruto blushes and hides in her breast, causing her to laugh at him. We find the dynamic duo out in the forest of death getting ready to train till the sun goes down. Okay, we will train until you go back to the academy for your team selection, and then your sensei will help you with the rest. She says, a little sad but trying to hide it with her smile, but Naruto picked up on it and saved it for later. Okay Anko-sensei, he says, finally in clothes but not as, he is wearing black jogging pants with black ninja sandals and a white tank top and a tan trench coat just like Anko, much to her happiness. Okay plushie, make 10 clones and send them to the library under Henge and have them focus on seduction, stealth, combat, and torture. Another 10 to climb trees and have them practice tree walking. I saw you did it yesterday, but that was because you were under pressure, I wanted perfect. How do you know the secret to the shadow clones? It was in the scroll of sealing. The bastard Orochimaru may be, but a good teacher he was. She says with reluctancy. Now me and you will spar until one of those clones brings back a scroll for Taijutsu you may like. Okay Anko-sensei, shadow clone jutsu. A puff of smoke and 20 clones were in the clearing. You heard the lady, let's get to it, he shouts at copies of himself. Yes boss. And off the clones were. What now Anko-sensei? He turns to her with a raised eyebrow. Now you and I will fight, she says, releasing Jonin levels of Kai at him, which makes him sweat a lot. Why are you releasing that much Kai at me? It's to let you know I'm serious and get you used to this, because when you fight with other ninjas, they are going to release much more because they will be coming to kill you. He shakes his head and hardens his gaze, getting ready to train seriously. Okay Anko-sensei, I am ready to get this started. He says with cold blue eyes and electrified voice, which gives Anko shivers of what she has no idea. Without wasting any time, they charge at each other. Naruto throws a straight punch that Anko dodges easily and hits him in the ribs hard, making him wince. But that does not stop him, he turns, aiming a hook to her left side, but she ducks down and rises up and gives him an uppercut, sending him in the air, and she jumps after him and gives him a falling dropkick which he barely evades. Wow, Anko-sensei, that hurts and you're really fast, I can barely see you. He says with a busted lip and dirt on his face and clothes. Anko gives him a foxy smile and says, well, I am a special Jonin, and I didn't get here just because of how good I look. She replies with pride in her voice. But I am not even going all out on you, should be able to get by with me at this speed. She says, falling in her Hebe style, and Naruto drops into a style with his left hand to his nose and right hand hovering over his stomach and legs spread. Then Naruto charges at her with a speed of that of a high chunin and hits that sting a little to her skin. He comes in with a right leg kick, but she blocks and swings him over to a tree, but he flips in midair and bounces off the tree back at her with a cocked back right fist. They clash in a small shock wave that blows their hair and ruffles the leaves on the trees a bit. Not bad, Gaki, you put some strength behind that one, Anko replies with a grin. One that Naruto matches. Well, these muscles came from somewhere, I did a lot of physical activity in my free time. He replies with that smirk that looks like a fox, but little does he know a giant red eye with a black slit is watching behind a cage. After the clash, the two jump back and run at each other again. Anko throws a left punch and Naruto blocks with his right elbow, only to have to block a right hook with his left elbow left. He throws a high right kick, but she blocks, and they both jump back to gain space. Only to run at each other again and clash punches, but it is broken by a clone of Naruto who swings at Anko, but she dodges to the left and throws a left kick and dispels it. Only for the real Naruto to fly in with a hammer fist to knock her down, but she sidesteps and throws a barrage of kicks that all at Naruto and leave him on the ground gasping. Not bad, Naruto-kun, but dodge these. Hidden Shadow snake hands. A bunch of snakes come out of her sleeves and aim at Naruto with fangs showing. He quickly jumps up and shots a blast of lightning from his hands, and it zaps the snakes away, but he was too slow to react to Anko behind him, who hits him to the ground. Man, this is going to be a long day. He says with a grin on his bloody face. It's midday and we can see Naruto laying on the ground without a shirt thanks to his sadistic teacher who burned his trench coat and white tank top off with a fireball jutsu. Trees on the ground thanks to the giant snakes that chased him around with. Anko laughing on top of it, throwing snakes and kunai at him, and even threw her wet panites at him that landed on his face. She apparently got off to making him suffer. Anko even kicked him through a couple of trees that broke a couple of bones. Hey Anko-sensei, I can't move. I think I broke my legs when I fell out of that tree because those snakes tried to bite me. Naruto says in a hurting tone. Ah, don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll carry you to my favorite place so we can eat. She says, throwing him over her shoulder much to his irritation. So are we going to get the food of the gods? He says happily. Yup, Anko says. In a cheery tone. Ramen. Dango. Naruto-kun, you did not just say that, did you? She says in a sweet tone with a ghostly giant snake appearing behind her with its fangs out, causing Naruto to make his own inner beast to appear in the form of a giant red fox to appear with its teeth showing. This is the scene one Kurenai Yuhi shows up to see, causing her to sweat nervously. Kurenai is a close friend of Anko and also has the nickname of Konoha's Ice Queen. She is a fair-skinned woman of a slender build. She has long black hair, untamed hair reaching her upper back with unique ruby red eyes with rings in them that look like Tomo. She wears makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She wears what looks like bandages over a mesh shirt to cover up her D-cup breast and one red sleeve made for distracting enemies. Anko-chan. This shout knocks the two out of their trance. Oh hello Night-chan. Anko says with a happy smile. What are you doing with a shirtless kid in the forest of death? She says, looking at Naruto, who gives her a foxy smile. Oh, don't mind us Night-chan, me and Anko were just getting hot and sweaty. He says to Kurenai, who raises her eyebrow at his way of talking to her. Until what he says clicks in and she gives him a glare and releases Kai on him. What do you mean getting hot and sweaty, you pervert? But to her surprise, the Kai does nothing to him and he looks over to a blushing Anko. Anko-chan, tell her. He says, still grinning. You don't say it like that, you baka. Anko says with a light dust of pink on her cheeks and smacks him upside the head because he's still over her shoulder. Anyways, we were about to go eat dango, the food of the gods. Sends a glare at Naruto telling him to be quiet. Do you want to come with us Night-chan? This causes Naruto to make a lighting whip he learned how to make while running for his life from the giant snakes and smacks Anko's butt with it, which makes her even blush, then send a glare at him. Ah yes, but Anko, why does this kid who is only 13 have a lighting affinity so strong? I don't know, hey let's test it with chakra paper, do you have any? Anko asked Giddy. Yes I do, I picked some up for my future genin team, but I guess I can spare one. She says, sweat dropping at her friend's antics. With that said, she pulls one out and hands it over to Anko, who snatches it away, making a tick mark appear on the woman's head. Okay Naruto-kun, just channel your chakra into this and we will see what happens after that. She says, putting him down off her shoulder. Naruto-kun, these two seem pretty close after they just met, well, I'm not surprised they are so similar, it's like they were made for each other. Okay, Anko-sensei. With that said, he did just that, and it shocks everyone at what they see. The paper split into 100 pieces, which then crumbled up into small balls, and then they all turned to water which formed a large puddle at their feet. Is that supposed to happen? Naruto asked, uncertain. We have to go show the Hokage that a reaction like this can only mean a bloodline, said Kurenai with wide eyes. But that said, they all body flickered to the Hokage office. Old man, guess who's back? Naruto said, appearing with two companions and a body flicker. Show some respect, you perverted brat. Kurenai hits him over the head, which makes a huge bump appear over his head. Ow, what's your problem, Nai-chan? Why are you so uptight? You need to get laid. He yells at her. A tick mark appears on her head with a face red from anger or embarrassment. You little brat. She says and proceeds to beat the already injured Naruto black and blue. What does he know about getting laid, little pervert? Everyone's sweat drops at the scene. Hokage-sama, we have important news to share with you, the snickering Anko says. What would that be, Anko? The laughing Hokage says. We believe Naruto-kun has a bloodline, Anko says, getting a little bit more serious. Oh, you mean his storm release? Yes, we saw this yesterday, but we did not have any chakra paper, so I just guessed what it was, and I must be correct. Yes, Hokage-sama, we tested his affinity, and the paper was cut in 100 pieces, formed into small balls, and then formed a large puddle. Kurenai said with surprise, still in her tone. Wow, his water affinity is stronger than that of Tobirama-sensei. Naruto-kun, you are truly amazing. Maybe I should give him his parents' scrolls, and he can learn his mother's water jutsu and kinjutsu style, along with his father's wind jutsu. Naruto-kun, you have the bloodline storm release. It is a very powerful bloodline that with enough control you can cause mass storms. It is a combination of water and lighting nature chakra to make storm release. I got you, old man, I've already got a good handle on it, see. He says and makes a lightning whip and throws it at the bookcase and grabs a root anbu. Faster than Naruto can see, the old Hokage flashes to the anbu and jams a kunai in the anbu face mask, causing the body to slump over in Naruto's lighting whip and the body caught fire. That Danzo, I swear I'm going to kill him. Like Naruto-kun said, I need to get my act together and Naruto must be a censor. Naruto-kun, can you use water chakra to put this fire out? The Hokage asks in a firm tone not matching his age. I don't know how to use water yet. The blonde says sadly. Just picture your chakra flowing like water and pushing through everything like a rampaging storm. The Hokage says while making a sign for his anbu to go. Okay, old man. Naruto then closes his eyes to focus. Then to everyone's shock, water starts to form around him and quickly drops on the burning anbu and soaks the body and everyone else. Ah, I did it, thanks, old man. Naruto pumps his fist up, unaware of the angry ruby-eyed woman approaching him from behind. Naruto-kun, would you please come here and let me talk to you? She says in a voice too sweet for his liking. Everyone see the death god appear behind her laughing. See you, old man, I have to run for my life. Naruto says, jumping out the window. But not before making a lighting whip and smacking the snake mistress on her ass, sending an electric shock up her body, causing her to run behind Kurenai with an angry face. Uzumaki, you get your ass back here. The two women scream with all their womanly fury. They have team placements. We can find Naruto doing something that has become one of his new favorite things to pass the time when there is nothing to do or his Nai-chan isn't there for him to tease her. Instead, he is running his fingers through the tails of one nine-tailed vixen named Kasumi, who is purring happily while laying across his bed in her Hanyu form, since Naruto told her it would be okay to show what she really looks like in the comfort of his rundown apartment. He can't help but laugh at how they meet. Flashback. Anko-chan, I think I've drunk enough, haven't we celebrated enough over my new discovery? He speaks with red cheeks due to the alcohol or the way Anko has her breast on his head. Gaki, you lightweight, can't hold your lick. She was cut off when she passed out due to how much drinking she had done that night, and Naruto had to carry the drunk Anko home, getting weird looks from the villagers. When they got to her house, he put her in the bed, but as he tried to get away, she pulled him down into his favorite place to rest. I was gonna go home and work off this drunken state, but this is fine. Mindscape. Why am I in a sewer and why am I still drunk? I can't even stand straight. Damn, Anko-chan, we need to bring Kurenai-chan with us next time she is the responsible one. Well, let's go explore. He then runs off without a care in the world. After a few minutes of just stumbling around, he finds himself in front of a cage, and because of the state he is in, logic goes out the window, and he just runs up to it, but trips and falls on his face, dogging a giant claw, but he doesn't seem to notice. Stupid ninja can't even run straight. I'm amazed you got so strong with that stupid bloodline of yours. A voice in the darkness says. Hey. Who are you calling a stupid ninja? You must not know who I am. I am the pie-eating trailblazing eyebrow-raising jabroni-beating heart-stopping elbow-dropping Naruto Uzumaki. A moment of silence followed, no one even moved, but Naruto still had that grin on his face. Ha, that was actually pretty good, you are a very entertaining ninja. Hey, I just came up with that now, I wonder if Anko-chan will like it. He says with a hand behind his head and a grin that could split his face. But now that I'm not so drunk I can only assume you are the Kyuubi, and this is inside the seal, and this is a representation of my mind. Naruto says with a serious gaze looking into the darkness. A giant red eye with a black slit appears followed by giant teeth, and a grinning face makes Naruto match its grin. Maybe I was wrong and you are not a stupid ninja. Are you a boy or girl? The question came from the blonde who had a questioning gaze aimed at the fox. Really, that is the first thing you decide to ask me. It just makes talking to you a lot easier and not calling you in it. The Kyuubi eyes him for a second, deciding if it should reveal such information to the Baka ninja. I am a woman that you have never seen before, said the now female fox with pride in her tone. Oh my Raymond gods, up above the strongest Bijuu is a woman and a prideful one at that. Oh man, wait until Kurenai-chan hears that she is gonna be happy for the rest of her life. What, you have a problem with that ninja? The vixen says, releasing some kai on him that makes him nervous. And no, I think that is really good for all the females in the world who are put down because of sexist men, and you have really nice fur, it makes me want to just lay in it all day. Are really why you think so? The Kyuubi says in a more softer female voice. Yes I do, you could be a pillar of strength for all the women of the world. All you would need is a more human appearance and be a little nicer, and you might just become a role model similar to Tsunade's Senju. Well, I do have a Hanyo form if you would like to see it, but you would have to do something for me. What would that be? Naruto says with a raised eyebrow. You need to change this place up a bit and give me messages anytime I ask for them. She says in a tone of arrogance as if talking to someone lower than her. That seems reasonable. I could imagine being in a sewer 24/7 would suck. He then closes his eyes so that he can focus on changing his mindscape, and little by little, the place gains light, the water is replaced with grass, the walls become huge trees, and the sound of following water could be heard as a river, along with a small waterfall can be seen coming out of the ground. Now tell me this isn't awesome. The blonde says, pumping a fist in the air. The Kyuubi is speechless as to what has just happened. She was not expecting the little human to do such a good job on his first try. But then she stops and looks for the seal and sees it on a rock under a tree. Thank you Naruto, and now as promised prepare to be amazed by my beauty. In a flash of light the giant fox can be seen getting smaller until a human form is seen then, and there Naruto sees a sight he will never forget. Standing there is a woman with orange hair with red fox ears on top of her head, hair that goes down to the middle of her back, followed by the 9 orange foxtails. She still has those blood red eyes with fox slits and now red lipstick and a narrow jawline. Cup breast and an hergless figure that makes men's heads turn and plump eyes that make the world go round. Next thing that happens is Naruto is blown back to the seal and hits it and cracks it. Upon seeing this, Kyuubi fears the worst because her chakra starts leaking to Naruto a bit, but suddenly stops when Naruto sees this and fixes the rock by imaging it the way it used to be. Now that could have been bad, haha. The laughing blonde catches something flying towards his head and it's soft. He then starts to rub his face in it, only to stop when he hears a moan come from the Kyuubi. Kyuubi-san, he is cut off when she raises a hand to stop him. Asumi is my name, Jay, just don't stop rubbing my tails. Okay Jay, just put some clothes on, you're naked. The blushing blonde says. She then puts on a red kimono with little red foxes on it. The kimono is open, showing some cleavage. It only reaches to her thighs and stops, showing her long legs. She wears red ankle socks to finish the outfit. Happy now? She says with a red face cause Naruto has started brushing her tails. This is gonna be a great friendship, Kasumi-chan. The grinning blonde says that makes the Reed blush a little. Baka. Then flashback. Wake up Kasumi-chan, I have team placements today, and I don't want to be late. The blonde says, whispering in her fox ears, giving them a little pat. Naruto-kun, why do you have to strike them with your new storm release jutsu that leveled the forest clearing? She says, pouting. Kasumi-chan, I did that jutsu and the whole village was in a thunderstorm for the rest of the day, and then I had to tell the old man what I did. He says with a sweet drop. Look, just become a little fox and I can take you with me when I fly there. He says with a smirk, knowing how much she and Anko like that. She transforms into the size of an Inyazuka pup and instantly grins up at Naruto, who is also grinning. You know, I still find it hard to believe I can fly using wind release, man. I love those shadow clones, we really flew all over the village that day, hahaha. Yay, just get dressed and let's go flying. Yip, the happy fox. Okay Jazz, you can be really impatient sometimes. A smack upside his head by a tail and he's up and moving. Naruto can be seen wearing black Anbu style sandals so he can stay light on his feet. A black t-shirt with a kanji storm over his seal and a tan trench coat like Anko, she got him as a gift for buying her dango. His headband tied on his forehead along with a sheath katana on his waist hidden by the coat. He picked up because his clone found a style called Moonlight. Sword style. This style uses brute force or flexibility when needed, but it is not really used because masters of the sword have a bloody life ahead of them, but a little blood never stopped Naruto from getting what he wanted. The sword is about 2 feet long, the handle is black, and the guard is in the shape of a yin-yang symbol, while the blade is silver made for cutting through the flesh of enemies. Okay, I'm ready to go, Kasumi-chan, hop on. She then climbs onto the top of his head and walks to his window and jumps out and takes flight to the academy. Along the way the people of the red light district wave to him and give him nice smiles, and the women call out to him. Naruto-sama, when will you come give us a visit? A horde of women from the brothels come to ask him the same thing. He gives them a sexy smirk that shows his longer fangs that makes them all swoon. I'm telling you Kasumi-chan, it's like they don't know I'm only 13. Well, you look like a 15-year-old with all the physical training you've been doing for years, and not to mention you're always giving the people of this area high-quality goods you steal from the nobles, and stop doing that, you are gonna get in real trouble. She says while smacking his head with her paws. Oh, I didn't know you cared so much about me, Kasumi-chan, am I not just a Baka ninja anymore? He says with a knowing look. Luckily her fur can hide her blush because her face was burning red. Be Baka ninja, don't ever think about something like that again. Once he exited the red light district, it's back to the glares of hatred while the kids look in awe at the flying boy and fox. It's crazy how the people who are considered the outcast of the village treat me better than this. Well, that's because they can kinda understand what you are going through, and you've also helped these people a lot, and they respect you for that. She says a little sadly, feeling guilty. Naruto then turns and is now flying with his back to the ground and Kasumi on his stomach. Hey, I told you not to think that. None of this is your fault, so stop blaming yourself, he says in a soft tone while rubbing her head. Kasumi then gives him a smile, or as much as a fox could give with those sharp teeth. Thank you Naruto-kun. She says, feeling better. Now what do you say? We make an epic entrance Anko style. He says, giving her a foxy grin. She yips happily. Next thing, the villagers see Naruto become covered in blue lighting and disappear in a bolt. Academy. In one classroom we can see a bunch of kids talking and laughing, all excited or nervous for the test about to happen today. The civilian children sit at the bottom while the clan heir are at the top of the class. We can see a black-haired boy with the hair of a duck, but by the window with girls giving him eyes with hearts while he ignores them. This is Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha of the Leaf. Above him we can see a boy with red fang markings on his face. This is Kiba Inuzuka with his best friend Akamaru on his head. Next to him we can see a boy in a green overcoat with sunglasses and a small humming coming from him. His name is Shino Abiram. To the left of them we can see a boy with spiky black hair that looks like a ponytail and a lazy face. This is Shikamaru Nara. Next to him is a fat boy with swirls on his face. His name is Choji Akamichi. In the top row we can see a girl with midnight blue hair and lavender eyes. This is Hinata Hyuga. She is looking around like she is trying to find someone. It is a known fact in the class that she has a massive crush on one Naruto Uzumaki, but he does not know. Naruto-kun, I hope that you passed. A rumbling can be heard coming to that class, and everyone covers their ears and sits down because they know what is gonna happen. I know pig, I win first, I get to sit next to my Sasuke-kun. Said a girl with bright pink hair and a big forehead. This is Sakura Haruno. No you didn't, can't you see I'm in front of you, forehead girl? Says a girl with platinum blonde hair and pupil sky blue eyes. They rush up to the duck-haired boy to sit next to him and then start to fight over who sits next to him. They are forced to stop when the outside gets dark and they can see the clouds darken and lightning start to strike down and thunder boom across the sky. Everyone all over the village looks up to see what is going on, and the people of the red light district start to cheer loud, and the Hokage can only rub his head and smoke his pipe at seeing what is going on. Back in the classroom everyone is looking outside when they see a lightning bolt come flying at their school. All the kids scream and hide under the desk until it makes contact. The windows break and something has landed in the class. The kids peek from under the desk to see what is going on, and what they see, all the girls blush and the boys look in awe. Hello my future comrades, I Naruto Uzumaki have come. Hinata with a red face looking in awe and a bloody nose along with most of the girls, even Sakura and Ino, can't help but blush. The boys are jealous, and Sasuke is green with envy, along with the furious Kiba. And then Naruto is that you ask the hesitant Ino with a red face at how handsome Naruto looks. Naruto gives her a charming smile and walks real close to her, making her even redder. Yes, it is Ino-chan, do you like what you see? He says, kissing her hand. This causes her to faint along with Hinata. One girl is not buying it though. Naruto, baka, don't do that again. She runs to him with her fist cocked ready to punch him, only to be shocked when he grabs her fist and backhands her and gives her a cold glare. Don't do that again. He says in a cold tone amplified by the growling fox on his shoulder. He then walks up to sit down next to the passed out Hinata and picks her up and sits her in his lap, much to everyone's shock. But this makes one mud angry. What do you think you are doing with my mate? Yelled the angry Kiba, who is charging him only to stop when he is shot with a water bullet to the face by the blonde, who gives him an icy gaze. Sit down. He adds some kai to get his point across. Everyone is shocked at this display, even the jounin watching. Hokage office. Everyone in the office was slack-jawed at what just happened in such a short amount of time. Ho Hokage-sama, this is real and not a joke, is it? Said a bearded man named Asuma, who looks like a young Hiruzen. The one-eyed cyclops with silver hair has a wide eye and an Kakashi, did you see that? Says Asuma with shock. Hokage-sama, if I am correct, that is the storm release bloodline from Kumo. How does he have that? Asked Kakashi because he saw it in the last war. Indeed, he unlocked during the scroll incident and has been training with it in the Forest of Death for the past week, but I didn't think he would progress so fast, but he does know the Shadow Clone Jutsu secret, so I'm guessing that how. Said the old Hokage, much to that shock of everyone. Yup, that's my Gaki right, Night-chan. Anko says, pulling Kurenai in a hug. Anko, Kurenai, you know this kid? Asked Asuma with shock. Yes, we do know him, but I wish I didn't because he's a little pervert. Kurenai says with a little bit of red on her face, remembering some of the things Naruto has done to her. How do you know him? Asked Kakashi, wanting information. Well, he came to the Forest of Death and started fighting animals and training his new power. Long story short, I sent a giant snake after him and he killed it with one shot in half an area. Everyone was shocked at the fact that Genin beat Anko's snake. And how do you know him, Kurenai? Asked Asuma because he saw her red face and has a crush on her and wants to know if this Gaki is a threat to his women. Well, I ran into him and Anko fighting in the forest and then I beat him black and blue for being a pervert. She says with a smirk on her face at the end of her statement. The whole room sweet drop at her answer. She was just upset that he got her all wet. All the males get the wrong idea and have nosebleeds. That's shut up, Anko, or no dango for a month. She say red-faced. Oh, well, come on, don't be like that, I'll let you cuddle with him if you want. Anko says, giving her puppy dog eyes. Why would I want to do that with him? I swear you both are perverts. She says, blushing at the idea. Can we just get back to the class? Said Kakashi, wanting to know more about his sensei's son. Classroom. Iruka walks in to see a classroom completely silent and wide-eyed. He can see a shaking Kiba and Akamaru. Ino and the rest of the girls are blushing, looking at Naruto, brushing the hair of a sleeping Hinata in the lap of Naruto. The girls are sending the smiling Hinata herd glares, and the boys are the same to Naruto. OK class, let's get to what we all came for, which is your team. This snaps everyone out of their gaze. Themes 1. Naruto tunes him out and continues to stroke both Hinata and Kasumi, making the fox wag its tail back and forth. Theme 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and a random civilian ninja who isn't worth anything. Your sensei is Kakashi Haddock. Sakura sits next to Sasuke and the civilian ninja comes to sit next to them, but Sakura punches him away. Theme 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Abram, and your sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Naruto shakes Hinata up. Then Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, looking confused at where she is sitting. Hello Hinata-chan, did you have a good sleep? He spoke huskily in her ear, making her shiver. She then notices where she is and jumps up with a red face and sits back in her seat, rubbing her fingers and legs together, then passes out with a nosebleed. Hokage office. That little pervert, when I get my hands on him I'm gonna wring his neck. Yelled the enraged Jonin, being held back by Anko. Now are you just upset he didn't do it to you? Anko says, teasing her. Anko. Class. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choju Akamichi, and your sensei will be Asuma Sartobi. Said, the ready to leave Iruka. Iruka sensei, what about my team? Asked the whiskered blonde. Dead last, you don't get a team, loser. Shouted the Inuzuka. Before anyone could react, Naruto drop-kicked him in the face. Now the next person who calls me that will get the same thing. Silence. Iruka sensei, you can get back to it. He says, going back to his seat. Iruka's sweat dropped. Yeah, your team is, but before he could continue he is interrupted when a brown blur hits him. It is revealed to be Anko Matrashi. Plushie-kun, I am your sensei, but you better run to our training ground, you have an angry Nai-chan after you. At that moment the other sensei came into the room. And like she said, Kurenai is sending Massive Kai and Naruto, who is just sending there with a charming smile that melts her anger away. Hello Kurenai-chan, you are looking as beautiful as ever I see. He says, walking up to her, grabbing her hand and kissing it. This makes her blush and turn her head to keep him from looking. He then grabs her by the waist and pulls her to him, and he is looking in her eyes deeply because he is standing at 5'6" to her 5'5" of height. This makes her blush even more. Don't be mad at me, I promise I can make it up to you. He says in her ear, giving her earlobe a bite, making her knees a little weak. Anko pushes them apart, blushing at the show, while Kurenai's whole face is red and the nails are wide. Let's go to Naruto-kun, we have things to do. She then disappears, but not before Naruto smacks Kurenai on the ass, making her jump and blush more. Forest of Death. Okay Naruto-kun, what you have to do is find me somewhere in this forest, and then you pass and I give you a good reward. She says, giving him a sexy smirk, and Naruto returns it. Well Anko-sensei, you can consider this test pass. I'm gonna find you. He says with a confident smirk. Well, if you are so sure, come and get me. She disappears in a puff of smoke. Kasumi-chan, you got her smell right. He looks to the fox wrapped around his neck like a scarf. She wags her tail in front of his face. I will get it, but what do I get if I do this? She said, smirking. Oh well, I guess I could rub that spot that you can't get yourself and apply that oil on your. She cuts him off with a smack from her tail. ED, don't speak anymore, Bakken Injun. She says, blushing under her fur. He can only chuckle and shoot in a bolt of lighting after his sexy sensei. Somewhere in the forest, Anko can be seen riding on a giant snake running from her handsome student. That Gaki's fast and probably has that fox on my scent trail. As if on perfect time, lightning strikes, wind blades and water blades are coming out of the sky and are closing in on her and the snake. She replaces herself with a log just in time to avoid being struck by all that. My god, he can use all three of his elements. Why did I agree to this? Anko thinks to herself, crying, and I'm tears. Well, as long as he doesn't use his storm release, I should be able to win. As if being cursed by the god, she sees Naruto and 3 clones going through hand signs. Storm release circuit. Naruto shouts and multiple light blue rays of lightning rush in Anko, who can 18 light beams coming at her. She ducks, spins, jumps and dodges, but still gets hit in the shoulder, left leg and right arm. Damn, it disrupted my nervous system, and now I can't even feel where he hit me. She then turns and launches a volley of shuriken and appears behind Naruto with a heel drop, but Naruto makes arms out of lighting to grab Anko, and he blocks Anko shuriken with his own kunai. Got you, Anko-sensei. Naruto says, only to be surprised when the Anko turns into mud. Not surprised she isn't a special jounin for nothing. Naruto thinks to himself. A little ways away, Anko is limping in the cover of trees and bushes while trying to wrap her leg in bandages so she can recover. Ought to be quick before he. Her thoughts were cut off when she hears the sound of rushing water. Hound you. The statement came from Naruto on top of a raging wave. Water style water shockwave. Naruto shouts with a wide grin on his face. Someone help me. Those were the last thoughts she had before the waves hit her and was tossed around until she passed out. Do you think we went overboard, Kasumi-chan? Naruto asked as he walks to the Anko, who is soaked in water. Nah, she did have those snakes almost eat you. Responded Kasumi. Yay, you're right, let's bring her to the hospital so we can get that reward. He says, smirking. You pervert. Kasumi says. Hospital. Anko-chan, I said I was sorry, can you please send your snakes away, you're not even supposed to be moving. Naruto replied, wrapped up in snakes to the neck. No, you got me all wet, and not the good kind, you even messed up my favorite trench coat with your stupid storm release circuit. The bandage cover, Anko says, waving her hand childishly. Anko-chan, if you release your snakes I'll take you out on a date to anywhere you like. In an instant all the snakes puff away in smoke, and Anko can be seen smiling brightly. You promise, Naruto-kun? It's a promise of a lifetime. He says, giving her a thumbs up. Well, tomorrow when I get out of the hospital at 8 p.m, I would like to go somewhere in the red light district where they all worship you, even the Yakuza. She says with a bright smile still on her face. Well, do you have a specific place in mind that you would like to go? He asked her with a raised eyebrow. Well, can you get us into the Raging Fox? It's a new restaurant that just opened up. Speaking of fox, where is that fox you had during the test? She says, looking around for it. Oh, her name is Kasumi and she is back at my apartment, probably sleeping. He says with a laugh. Naruto apartment. We can see Kasumi in nothing but one of Naruto's big shirts and red socks sliding across the place singing with a makeshift microphone in her hand. He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. He licked me like a lollipop. Shawty want a thug. I don't own the song, Lil Wayne does. Back to hospital. Yeah, she can be really lazy sometimes. He said with a laugh. But don't worry about that, Anko-chan, I'll go set everything up and get some more training, and oh, you also have to go to the Hokage meeting later, so remember that. He then gets up and kisses her on the forehead, getting a little blush from her, then he goes to the window and flies off. Anko can only sigh at her situation. Man, I really think I am starting to fall in love with plushy kun. That makes her blush, but then she remembers the Hokage meeting. I am going to lose so much face at that place when I tell them how he beat me. She says, crying, and I'm tears. Streets of Konoha. Naruto has just landed from his flight and starts walking to the red light district, getting the usual looks of hatred from the older adults, while some ninjas give him nods of respect, while the kids still stare at him in awe because he can fly, while the girls eye him like a piece of meat. The ball bounces in front of his path and 5 kids come to get it. Hello kids, did you lose this? He says kindly. The kids recognize him and all get stars in their eyes. A brown-haired girl walks up to him and asks, "Hey, you're the guy who can fly, can you take us flying please?" She says, giving him the puppy dog eyes and quivering lips. Oh man, even the kids know this jutsu must look away, but I can't. He then drops his head in defeat. Fine, but you need to ask your parents first. He tells them. They run off to their parents and ask, "Ah-chan, can we go flying with that guy please?" The parents look at Naruto with hatred, but decide to let it happen for their kid's sake. Fine, but nothing better happened to our kids, or you are gonna get it. Naruto only rolls his eyes at their weak eye. Nothing will happen to your kids. I am a professional. He says with a grin. The kids run to him with bright smiles. Shadow clone jutsu. The blonde proclaimed. 4 shadow clones appear and pick the kids up on his back, and then he blasts off in the air, and the only thing that can be heard are the laughing kids. This leaves everyone looking at the blonde in a new way. They think they might have been wrong to him. At sunset, and Naruto can be seen in the red light district going to the Raging Fox getting reservations for him and Anko. And Naruto-sama, what can we do for you here? One of the waiters asked, bowing along with everyone else. I would like a reservation tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for me and Anko Mitarashi. Will that be okay? He asked, smiling at the respect he gets from the people. Oh, of course, Naruto-sama will be all you need today. Yes it is. He says and then walks away. Alright, time to get some training done. He then sees 2 people in green spandex with bowl haircuts and bushy eyebrows. Well, these guys look like they need another partner. Without further ado, he ran up next to them. Hello, our youthful friend, how can we help you today? The older one asks. Do you wish to bask in the springtime of youth with us? The younger one asks while they are all still running. What is youth and springtime? Naruto asked, confused only to be surprised when they both stopped and looked at him in horror. Lee, this an emergency, we must help our fellow comrade understand the joys of youth. Yes, Guy-sensei. The now named Lee says with fire in his eyes. The springtime of youth is when you train to better yourself in any way possible. You put in the effort to accomplish any goal by blood, sweat and tears. It's about drive, it's about power, put in the work and put in the hours. Mike, Guy says with Lee writing it all down in a notepad. Naruto then looks in understanding. Well, can I join you on your youthful training? I want to really feel the burn today. The 2 look in shock before it turns to excitement and they cry youthful tears. Of course you can. They both shout. What is your name, my youthful friend? Guy asked with a thumbs up and sparkling teeth. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Well, Naruto-kun, let's get to it by running 100 laps around the village, and then 500 push-ups and then 500 sit-ups, then climb the Hokage monument with boulders on our back, then we have all-out spar. Naruto loses a little color at all the workouts only to be replaced with a grin because he is getting what he wanted. Hokage Tower. All the Jonin sensei are in the Hokage office waiting for one extra Jonin so they can finally start the meeting. While waiting, they often saw the trio of Guy, Lee, and Naruto running laps around the village, and to everyone's shock, he was keeping up with them, and that is an achievement in itself because everyone knows how much stamina those 2 have. They even saw them flying with kids. Hokage-sama, what is that boy made of? Not only is he working out with those 2, but he is flying kids around on his back. I can't even do that with my wind manipulation yeet. Asuma said, slack-jawed along with the other Jonin, except the slightly recovered Anko and healthy Kurenai. Sorry I was late, Hokage-sama. I saw kids flying in the sky and stayed inside because I thought the world was ending, said the one-eyed man. Only to be shocked when the old Kage shot him with heavy kai that sent him on one knee and made everyone else nervous. Listen here Kakashi, I let your lateness slide for too long, now you are a grown man, you need to grow up and get your shit together. When I call you I want to hear, not whenever you feel like it. Do you understand me? Why yes, Hokage-sama. The kneeling Jonin says. Then the Kai vanished. Okay everyone, we are here to see who passed and who didn't. The leader of teams 1 to 6 failed. Kakashi leader of team 7. Pass. Everyone is shocked. Explain. Said the old Kage in an authoritative voice. Well, Sasuke Uchiha is worthy of his title Rookie of the Year. This gains a snort from Anko and Kurenai. Anyways, he shot a fireball at me as a cover for Sakura Haruno and the civilian ninja to flank me with weapons and try to snatch the bells, but it didn't work and I tied them up, but because they worked together I passed them. Okay, that is good, next teammate. Said the Hokage looking at Kurenai. I gave my team a tracking test by telling them to find me. They worked together with Shino's bugs and Kiba's senses, along with Hinata's bloodline to find me. Okay, we have a future tracker team. Next team 10. The Hokage looked at his son for his report. For my team I just told them they had to keep me still, and they used perfect teamwork to keep me still for the 5 seconds. As to be expected, those kids are basically siblings. Now Anko, can you please tell me how you ended up in the hospital and are so injured? Said the Hokage, already having an idea. Well, you see, I kind of. She mumbled the last part with a blush and looked down. Anko, can you speak up? We didn't catch that last part. Said the smiling Kurenai, being able to tease her friend for once. I said I got beat up there, are you happy now? The blushing Anko said she couldn't believe what was happening to her. Thanks. To that Gaki. Anko, are you telling me your students sent you to the hospital? Said Kakashi with one wide eye. You guys didn't see him. He found me and started to shoot wind blades along with water blades at me. Then when I thought I could get away, he used a jutsu called Storm Release Circuit on me, and 18 beams came from the 3 shadow clones, and I was hit in the leg, arm, and shoulder. Said Anko, trying to save face. But that's not all. When I tried to hit him from his blind spot, he made arms of lighting come from his back and then tried to fry me on the spot. Wow, this kid is amazing. I can see why you put him on a solo team, nobody would be able to keep up with him. Said Asuma, a little jealous of the kid. Yeah, I just hope he doesn't end up like another Itachi, or we will have to put him down. Said the serious Kakashi. That statement got different reactions from other people. The Jonin that still hates Naruto nodded in agreement, while the ones who like him sent glares at the other occupants. While the Hokage and Anko, Kurenai, sent Kai to all of them, making them quiet. Kakashi, watch what you say. I'll have you know as much of the things that have happened to him, he is still willing to stay loyal to the village that does not deserve him. Said the angry Hokage. Sorry. The Jonin puts his head down in shame. Now Anko, is there any more you would like to give on what happened? Asked the Kage, looking back at Anko. Yes, he knocked me out using water-style water shockwave, and it was like a massive wave the size of fully grown trees, and he hit me with it, and I was tossed around in the water and passed out. Wow, I should give him the water exercise of the second Hokage, so he can push his water manipulation even further. Hiruzen thought to himself. Well, everyone go home, this meeting is over. Anko, you go get some rest, you look like you could use it. The Hokage dismissed everyone. Outside, the Jonin go their separate ways, while some stick together like Anko, Kurenai, Kakashi and Asuma. Who looks like they want to ask some questions. How can I help you? Asuma asked Kurenai, looking at the nervous Asuma. Well, I wanted to know if you want to go out on a date tomorrow. Kurenai was shocked at what he said because she too had feelings for him, but the feelings were going away because she had noticed how sometimes he would look at her, and it was not how Naruto would look at her with love and playfulness. That made her blush. Asuma sees this, though she would say yes, but is surprised when she shakes her head no. Sorry, Asuma, I don't want to go on a date with you, I don't see you that way. Said Kurenai, giving him a weak smile. Anko pumps her fist slightly. Oh, okay, maybe some other time. He then body flickers away, leaving only Kakashi reading his orange book and the 2 women who are irritated at this. And what do you want? Asked Anko, giving him a heated glare. Now there is no need to be like that. I just want to know if you can tell me more about your student. He says, giving her an eye smile. And why would I give up information on him like that? Anko said, getting a little suspicious of the man along with Kurenai. Well, information is key to a ninja, and if you want to know more about him, you are gonna have to ask him yourself because I will not be telling you. She says, a little hostile. Fine. Is all he said, then he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Well, now that he is gone, Nai-chan, I am going on a date with Naruto-kun. She says, jumping in the surprised Kurenai's arms. What a date when? Asked Kurenai with wide eyes. Tomorrow, it's gonna be perfect because it's gonna be in the red light district and that place loves him. Oh, I see, I hope you have fun, she says, trying to walk away to not show Anko how sad she is. Look Kurenai, just stop fighting it and admit that you like him, and then you can also go on a date with him, I don't mind sharing with you. Anko says, pulling her back, causing Kurenai to blush at what she said. Really you would do that for me? Said the red-faced Kurenai. Of course I would, right Naruto-kun. Anko said, causing Kurenai to turn around to look for her. Naruto-kun, only to hear the laughing Anko on the ground holding her stomach laughing at her. Oh, so you think this is funny? Well, I got something for you. Kurenai says, going through hand signs that make Anko take off running with Kurenai chasing her. Next morning. We can see Naruto running morning laps around the village in black ninja sandals and black anbu pants with no shirt, causing all the girls he passes to stare at his body that is dripping with sweat. Next to him is his teacher Anko running with him in similar appearance, except she has on a black sport bar, causing her chest to bounce every time she runs. Okay Anko-sensei, we have 50 more laps, and that 100 think you can keep up. I am going to be moving at Jonin speeds now. He says, challenging, causing her to smirk at him. Naruto-kun, I was doing this before you were even walking, the question is, can you keep up with me? She says and takes off at Jonin speeds, only becoming a purple blur to those who can't keep up with her, only to be passed by a golden blur that sounded like it was laughing. Back here Gaki. Is what she said before speeding up. They are neck and neck but are joined by others like Might Guy with his famous smile and his copy Rock Lee with the same smile. Hello my youthful comrades, let us bath in the springtime of youth. He says loudly. The green duo then pulls ahead of Naruto and Anko, who smirk at the challenge before passing the two. Loser has to do 50 more laps, Naruto says before blasting off laughing. The green duo gets fire in their eyes and dash off after them. Naruto-kun, my eternal rival, I shall not lose. Said Lee with fire. Way to go Lee, let's go. The ninja can barely see the people running through the village, only the Jonin can see them. It's the last lap Anko-sensei, hold on, and we got this victory, said the sweet-covered Naruto looking back at the panting Anko. Don't worry about me, just keep going, she says. Barely being able to keep up with her student. No, we finished this together, he says, picking her up and putting her over his shoulder, getting a smack to the head. At least warn me next time, you ass. She says to him. This caused the blonde to chuckle. And you have a nice ass. He says, giving it a smack, causing her to blush. Just run, you perv. In the back, Might Guy picks up Rock Lee because he cannot keep up anymore. Lee, Naruto-kun is right, we finished together, he says, speeding up and is right next to Naruto now. The two racers are neck and neck and can see the finish line with a small crowd cheering them on. The two are about to cross the line and time slows down watching the two pass, and they are neck and neck. They two pass the line and collapse, breathing hard out of breath. The two sit up to look at the other ninja to ask who won. It was a tie, said one Genma with a senbon in his mouth. Good race Guy sensei. We really bathed in the springtime of youth this morning. Said the smiling blonde. Yes Naruto-kun, we will have a rematch. Naruto then gets up with Anko still on his shoulder and starts to walk off to the house of Anko, who had passed out due to how tired she was. Okay, goodbye guys, I'll see you around. He says, waving his hand. Later that day. Okay Anko, no need to be nervous, it's just you and Naruto-kun going out on a date, you two hang out all the time. Said. Yuago Yuzuki, one Anko's closest friends. Yay, I can always see you two having a good time around the village. Said Hana and Yuzuka, another one of Anko's closest friends. You look fine Anko, that dress suits you perfectly. Said Kurenai. Anko can be seen in a purple dress that goes down to her ankles with a high split on her left leg, giving her legs room to move and show. It is held up by two straps that lay on her shoulders. She has her hair down to her shoulders and hangs over her breast that are visible due to the slit in the chest area. Are you sure? Maybe I should. She is cut off when a knock sounds at her door. All the girls quiet down and they push Anko to the door to open it. When she opens the door, they all see Naruto in a white button-up with an orange tie and black slacks, along with black dress shoes that Kasumi picked out for him. Wow Anko-chan, you look beautiful, I think I can die in peace now. He said, giving her a warm smile. This makes all the girls blush hard. Thank you, and Naruto-kun, you look really handsome as well. He grabs her hand and kisses it, making her blush more. Shall we go home? I want her back by 10 mister, and keep your hands to yourself. Kurenai says, yelling at him, only to be ignored when Naruto puts his hands on Anko butt, causing the girls to giggle at the red-faced Kurenai. I swear I'm gonna kill him one day. We'll do it after I can get a shot at him. Said Hana with a small blush on her face. The two girls whip their heads to her in surprise. Hana-chan, would you really date him? Asked Yugao. Yes, I can just sense it coming off him. He is alpha male, and there is no doubt about it, and not like my stupid brother who thinks he is just an alpha and everyone should submit to him. She says, a little heated. On the streets the two turn heads when they walk and they can't help but smile at the shocked faces everyone has at seeing them. When they make it to the restaurant the two are escorted to the roof where it is just the two of them alone and they conversate and get to know a little bit more about each other while laughing and smiling the whole time while blushing at the teasing the two did towards each other. Well, Anko-chan, this has been a great night and I hope we can do this some other time. He says holding her hand walking up to her house in the forest of death. Yes Naruto-kun, I've had a really good time tonight, but you should take Kurenai-chan, she also would like one, but won't say it. Anko says with her head on Naruto's shoulder, just enjoying being right next to him. We are here and just in time before anything bad could have happened to me. They both chuckle at that. The two just look at each other lovingly before gradually getting closer to each other until their lips meet for a kiss and Naruto pulls Anko closer to him while grabbing her by the waist, making her gasp and takes advantage by shoving his tongue in her mouth, showing who is in control. Why? Moving his hands to the slit in her dress, giving her nice thighs slow rubs. The two are interrupted when they hear a thud and can see three girls on the floor with major nosebleeds. Well, good night Anko-chan. He says, giving her one more kiss goodbye before he turns around and disappears in a water body flicker. Anko sighs happily and turns around and skips to her bedroom with a goofy smile on her face. When Naruto gets home he can see a tuft of orange hair in his bed sleeping peacefully. He strips to just a tank top and boxers and gets in bed next to her and she rolls over on top of him whispering Naruto-kun in her sleep. He kisses her forehead making her smile in her sleep. Good night, Kasumi-chan. He then falls asleep with a smile on his face. 2 months later. It's been 2 months since Naruto had been put on a team with Anko. Speaking of Anko, she had never been so happy in her life. Even the villagers that would always insult her could not bring her down, her relationship with Naruto had been going perfect. They would train together, and because of that she had also gotten a little stronger. She could not beat Asuma, who used to be a guard for the fire daimyo. Naruto just seemed to get even stronger when he went to go ask for water scrolls from the Hokage, and the deals he got out of that was just amazing. Flashback. Hey old man, I need you to help me with something. Naruto says to the Hokage behind the desk filling out paperwork. What would you need my help with, Naruto-kun? Asked the old man with a raised eyebrow at the trench coat wearing blonde. I wanted to know if you have any water exercise I could do so I can become better at water jutsu. Well, I do, but why would I give it to you who is only a genin? The Hokage said with an amused smirk. Oh, so that's how we are gonna play it. Naruto then walks around the office eyeing the old man until he goes over to the picture of Tobirama and eyed it for a second. You know, old man, I really admire the second, he is my favorite Hokage. He has done so much that he set the village on a good track after the death of the first. If I were a Hokage I would like to be just like him but more badass. He says grinning. Hey, I know he has some water scrolls, let me have those, I would also like to get armor like his. I think it is really badass and it would totally look dope on me. Well, I do, but what can I get out of this deal if I hand it over? Well, I can give you the secret to beating paperwork. As soon as he said that the old Hokage was on his knees begging him to tell him. Naruto-kun, please tell me and I will give you anything. The man shakes Naruto violently. Okay, I would like all his scrolls and armor to be made just like his, but take the fur off the collar. Deal. The Hokage said quickly, now tell me how to beat it. Okay, shadow clones. The blonde said to the wide-eyed Hokage. Without further notice Hiruzen walks to the picture of the second and moves the picture and slides some blood onto the safe behind it. He then pulls out everything and seals it into a bigger scroll and hands it to Naruto, who is smiling. I'll have your armor ready as soon as possible. Now leave me, I have paper to finally defeat. Flashback over. Anko-sensei, what do you think the old man needs us for if he sent Kitty-chan after us? He asked his sensei, who giggled at what he called the cat Anbu. I don't know, but I was gonna give us a C-rank mission today anyways, so let's see what he wants. That's great, let's go. He says, picking her up and flying to the Hokage office. Hokage office. They appear in a pillar of water in front of the Hokage, who has a serious face. Team 11 ready for action. Anko says. I have a mission for you guys, it is an A-ranked mission to help back up Team 7 who have requested backup in Wave. They ran into Zabuza and the Demon Brothers, but those two have been dealt with by the Genin team. But they say Zabuza has another ninja with him and I want you guys to go and help him. He says in a serious tone. Yes, Lord old man. Yes, Hokage-sama. The old man can't help but shake his head at Naruto. Naruto-kun, your special order has finished and it is ready for battle. He said, smiling at the blonde throwing a scroll with it inside. Alright, I can test it out on this mission as well. He unseals the armor and can't help but grin at it. It was blue battle armor similar to that of the second Hokage. Thank you old man, we will leave right away, but first Kitty-chan, can I get a good luck hug? He says, looking up at the ceiling only for a purple-haired Anbu to drop from it and walk up to him. I told you to stop calling me that, I am a grown woman, not some kitten. She says, walking into his open arms. Two had gotten close over the 2 months and would often have sword duels, and she was surprised at how good he was, and she recognized his style and instantly wanted to test it, but she could never beat him. Oh, don't be like that kitten, you know you're going to miss me. He moved his hands to her ass and grabbed a handful. Beep. Was the sound she made, and if it were not for the mask everyone would see how red-faced she was. She then pulled out her sword and tried to cut him, but he grabbed Anko and disappeared while everyone laughed at her. Bates of Konoha. Alright Naruto-kun, you have everything. She said, checking her pack. Yup, me and Kasumi-chan are ready to take on this mission. Naruto said, in his blue armor with Kasumi around his shoulder making a fur collar. Alright, let's go. She shouted and jumped off in the forest. A paw smacked the top of his head. Let's go already, she is going to leave us behind. Okay geez, you're so bossy. He then follows after her, jumping next to her through the trees at Jonin speeds. Naruto and Anko could be seen jumping through the trees on their way to back up Team 7, who have requested immediate backup. They had been making good pace to the location, which was the bridge builder's house named Tizuna. If we keep this pace we can be at the house by the end of the day, Naruto-kun. Anko says to her student, who was slightly behind her along with the fox on his neck. Okay Anko-sensei, I just hope we don't run into any trouble. He says, looking around. As if Kami heard his wish, a single ninja jumps in the duo's way. Way to go Naruto-kun, you just had to open your mouth. Anko says, sending Naruto a slight glare, who rubs the back of his head. Well, look what we have here, 2 tree huggers a little too far away from home. Said the missing ninja with a crossed out headband with a leaf symbol. Aoi Rakusho, who has the legendary Raijin no Ken made by the second Hokage and a treasure of the leaf. Anko, is that you? They let the snake whore out of her cage, haha. He laughs at the Anko, who is angry at his taunting, but not as angry as one Naruto Uzumaki. Shut up you traitor, what are you even doing here? Don't tell me you are working with Zabuza. She says while taking out a kunai. Yes, he told me to cover his tracks just in case they called back up, and boy was he right, I just didn't think they would send a snack after us. Why don't you join me and you can be just like your master, and maybe even please me, your master. He gives her a gaze filled with just lust in his eyes that makes her uneasy. His laughter is put to a halt when he is blasted with so much kai he can barely breathe or stand. I think I've heard enough come out of that mouth of yours, I think I will shut it forever. He says, pulling his moonlight sword out of his sheath. It has been decided, you are gonna be the first to die by my blade. As he says that, Aoi pulls the Raijin out to hopefully defend himself, but he is still shaking. You can't beat me, I am invincible with the Raijin on my side. He shouts, charging at the blonde. Die. Naruto says in a cold tone and swings his sword down, and Aoi is split in half, and a quarter mile of forest is also destroyed in his attack, leaving Anko wide-eyed. Naruto walks to Anko and pulls her to him and gives her a kiss full of love and passion that makes her lower area heat up. Nobody will touch you, you're mine. He says in her ear, making her shiver at how possessive he is over her. Oh okay, and Naruto-kun. She says, still shaken up at what just happened. Naruto goes and picks up the Raijin no Ken that is laying next to a wide-eyed Aoi who died with terror in his eyes. Naruto then throws up on his body at killing his enemy so brutally. Why am I acting like this? He is not my first kill. He says with a shaken up voice. It's because when you killed Mizuki you really didn't have time to focus on what you did because there was so much going on you didn't even leave the ashes of that other guy. She says with a little laugh at the end. So cheer up, this is something you're gonna have to get used to. She says, giving a kiss to his cheek. Yes Naruto-kun, don't worry, we will be here to help you. The orange fox says on his shoulder, nuzzling his face, giving it a little lick. Yay, what that fox just said. Only to freeze when she realized that fox just talked. Naruto-kun. I know this fox just said, do you want to tell me about that? She says, giving him a sweet smile to be good. Oh Anko-chan, did I not tell you this is Kasumi-chan the Kyuubi? He says with a nervous laugh, only to blink when she gets in his face, smile still there. You mean to tell me that you have been training and walking around with the fox that attacked the village 13 years ago just sitting on your shoulder? Yes. Bonk. You idiot, why the hell didn't you tell me, and how do you know she can be trusted? She says, yelling in his face. Hey Anko-chan, can you let me explain? The attack was not her fault, she was under a Jinjutsu, so none of that was her fault. She is a really nice person, although she can be a little bossy at times. Yes, he is right, I was not myself for a lack of better terms that night, I am sorry. The vixen says a little sadly. Wait, the Kyuubi is a woman. Hot take that, you sexist pigs. She says, pumping a fist in the air with a grin on her face. But don't worry about the whole attacking the village thing. If you were being controlled, then don't worry about it, was not your fault. Thank you, Anko-chan. I will show you what I really look like when we get back to the bridge builder house. The fox says happy. Will you have a human form? Asked Anko with stars in her eyes. Yes, she does, and let me be the first to say she is just beautiful. She took my breath away. This makes the fox hide in Naruto's armor from embarrassment. Okay, we wasted enough time taking that guy's head, and we can get his bounty and sword for a bunch of money. But that done, the trio jumps off back into the trees to get to the location before anything else happens that can stop them from making it to their location. Hazuna's house. Sasuke and Sakura can be seen outside standing over the makeshift grave they made for their teammate, who died in the early run in the group. Headwat's Abusa turns out he was not able to dodge the cleave swords Abusa had thrown at the group. The death did not seem to affect Sasuke that much, but it was a different story for Sakura, who was crying at his death. Their sensei was recovering in a spare room in one of the rooms upstairs in the house. Come on, Sakura, we have to go, we cannot be out here forever. But Sasuke-kun, don't you feel sad about our teammate? She says with a few tears in his eyes. No, I don't. This is what happens when you are weak, so you better step it up or you could end up just like him. He says, uncaring to her. Would you be sad if I died, Sasuke-kun? She said hopefully. No. He says, walking away, leaving the pink-haired girl to cry alone. She follows him silently back to the house so they can welcome the team that comes to back them up, because they both know they could use any kind of help on this mission, because they already lost a fellow ninja, and Sakura was starting to take in all she has done since becoming a ninja. Maybe Sasuke-kun was correct and I need to start training seriously now and then. Maybe Sasuke-kun will fall in love with me and we can help rebuild his clan. A little blood drops from her nose at the things she is thinking the two will do, while inner Sakura is shaking her head. Why don't you just leave that asshole alone and focus on Naruto-kun? Did you see how handsome he has gotten these past 2 months? I could just. She is cut off by Sakura, who screams and shakes her head to make her shut up. No. I don't see him like that, although I will admit he has gotten really handsome over these past 2 months, but you've seen how he has been holding hands with that purple-haired woman. He does not want to be with us anymore. Yes, you are right, but you can at least be friends with him, and maybe he can help us with our training, so that way we can actually make something out of ourselves. Yes, I will be nicer to him and apologize for all the things I did. She says with a little smile. Well, Sasuke just eyes her weirdly from all the facial faces she was making. He just shakes it off and gets back to thinking of ways he can have Kakashi-sensei trained him. 1 hour later. Finally, it feels like we have been running forever. I am so tired. The orange-tailed fox says, waving her front paws in exaggeration. What are you complaining about? You didn't even do anything, you were just on my shoulder the whole time. He says with a sweat drop on his head at her antics. But I still had to deal with you always jumping from tree to tree. Why did you do that instead of just fly us here? She gave him a questioning gaze. Well, it kinda slipped my mind, I didn't think of it. He said, rubbing the back of his head. Only to be hit by both Anko and Kasumi. Naruto-kun, sometimes you can be as smart as Inara and then sometimes be dumber than a sack of rocks. Said the snake mistress. Come on, Kasumi-chan, let's leave him here. Anko said, opening her arms for the fox to jump into. Wait, Kasumi-chan, how could you leave me out to dry like this? He says with waterfall tears coming out of his eyes. Get up, you, let's just regroup with these fools and get the mission over with. She says, dragging him with one of her tails. Knock knock. Anko says, hitting the door a couple times. Why do you say knock knock while hitting the door? Naruto said, sweat dropping at her childish antics. Because it's fun. Came the short reply from Anko. Humming. A female voice said from the other side of the door, and feet could be heard shuffling to the door. The door cracked open slightly and a woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and black eyes could be seen peeking her head out. Hello, how may I help you? She says with a kind smile, trying to ease her nervousness from the 2 humans and 1 fox on top of the purple-haired lady's head. We are Team 11 and we are the backup for Team 7. My name is Anko Midarashi and this is my student Naruto Uzumaki. A smack from a paw on her head makes her remember the orange fox on her head. Oh yeah, this is Kasumi-chan, our team mascot. A bite to her ear lets her know she didn't like that comment. Tsunami can't help but sweat drop at the human and fox butting heads and snots with each other. Okay, thank you for coming to help assist us. It seems they already lost a teammate on the way over here, and it seems it has affected the pink-haired girl named Sakura very much. They all look at her with shock. Wow, I didn't think we would already start losing classmates so fast. He then clenches his fist and grabs Anko's hand. I'll never let anything happen to her on my watch. Anko, seeing this, can't help but smile and thank Kami in her head for a good boyfriend. Kasumi-chan. Naruto calls the vixen using their mind link. Yes, Naruto-kun. Replied the vixen with a question tone. Is it okay if we practice how to use some of your chakra? He asked. This catches her off guard because he has never asked for her power since she has been sealed in him. Okay Naruto-kun, but you really don't need my power, you are already able to beat every ninja in the village. You might only struggle with the old Hokage because of all the years of experience he has over you. Thank you Kasumi-chan, you are the best. He says, giving her a smile that makes her blush and turn her head. Making him chuckle. May we come in now to talk to the others? Said Anko talking to Tsunami. Oh yes, I am sorry, please come in. I was just about to start dinner. She says, giving them a warm smile. Oh, you were about to cook, that is great, I was getting really hungry as well with all the running we did to get here. He says, rubbing his stomach, walking into the house. Well great, but before that, can one of you accompany me to the market? I would like some help. Don't worry about Tsunami-san, it would be my pleasure to accompany such a lovely lady to the market. This makes the mother smile while Anko sends him a wink. OOT, thank you for the compliment. The mother turns red-faced at what the handsome blonde said to her. What are you doing here dead last? We don't need help from you. Said one duck-butt Avenger. Naruto rolls his eyes at the pitiful Ichiha. Clearly you don't remember what I said last time someone called me. And without much more being said, Naruto kicks him in the face, leaving an imprint of his foot on his face. Naruto baka. But she stops when she remembered what she had said earlier and just walks up to him and gives him a weak punch in his blue armor that barely does anything. Ouch. He says, confused. We can talk later. I want to ask you something. She says, looking at him sadly. Okay, just wake up your stupid sensei and tell him we made it while I go with a lovely mother over here. Tsunami blushes again and tries to hide her face with her hands. Father. I am leaving for the market with one of the ninjas. Okay, be safe and get some for alcohol. A voice sounded from the backyard. Bye mom, be safe. A little boy with a bucket hat on his head says, giving her a small smile. He then looks at Naruto and snorts and runs away. Sorry about my son, he's just having a tough time right now. She says, giving Naruto a sad smile. Don't sweat it, Tsunami, let's just go get what you need and then we can eat some food. Bye Naruto-kun, be safe. Waved Anko and the fox together. Streets wave. Wow, how long has this been going on now? Naruto asked Tsunami, looking around at all the people on the street in the worst condition possible. It reminded him of how his younger life used to be growing up. It's been like this for a little over 2 years now, and it's only getting worse thanks to that damn Gato. A little angry at how her country was suffering thanks to some idiot. A tap against Naruto's back pocket and he can see what looks like a little girl running away with his wallet into an alley. Tsunami, someone just stole my wallet. I'll leave a clone with you to make sure you are alright. I will be back. Oh okay Naruto, just don't hurt the children. He then runs off after her into the alley only to stop at what he sees. The black-haired girl is giving his money away to kids around her age and telling to go buy some food. She then ran further down and tossed his wallet in the trash and went into what looks like a box under some rubble. He walks over to her to get a better view of the girl. A short and petite girl with light skin and purple eyes. Her hair is black, with several strands that reach to the bottom of her neck and one bang that goes down the middle of her face to her chin. She hears him and looks up at him with surprise, only to shake it off and get in a makeshift fighting style. Naruto can't help but smile at her and think to himself. Oh yeah, she has got a spark in her. But it also makes him a little sad at the fact that a girl only 9 has to fight, which means this is not the first time someone has found her. Hello there, you remember me, you just robbed me and gave all my money away. He says, getting on one knee, getting eye to eye with a little girl. Yes I do, and it was for a good cause. She replied without even being feared. Naruto smiles even more at her attitude. Man, I said the same thing when I stole that food and gave it to Panda-chan at the orphanage. I hope she is doing well. He chuckles at her and then sits down, much to her confusion. I am not going to do anything to you, okay, I did the same thing when I was your age. He says, giving her a sad smile, making her lower her defense a little bit. What are you talking about? I am 9, so are you telling me you also used to live on the streets? She says, eyeing him. Yup. But you have on a leaf headband, you must have had a good life in your nice comfortable village that is said to be the strongest. She gives him a glare. He shakes his head at her. That's just what they say when people visit and only go to the rich part of the village, and they talk about how the will of fire and mighty heroes fought to make the village what it is now. Truth is that fire is slowly dying down and being corrupted, but that's why I am here to make the village what it used to be when everyone was happy and no one suffered. Why are you telling me this? She asked, sitting down in front of him. Because I was once like you, I too had to fight for my life and started stealing and giving what I had to those who needed it. All while getting nothing in return but empty promises. She looks down at his words because it is true. But I don't do it just to get a thank you, these people need this, and I am just simply helping them. He smiles at her. What is your name, little girl? He asked, giving her a warm smile that made her feel comforted. Rukia. She says with pride, sticking her chest out a little bit. Making Naruto laugh at her, causing Rukia to pout only to be replaced with a chuckle until she starts to laugh with him. If someone were to see this scene, it would look like a father and daughter having a nice time. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He grins at her and she does the same. Well, Rukia-chan, would you come with me and let me help you for a change? Give her a fatherly smile that makes her feel comfortable again. Why yes. She hesitantly takes his hand, hesitantly not wanting this to be a trick. Only to be surprised when he pulls onto his neck and he holds her legs while she has her hand in his hair. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She says from the top of his head. I am going to take you shopping, Rukia-chan, we can't have you in those rags forever now, can we? This makes the black-haired girl surprised at this. But I thought I gave all your money away. She is a little sad at the last part. I have extra money in a seal I keep on my thumb. He unseals the money much to her shock. Naruto, what are seals and how did you do that? Seals are an art that ninjas use to do battle, or in my case seal things away. You can do a whole bunch of things with seals. Wow, are you any good at using seals? She asked in a questioning tone. Am I any good? I'll have you know I am a seal master of the highest caliber. Cool, do you think you can teach me seals? She says a little shyly. Naruto looks up at her and then grins. Of course I can teach you seals. Do you have good handwriting? This makes her look down. No, I do not know how to write. I can only read. Don't worry, I'll teach you everything. He gives a warm smile. Now what kind of clothes would you like to wear, Rukia-chan? I would like a kimono. I've always wanted one of those. Well then let's go get you one. He then starts to walk the streets of Wave looking for any stores that would have what he is looking for to get Rukia, while also giving away some of his foods to the people of Wave who need it. They eventually find a store and they go in to see the poor state the store is in. Okay, Rukia-chan, go find something you want and I'll tell you what looks good. She nods and then runs off looking at the clothes. The storekeeper, a middle-aged man, whispers to Naruto. You know, sir, I think it's really nice what you are doing for that young girl. She is always stealing from Gato's men and giving people of Wave the food and money and barely taking enough for herself. When she isn't lucky they would beat her up, but she would always try to fight back, but as a little girl she wasn't able to do much. The man says a little sadly. Naruto clenches his fist at what the man is telling him. I'll be damned if I let one of those bastards lay a finger on her. He thinks to himself, making his eyes change from ocean blue to blood red for a second. Hey Naruto, what do you think of this one? Does it look good on me? She is wearing a purple kimono with white snowflakes on it. A navy blue obi that wraps around her waist along with white slip-on sandals. It looks beautiful, you little snow princess. Naruto says to her, making her give him a bright smile that makes his eyes a little watery, but he shakes it off before anyone notices. He then walks to the cashier and gives him a little extra, which makes the man bow his head and thank him. Okay, Rukia-chan, let's get you something to eat. He then picks her up and puts her on his shoulder again. What are we gonna eat, Naruto? Well, I am staying here for a mission, and this nice lady named Tsunami will be making food for us. A mission, she asks him. Yup, the leader of my village gave my team a mission to come out here, and I will go back home when it's done. He says, not noticing her small frown at his last statement. Hey, you want to help me catch some more food for Tsunami, so I can show you a cool trick? Yeah, I do. She says, giving a smile again. Only to be surprised when Naruto jumps on top of the roof and starts to jump from roof to roof. And then Naruto, this is really bumpy. She gets out flying up and down on Naruto's shoulder. Okay, how about I fly then? He gives a foxy smile. You can't fly, that's impossible. Only to be shocked when Naruto takes off in the air, making her scream. Izuna's house. Hello everyone, I am back. Said Tsunami, letting everyone know she is back. Finally, will you get started on dinner now? I'm hungry. The old drunk says, coming stumbling out of the kitchen. Hey, where is Naruto? Asked the copycat ninja Kakashi. Oh, someone stole his wallet and he went after her, leaving a clone with me that just poofed in smoke. Well, I hope he hurries up. It's getting dark outside. Anko says worriedly. Mama, now I'm sure your little boyfriend can take care of himself. He is a big boy. Kakashi says, trying to tease Anko only to have to dodge a snake that came flying at him. Everyone stopped when they could hear screaming and laughter coming from outside, and they all went outside, even the emo Inari. only for the family and Team 7 to drop their jaws at what they are seeing. It's Naruto flying, doing tricks and laughing at the girl on his back. He then flies down to the ground so they can go inside. Then Naruto why would you do that if you were flying too fast? She then falls face first. Only to get up and chase the laughing blonde around trying to punch his lights out. Naruto-kun. The shout of a running Anko and Fox coming snap them out of their fun. Hello Anko-chan, Kasumi-chan everyone, okay. He says getting a kiss from Anko and a lick from the fox. She just put her lips on your Naruto. She says making a yuck face at what they were doing. It's called a kiss. You do it to people you love. He says to her with a grin. Everyone else is just watching them in confusion. You guys did see him flying around right? A Pinket said. Everyone nods at that. Sasuke and Inari walk off to be emo to the sadness of the two girls. Later we can find everyone at the dinner table finishing the dinner of cooked fish and rice, thanks to all the fish Naruto caught. Naruto was sitting at the end of the table with Rukia in his lap and Kasumi on his head again. Anko to his left looking at him and Rukia with a blush thinking about how a good father Naruto would be, is at the other end of the table looking at Naruto with a small smile with Inari next to him who has a scowl. Tsunami across from him who has a look in her eyes at seeing her son. Team 7 is on the other side of the table. Okay guys, I have some important things to say about our mission. Kakashi says, closing his book looking at everyone. Zabuza is still alive, he did not die like we thought he did, and that hunter ninja is helping him and he most likely taking a week to recover like me. Tazuna's family gasps along with Team 7. Well, good thing you guys called us or you would be in real trouble. Naruto says smirking, making Sasuke angry. We don't need you dead last. Sasuke covers his mouth quickly. He then sees Naruto grinning evilly. Don't worry dude, I can't get you right now. Sasuke sighs until he looks to the left only to be kicked in the face by a shadow clone of Naruto, which makes him and the fox start to laugh, while everyone else holds in their laughter a little bit. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura says going over to him to help him only to be pushed away. I don't need your help weakling. He walks upstairs. I am going to bed. Well, I think we all should go to bed as well. Naruto says picking up Rukia. Tsunami-chan, the dinner was great. Is there a place where we can sleep? She blushes at what he said. Why yes and thank you, allow me to show you where it is. He follows her along with Anko and the fox which Kakashi eyes with a suspicious gaze, wondering if it is what he thinks it is. Naruto places Rukia in the futon and walks away only to stop when she gets up and hugs him saying thank you. Naruto returns her hug with a smile. Naruto then walks out the room only to see Anko smiling at him who gives him a smirk. You are like a father to that girl, and I think she likes it, you do know that we are gonna have to leave this place right? She tells him. He sighs at this. Yes I do know and I think I will ask to adopt her and come back with us to the leaf. But they don't know Rukia is listening to this and is crying tears of happiness and can't believe this. She then runs out and jumps on Naruto. And laughs. Yes, I would love to be your daughter papa. She says still crying which makes Naruto also cry with happiness. Okay my daughter. Anko and Kasumi watch this with smiles on their faces. XXX. It is early in the morning at the house of Tazuna and we can see all the applicants of the house begging to wake up while some are still trying to get in extra hours of sleep. Kakashi is already up and getting some early morning reads in before anyone can interrupt him. Sakura is still sleep mumbling about nonsense. Sasuke is up doing morning workouts thinking of his brother. Inari can be seen walking the halls to his mother's room. Tsunami is just waking up to make breakfast for everyone. Tazuna is on the floor passed out from too much drinking. Anko is sprawled out in her futon with one leg out and a plushie of Naruto close to her. Naruto is in the futon with one Rukia attached to his right arm with blinking eyes seeing where she is. Wow, that was the best sleep I have ever had in my life, she says looking around with sleepy eyes until she remembers what happened last night, so it wasn't a dream, I really have a D-dad. She then tries to shake Naruto awake, but he doesn't budge. An evil smile appears on her face. So you don't want to wake up ha papa, well I know how to wake you up. She then gets up silently and stands over Naruto, evil grin still in place. She then jumps up as high as she can and comes down screaming. Wake up. She comes down with an elbow drop to his stomach. This causes Naruto to shoot up with wide eyes and he can hear a laughing Kasumi in his head. Rukia-chan, what W was that for? He was able to get out through labored breath. Rukia could only stand there with a smirk in place at what she did to her dad. That thought makes her smile. Good morning daddy, I just needed you to wake up so you can teach me how to write like you said you would. This causes Naruto to smile at her and pulls her into a hug. Good morning to you as well baby, he then kisses her on the top of her head. He then puts her in a headlock and gives her a noogie. This is the scene to one Anko walks in on and can't help but smile at them. Well, you two seem to be having fun, Anko says with a grin leaning against the door. Well, when you two are done I would like to let you know that everyone else is up and Kakashi wants to talk about training. Okay Anko-chan, we will be down when we get dressed, he says, getting up only for Anko to turn around with a red face at what she saw. Oh my god, he's so big it was sticking out of his boxers. Maybe I should check again to be sure I saw what I saw was real. Only to sigh sadly because he put on orange jogging pants and a black long sleeve. Okay Rukia-chan, I'll teach you how to write and a little about seals while we wait for dinner. They then walk out, but not before giving Anko a peck on the lips. They made their way downstairs saying good morning to everyone, getting replies even from Sakura. Naruto sits at the table and Rukia in his lap jumping with excitement at learning how to write. Okay Papa, I am ready, what do we do first? She says looking at him with a smile. This is a scroll I use to write seals in and I want you to practice writing your name, let me show you how it is done first. He then writes her name on the scroll. Now you go. She then takes the brush and starts to concentrate so hard she even sticks her tongue out to the side of her mouth, much to the amusement of everyone else. They then spend 45 minutes teaching her how to write and she is able to write her name fast while making all the letters in the alphabet. Okay teams, I have some training I want us to do. He says with his eye smile to everyone in the room. My team, we will be doing something that can increase the efficiency of your jutsu. This got Sasuke up and ready to go immediately, while Sakura also had a fire in her eyes, much to the happiness of Kakashi. He looks at Anko and Naruto still helping Rukia. Anko does Naruto already know the basic exercise, this causes her to grin at him. Kakashi, he can fly. I think that's all you need to hear. Naruto-kun, I want you to do some training as well. Work on some more water manipulation. You mentioned you couldn't make waves in a still lake yet, well now is your chance. She says to him, making him understand. Okay Rukia-chan, how about we unlock your chakra and teach you how to walk on trees while you see how awesome your dad is, he says giving her a foxy smile. Really, we can unlock my chakra, that will be so cool. She then jumps up and gives him hugs and kisses all over his face, making everyone laugh except Sasuke and Inari who have scowls. Why are you even trying? You're just going to die anyway, there is no hope for us. He says, running off with tears in his eyes. But before he can get away, Naruto hits him in the head with a water bullet that makes him fall. Watch your mouth, brat, you haven't even seen what I'm fully capable of, he says, giving him a smirk to help cheer him up, only for it not to work, and Inari still ran off. Then Rukia hits him in the head. Papa, that was not nice, you hit that boy in the head, and he was already about to cry. Causing him to sulk his head and everyone else to laugh at him. Outside. Okay Rukia-chan, just focus on the inside of your body, and you should feel it inside of your body, and when you feel it, I want you to grab it and then pull it until it explodes out of your body. He explains to her. Okay daddy, I will give it my all. She then begins to concentrate, sticking her tongue out again, making him think how cute she looks. Only for him to look at his leg and see Kasumi between his legs in her fox form. What is it, Kasumi-chan, want to see my daughter kick ass? He asked, smirking at her. Yes, I also want to tell you about your mother, she says to the wide-eyed Naruto. She was my previous container and best friend, but when she was giving birth to you she was kidnapped by some masked man, and I already told you about that masked guy. She says, looking at Rukia, who is now sweating from what's happening. Did she love me? He asked her, feeling a little worried about something he always wanted to know. This makes Kasumi smile at him. Love isn't even the right word. She was overjoyed to be a mother. She was up all night talking to me about all the things she was going to teach you, most of the time I wouldn't listen because she would just go on and on. She says. Laughing at the end. Naruto sheds a little tears at what he is hearing about his mother and that she loved him. What was her name? He asked, a little more control of himself. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, part of the Uzumaki clan, which makes you the heir to her clan. She says, smirking. I knew I was from some kind of clan, the things I had just made it impossible for me to be some average child, especially if I was able to hold the queen of the Biju. He says at the end, giving Kasumi a smirk, making her stick her fox chest out. They are snapped back to Rukia when she releases chakra, as much as a high chunin would have, making the two go wide at her. Dad, I did it, my chakra is unlocked. I can feel it all over my body. I feel like I can do anything. Running around and throwing punches and kicks in the air. Kasumi-chan, is it me or does her chakra feel kind of cold to you? He said to her how cold the air got because of her chakra. Yes Naruto-kun, I can feel she is a Yuki and has the power of ice. Okay Rukia-chan, that is good, now I need you to focus your chakra in your feet and walk up the tree like this. He then shows her how it is done. Okay, I have my own training to do, so I'll leave some clones with you, and if you need me just tell a clone and tell me. He say, making 100 clones to go train with him. Okay dad, when I am done I'll be up a tree with no hands. Giving him a nice guy pose, making an echo of youth sound in the distance. Later that day. We can find Naruto in what seems to be an ocean that used to be a lake. There are massive waves, and laughter can be heard along with the chants of someone saying they finally did it. A massive wave 20 feet tall is about to crash down, and we can see our blonde hero surfing the wave with a shit-eating grin on his face, along with his laughter. Ahaha, and they called me a madman. They were right, this is so fun, I should take the gang to do the surfing thing I just came up with. He then jumps off the top of the wave and crashes in the water. Okay, now I just need to finish the final step of water manipulation, which is making the flow of a waterfall reverse, and I'll be a master. I think I can go back now, it is getting pretty late. He says, looking at the setting sun. I wonder what Tsunami-chan is making for dinner, some good food is what I need right now. He then flies off to the house of Tazuna with a smirk at giving a nice show to the spy. A girl about his age with long black hair and soft brown eyes which are currently wide as saucers at what she just saw. I have to tell Zabuza-sama what I just saw. If he is their backup we will most likely not win. She then runs off to do just as she had said. Azuna's house. Damn girl, can you get off the ceiling already, you're leaving footprints all on my ceiling. A slightly drunk Azuna shaking his fist at the girl who is sitting on the ceiling smiling. Why don't you make me, you old drunk? She says, giving him the middle finger that she learned from Anko, who is over at the table, laughing with Tsunami, who has a hand over her mouth, trying to stop herself from laughing, while Sakura is holding her stomach laughing. Tazuna goes red with anger and walks away mumbling about bad children. Hello everyone, the handsome and baddest ninja has come back from his training. Naruto says in a soaked black t-shirt and white jogging pants with his ninja sandals. The wet shirt is hugging his muscles, making all the girls stare, even Sakura. Daddy, you're finally back. Said a giggling Rukia who dropped from the ceiling, landing on top of his head with a smile still on her face. Hey, I see you got the tree walking exercise down, that's really great. He says, rubbing her head much to her excitement. I also learned something else. She then shows him her middle finger. Anko-chan showed me how to do this. Naruto then slowly turns his head to Anko, who is sweating nervously at the look Naruto is giving her. Anko-chan, why are you teaching my daughter such bad habits? Well, she asked me to learn some hand signs, and I thought I should teach her that for perverts. She says, trying to defend herself from the wrath of her father. Not a good enough answer. I think I will give you 50 spankings tonight as your punishment. He says, grinning at Anko, who blushes and is scared at the same time. And now there is no need for any of that in Naruto-kun. She says, hoping to stop him from doing that to her. No, I will, but now let's eat. I'm sure Tsunami-chan has made us some good food. He says, quickly sitting at the table with Rukia in his lap. Oh Naruto-kun, you are too kind. Tsunami says, red-faced. Everyone sits down and starts eating, laughing, and everyone talking about how their day went and what else they have planned. So while I was out training I made a whole ocean and invented this new thing called surfing, and it is really fun. It can get the blood pumping and helps with control, he says, laughing at the shock of everyone. Naruto-kun, can you show me please? I want to surf. Anko says, giving him the puppy dog eyes. Only to be disappointed when he turned his head just in time. Papa. You will take me, right? Rukia says, giving him the puppy eyes. Oh, how could I say no to my little snow princess? Naruto says, rubbing his face against hers, making her giggle, only to be stopped when a hand is slammed on the table. What is wrong with you people? Why are you just sitting here laughing and talking about all this training like it will ever amount to anything? You're all just gonna die, so you should just give up. He says, yelling at everyone. Oh come on kid, I'll take you surfing as well if that is why you are so mad. He says, laughing at him. Shut up, you are sitting here laughing and playing around. You don't know anything about this country or what it's like to suffer. You live in your comfortable village without a care in the world, you don't know how hard we have it. He screams, glaring down at Naruto, who had stopped laughing and now had his head down and eyes shadowed by his hair. His one smiling face had been replaced with a deep scowl on his face, one of the likes anyone has never seen beside Anko and Kasumi. Don't know how hard we have it, don't know what it is like to suffer. As he is talking, the winds pick up, thunder starts to sound off, the waves outside start to clash violently. You really don't know how good you have it, do you? You foolish child, you have a mother at home who gets up and cleans up after you and your grandfather, a mother who worries about you, a mother who helps you when you are hurt, a grandfather who is putting his life on the line, just so people like you who are too scared to do any work can live happily. He says all of this while the storm picks up and his hair changes white for a second. All the occupants of the room worry for their safety. When I was your age I was on the streets fighting for my life just to find a place to sleep and put food in my stomach. Fighting the people I am sworn to protect. But did I complain? No, I didn't. I kept getting back on my feet. He says with all in an electrified tone, scaring everyone and even Rukia a little bit, who is looking at her dad in horror. For a reason I had no idea about until 2 months ago, from a traitor who tried to kill me and someone I hold close to me. When was the last time you went into that town, boy? There are kids your age and younger who are on the street starving, struggling just to make it past this week. He then gets up and sets the wide-eyed Rukia in Anko's arm, who is giving him a sad smile, with a couple tears in the corner of her eyes. He then kisses them both. Daddy will be back later, I have to clear my head. He walks outside and a lightning bolt strikes him, and then he's gone. Leaving everyone speechless. Hey Kakashi-sensei, did all that really happen to him? Sakura asked in a shaky tone, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. No Sakura, it was much worse. Naruto was often in the hospital when the villagers would gang up on him and he would have to fight back. He says, shocking everyone. This makes Rukia clench her fist and she makes a vow to protect her dad. You know, when Naruto found me I stole all his money and gave it away. Rukia speaks up with tears going down her face. I was living in a box and barely had food and clothes to eat, but I never let it stop me because that's what cowards do, and Rukia Uzumaki is no coward, she says, running upstairs to the room she shares with her dad. Most smile at what the young girl says while Tsunami, Inari and Sakura are still shedding tears. Why didn't anyone help him? And I was so mean to him, I just feel so terrible. Sakura cries more when remembering how she treated him. That loser was just joking, he was always pulling pranks and running around with that stupid smile on his face. Sasuke says only to be shocked when he is slapped by an angry Anko. He is sending him massive kai, making him shake like a leaf. Kakashi grabs her to calm her down only to be pushed off. I am going to Rukia-chan. Kami knows she needs someone to help her. But her daddy problems. Anko says, walking upstairs, leaving everyone to do whatever they want. I think it's best if we all go to sleep. We have some more training to do tomorrow. Kakashi speaks up, clapping his hands, and everyone goes to their rooms. Next morning. It was the morning after Naruto had his little outburst at Inari. He just had to get away. He didn't mean to yell at the kid like that. He had to get away from his daughter who was scared of him. Will she leave me now that she has seen me like that? Will she think I'm a monster? He asked in a scared tone. The once forest Naruto was in now looks like a storm came through, but with Naruto, I guess that is not far from the truth in his case. The once tall trees were all destroyed and laying on the ground, with some looking like they were hit by lightning. Naruto's clothes had scratch marks all on his clothes, cuts and dirt on his face. This was the scene Hakuyuki came and was looking for some herbs for her master. That's the boy I saw yesterday, what is he doing out in the forest? This is my chance to get rid of him because Abusa-sama didn't believe me. She thinks, a little irritated at her master. Hovering a hand over to him, she is surprised when something unexpected happens to her. Beep. A girlish sound comes from her lips when Naruto pulls her down and puts her against him. Her face is as red as a tomato. Something like this has never happened to her. She can hear him mumbling about how she was some plushie-chan. Excuse me Mr. Kanwayupi, please let me go. She says, red face when getting a feel of his body. What? Why would I let such a beautiful girl out of my arms? A smirk playing on his lips. But I am a boy. Trying to lie to make her way out of this position. That might work on some bandits, but it will not work on me. So tell me, did you come back to try and spy on me again? He says, giving her a foxy smirk. This causes her to go wide-eyed before making eye senbon and jamming them in his chest and jumping back, getting in a position with more senbon in her hand. Ow, that hurt. Pulling the senbon out of his hand, he then floats up. You know you should give your name before stabbing someone. Unbothered by the fact that he had just pulled senbon out of his chest. My name is Haku. She is a little surprised at how he just pulled those out of his chest. Well Haku-chan, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me Naruto-kun. Giving her a charming smile makes her blush a bit. On a serious note, you are a Yuki clan member who can use ice release. Haku just nodded, a little shocked at how he knew that because not many people were aware of that. Yes, I am, and I am the last of my clan. She then goes to tell him about how her clan was killed by the civil war in Kiri and how her own dad tried to kill her and her mother, but she got away. Naruto can sympathize with her and feels a sort of kinship with her. He then goes to tell her about his life and how they are kind of similar. They then spend another hour just talking and telling each other's funny story until Naruto drops a bomb on her. Haku-chan, I believe you are not the last member of your clan, my daughter I believe has the ice release. She is next to him in an instant with hope in her eyes at maybe finding some family. Do you really mean it, Naruto-kun? How can you be sure? Well, when she unlocked her chakra, the area got a little colder, and her chakra also feels a little similar to yours because they both have that cold feeling to it. Haku shed a couple tears because the same thing happened to her. I don't believe this. I always thought I was the only one left, but she is a part of my clan. After this little mission is over, can I meet her? Haku asked, giving Naruto the puppy dog eyes with tears and a quivering lip almost as good as his daughter. Okay, but you just have to try not to die, and tells Abusa to hurry up because I want to test his blade against one of the 7 and see how good I am with my blade. Okay Naruto-kun, just be careful when you fight him, he is really strong. Naruto smirked at her, which unnerved her a bit. Oh Haku-chan, I thank you for worrying about me so much, maybe I should give you a reward. He trails a finger up her side and trails a hand to her chest, but Haku backs up red-faced and panting. And then Naruto-kun, we should not do that. I have to go. She then runs off with a basket of herbs, and a chuckle can be heard from Naruto. Well, let's get up and get going before they send a watch party after me. Taking off in a bolt of lightning, he makes his way to town for a gift to apologize to Anko and Rukia. Izuna's house. I swear when he gets back here I am going to feed him to my snakes. Anko could be seen pacing back. Not to mention I didn't get my spankings. Rukia could be seen pacing with Anko as well. When Papa gets back here he is going to get introduced to my fist. She says, bumping her fist together. Hello guys, I am back. Did you miss me? Only to have to dodge snakes and punches from his daughter. Hey, what is going on here? Dodging an attack, he grabs both of them in a hug and they start to sniffle a little bit and he hugs them tighter. Look, I got you guys some gifts to make it up to you. Pulling out the gifts, they are both shocked at what they see. For Rukia it is a bunny Onisi suit, and for Anko, it is a black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom. They both jump and give him kisses on the cheek. They both say thank you to him, but are interrupted when Sakura comes over to Naruto a little nervously. Naruto, can we go talk somewhere please? She asks hesitantly. Sure, we can bubblegum. He rubs her hair, messing it up, making a tick mark appear on his head. They walk upstairs, but not before giving Rukia a kiss on the head and Anko a kiss on the lips and a slap to the ass. The two go into Sakura's room and Naruto can't help but try to tease her about it. Wow Sakura-chan, if you wanted to get me in your room by yourself, all you had to do was ask, he says in a sexy tone, causing her to turn the color of her hair and inner Sakura to pass out with a nosebleed at all the things she just pictured. And then no, I just wanted to say get some things off my chest, you know. She says, waving her hands and face still red. Well, there is not much to get off your chest, so we won't have a problem. Causing a tick mark to appear on her head. Naruto Baka, can you just listen to me? She yells, trying not to hit him. He laughs at her and then just smiles and motions her to go on ahead. I just want to say that I am sorry for having treated you the way I did and always being mean to you and hitting you for no reason. My eyes have been opened to the world a little bit at how the ninja world and how people are now. I realize Sasuke-kun, no, Sasuke isn't the person I thought he was. I want to be a better ninja in person, and I want to know if you can help me with that. She says to Naruto with a straight face. Naruto can only stand there with a stoic face and unmoving posture, unnerving her a little. He then smiles at her, and she gives him a little smile back. Don't worry Sakura, I forgive you, but I can't feel the same way about you the way I used to. But it is obvious you don't have a strong male in your life, so I will be that for you. You can now call me Big Brother or Oni-chan. For Sakura's part, she can't help but let out how this has gone. Okay big bro, and will you help me with training? Naruto wraps her in a bear hug, picking her up. Of course I will. When I am done with you, Tsunade Senju will be nothing compared to you. She hugs him back, feeling relieved and happy at how this planned out. Naruto then moves his hands down to her butt, giving a squeeze, making her go red in the face. Wow Sakura, no wonder your chest is flat, everything is going down to your ass. Sakura is red with anger and embarrassment at this. Get your hands off me, pervy big brother. She hits him in the head and huffs and walks off. Damn, she hits as hard as ever. This is gonna be a fun week. I'll run her in the ground for all those hits. He gives an evil chuckle that goes through all of the house, making everyone shudder, even Kasumi, who is in the seal watching all this. Wave Country. The week has passed in Wave Country, and all the citizens were noticing small changes around the town, such as the lack of Gato's men, and the food markets would have a bunch of fish outside of their stores with notes attached. Waves make way for storms, and a storm is coming. The note read, and many of the citizens began to hope again, only if just a little. The kids were no longer on the streets, there was a huge house for the kids to live in, and some adults to help take care of them. Food, clothes, and furniture was in the house. All thanks to Naruto making a bunch of clones that went back to the village, which was only a 3-hour trip with him flying at his full speed. That didn't mean he still didn't train, he often had clones go to the bridge to help Tazuna, who was having a hard time with the lack of workers. He trained his wind element some more because out of his 3 elements it was his weakest, and he wanted to fix that because he had some wind jutsu he wanted to use like wind dragons and wind tornadoes and so on. Sakura also kept to her word and started taking her training more seriously and even tried to calm down on her fangirl tendencies towards Sasuke, who didn't seem to notice. Naruto often made her work out with him, which left her unconscious by the end of the day, and she would wake up and yell at her Ani-san for making her run 50 laps and do 100 push-ups and sit up with resistance seals. That is another thing he worked on, was seals. He was now able to make his own resistance seals, something he was excited to try because he saw it made your overall body stronger by buffing your speed, reaction, and durability. He applied them to Anko, Kakashi, and Sakura. He didn't want to tell Sasuke. He set Anko, Kakashi and himself to level 3, which felt like they were moving through sand, and it was even hard to fly at first, but he was just glad he didn't apply the gravity seals yet. He was saving that for when he got back to the village. Rukia slow. It training with them, doing all the physical training and chakra control, and much to the dismay of Sakura, even Rukia could outlast her in stamina, but it only made her work harder, which made Naruto happy at his new little sister's determination. Rukia also showed great skill in swordsmanship, and Naruto promised to get her a real sword when they go back to the village. But for now she used a wooden sword. It was not just all training, he often played with Rukia and Anko, getting to learn more about them, such as, Rukia's birthday was January 14, and she had an older sister who was killed by Gato because she did not want to work for him. This only made Naruto want to rip his heart out even more. He learned her favorite was animals, and she wanted a pet rabbit to name Chappie. He learned Anko had a soft spot for rabbits, often leading to Anko squeezing Rukia's head in between her breast when she would wear her bunny. Honestly, Naruto got her, much to her embarrassment. Naruto and Rukia could be seen spread out on the futon with the sheets all over the place. Rukia had a leg over Naruto's face, which had a bunny head at the end of it. Naruto had one of his legs across her back. Both of them were snoring, often waking up Anko, who was next to them. Tsunami walked in the room, and only sweat dropped at what looked like the two were fighting in their sleep. She went to wake up Rukia, but she was kicked by her other leg, pushing her back some. Ninjas are so weird. She thinks of walking to Naruto to wake him up, only to be surprised again. She let out a gasp because Naruto pulled her down and was now spooning her, making her go red in the face. "Oh my Kami, what is he doing, pulling me down like this? I hope no one sees this." She tries to wiggle out of his grasp, but only makes it worse by rubbing her butt on Naruto's crotch, making him moan in his sleep. And then Naruto-kun, could you please wake up, your team has left. She says, being able to turn around in his arms. Getting to look at his face so close to hers, she can't help but to blush even more at how handsome she looks. Moving her face closer to his, she moves back when he starts to wake up. "Tsunami-chan, what are you doing here?" Blinking a couple of times, he can see Rukia sleeping on her stomach in a T position. Turning back to Tsunami, he grins at seeing her blush and the position the two are in. "Tsunami-chan, if you wanted to get in bed with me, all you had to do was ask," he says, pulling her closer to him, making his Harding crotch brush her wetting folds, making her go red and breath a bit heavily. "And then Naruto-kun, we should not do this right now. Why your team said to meet them at the bridge." She got through labored breaths because Naruto started laying kisses on her face and neck. "Okay Tsunami-chan, I'll go, but when I get back this ass is mine," he says, giving it a smack, making her pass out due to nosebleed. "Rukia-chan, wake up, daddy has to go. I want you to stay here and protect the house for me while I go to the bridge." Giving a kiss to her forehead, he leaves a blinking Rukia and a still passed out Tsunami in the room. He sees Inari, who has warmed up to him after he apologized for how he acted and what he said. "Good morning Inari, I have to go, make sure you stay the man of the house for me while I'm gone." He rubs his hair and tosses him a kunai. "Use that on anyone who threatens what you hold dear." "Oh okay Naruto, you can count on me," Inari replied with determination. Naruto then walks out the front door and makes 10 sealess shadow clones to watch the house just in case. He then jumps in the trees going to the bridge. Bridge. Damn, I knew I should have woken Naruto up. That emo duck butt is getting beat up, and not to mention Zabuza called for backup, and it just had to be Raiga Kurasukia, who keeps talking about funerals. His train of thought is cut off when she had to dodge a blade swing from Zabuza and water dragon from Raiga. "Damn, I am glad we took those seals off, or this would be even worse for us," Anko said, jumping back to back with Kakashi. "Yes, you are right, and our new speed isn't helping us much because we don't have a wind jutsu strong enough to blast away this mist." "What's wrong Kakashi? Sharingan not helping you see through the mist?" A chuckling Zabuza could be heard through the mist. "Yes, your funeral will be amazing," the insane Raiga said, laughing. "Raiga, someone is coming and they are really strong." The sound came from the back of Raiga as what looked like a boy under a blanket. Ranmaru, who is it and how strong are they? Raiga, what is that brat saying, is the student for Anko Cummings, Zabuza said, appearing next to him. Yes, it seems so, and Ranmaru says he is strong. Zabuza scoffed. This little brat isn't that strong, he is probably just as strong as that Icha. While on the inside he is not having the same conversation. This must be the brat Haku was so worried about who could fly and make 20 feet waves, if so we are in trouble. Meanwhile Naruto could be seen speeding through the trees, and sparks could be seen jumping off his body. Izuna's house. Tsunami could be seen waking up with a red face, remembering what had happened before she passed out. Naruto-kun was so dominant over me, is he really going to have sex with me when he gets back? She shakes her head, but a part of her hopes he does because she would be lying if she said she didn't want him to take her to her room and just have his way with her. No, don't think like that, we have better things to do other than to think about how Naruto-kun will stick his no-ass stop at Tsunami. She walks off to check on the kids to see what they were doing. They were playing cards and it looked like Rukia was winning if the smirk on her face was anything to go by. The two had become close friends over the week once Inari had stopped acting like an emo. They were all stopped at doing whatever they were doing when the front door was kicked in and two thugs walked in with matching grins and weapons out ready to use them. Alright, Tsunami, just come with us and we will leave these little brats alive. The thug with a purple beanie says with a katana out and walks over to her only to be stopped when a girl gets in the way. I will not let you have her. I was trusted to keep this place safe from harm. Rukia says, getting in a stance with her wooden sword at the ready and ice-cold eyes she copied from her papa. Rukia-chan, you don't have to do this. I will go and no one will be hurt, Tsunami says, trying to walk in front of Rukia only to be stopped by Inari, who gets in front of her shaky. Rukia is alright, we won't let you take her. Inari says, trying to get confidence. Rukia notices his shaking and tries to give him some help. Inari, in a battle the ones who get in the way are not the ones that lack power, but the ones who lack resolve. She shouts to him, making Inari focus and also ready to do battle, unknowingly making Naruto's shadow clone proud at her words. Little brat in a bunny Odyssey and a wooden sword thinks she's gonna beat me. The bandit laughs while the clones of Naruto are ready at any second but want to watch to see how they will do. Let's go then. Rukia shouts, charging the bandit with a thrust only for the bandit to jump to the side, but he does not dodge the leg sweep Rukia did, which knocks him to the ground. Rukia then goes for a stab to his groin to immobilize him, but he then rolls over and gets up. I wasn't going to hurt you too badly, but now I'm gonna kill you. He rushes at Rukia's shoulder, tackling the girl to the ground and stomping her in the stomach, making the girl cough up spit and some blood. Not so hot stuff now, are you, little brat? He then goes for a stomp to the head. She hits him in the back of the knee, folding his leg backwards, making him fall enough for her to hit him in the throat with her hand, making the man gasp for air. Rukia quickly gets up and kicks him in the balls and hits him in the head with her sword repeatedly. The other bandit rushes her, hoping to catch her while she isn't looking. Rukia turns to see him coming, aiming his sword to pierce her in the chest, and just when Naruto is about to jump in the way, something unexpected happens. The man is impaled by an ice spear that is going through his chest from the ground, leaving the man to wiggle at the end, only to be stopped when Inari runs and stabs the man in the back. Everyone is silent at all the things that just happened. Rukia is looking at her hands in shock, and Inari is also shocked he just killed someone. Clapping could be heard as a shadow clone of Naruto walks through the open door with a proud smile on his face. He then opens his arms to the kids and they run to him crying. Papa, IJ just KK killed someone. Rukia says, crying into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I also killed that guy. Inari says, crying in Naruto's shoulder as well. SHHH, don't worry, you two, you did what you had to in order to protect what is close to you, and I am proud of both of you. He says with a kind smile on his head, making the two feel a little better. Are really the shaken up, Rukia says, getting her crying under control. Yes, I also heard your little speech you gave to Inari, little Miss Bossy Pants. He says, teasing her a bit, trying to make them feel better. Shut up, Baka Otu-chan, Rukia says, hitting Naruto upside the head, making everyone laugh. But why don't you guys go round up the villagers and tell them to come to the bridge, tell them the waves make way for a storm. He then walks to Tsunami and whispers in her ear. I didn't forget what I said earlier, I hope you are ready. He blows in her ear, making her shiver. Goodbye guys and be safe. I am off to kick some ass. He disappears with the dead bodies. Bridge. Naruto could be seen floating above the bridge, just having received the memories from his shadow clone, and he couldn't help but smile at what the two kids did and Rukia activating her bloodline. Alright, I guess I can make my entrance now. He releases his resistance seals for the first time in a week and he can already feel the difference in his speed. He then inhales and lets Out of breath and lets out a jutsu with no hand seals. Wind-style great breakthrough. Instantly a huge gust of wind hits the bridge, knocking all the mist away and knocking everyone one of their feet, even the Jonin fighting who were caught off guard. Naruto-kun, it's about time you got here, we could really use your help. Anko shouts, making her way over to him along with Kakashi. Yes Naruto, it seems Zabuza has called backup and we were having trouble fighting them in the mist, but thanks to you, we won't have to worry anymore. Kakashi says, taking this chance to catch his breath. Sorry about that, but don't worry, I will take care of the rest from here. Oh, and Anko, tonight I will be rearranging your organs and making sure you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Naruto-kun, I can't wait. I am gonna ride you till the morning. She replies in a sexy tone with a little pink on her face at what he said. Kakashi, despite the situation, gets a little nosebleed. So Kakashi, tell me what I am dealing with these two guys. Naruto says in a tone with all jokes aside, and only a warrior spoke, making Kakashi straighten up and also get serious. Zabuza is a A-rank missing ninja from Kiri and a master at silent killing, along with being an ex-member of the Seven Ninja, Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Raiga is also an ex-member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. He is in possession of the Kiba blades which use lighting and is somehow able to predict our movements, but I think it has something to do with whatever is located on his back. Thank you Kakashi, I will handle these two. Go and check on the Uchiha in the Hall of Ice Mirrors while you Anko go and move Sakura and Izuna to a safe place. Things will get a bit messy and I don't want to hit anyone. He says in a tone leaving no argument, making the two nod and run off to do what he said. Okay you two, I am your opponent and let's hurry this up. I have a sexy MILF waiting for me to return and tear it up. He says, unsheathing his sword, making the two swordsmen who know of that style back up in fear, because all swordsmen who are worth something know about the famous Moonlight Sword and its style that was set to cut through mountains and lay the odds to rest with only a single stroke of the blade. How do you have that blade, a brat like you should not be able to wield something like that. The scared Zabuza said, why yay, it must be a fake, I'll give you a funeral for even copying that blade. He shouts, raising the blades in the air, making lighting appear and strike the blades. Lighting wave, he shouts, making waves of lighting to race towards Naruto. Cute. Is the reply Naruto gives before smacking them out of his way to the shock of both ninjas. How? That move has killed plenty of Jonin before. The shocked Raiga said with wide eyes. Wow, if that really killed Jonin, they must have been some weak Jonin. A smirking Naruto replies, still moving forward. Let me show you how to make waves. Naruto raises his hands to the sky, and faster than what Raiga did, lighting strikes his hands. Lighting wave, faster than Raiga could move, he is struck by all of the bolts, leaving him panting with blood coming down his lip. Now that's how you do it. He sends them a smirk, making them mad at him. Fine, then I will just use my blade and cut you up. Raiga and Zabuza charge him. Naruto with a grin charges the two with his sword out. Zabuza aims a high sword swing, while Raiga goes low to cut the blonde in half. Let's dance. Naruto jumps over them both, kicking Zabuza in the back, and Raiga dodges barely, but still suffers a cut that reveals a boy on his back in a sleeping bag. A boy with purple hair that is long at the back but forms bangs at the front of his face that stop above his eyes, showing glowing red eyes that look like the Byakugan. So you are telling him how to predict our attacks. Ranmaru, are you okay? Raiga looks at the boy, who is scared. Yes, I am okay, thank you. I think you will be coming with me, kid. There is a clan similar to yours in the Leaf called the Hyuga. They will be able to help you. Naruto speaks to the boy. I won't let you take him. Raiga says, getting ready to charge again, only to be surprised when his back feels lighter and he can see Ranmaru no longer there. The lady is already gone, Naruto says, tossing Ranmaru in the air, making him scream only to be caught by a flying clone. Okay, now that your little secret weapon is gone, you will die first, Naruto says in a serious tone. You bastard, Zabuza, buy me some time, I am going to wipe him off the map. Raiga says, aiming his swords to the sky, trying to gather as much lighting as possible. On it came the reply from Zabuza. Naruto then engages in a sword fight with Zabuza, who is shocked that this kid is keeping up with him, so he picks it up to Jonin level speed and strength, but much to his surprise Naruto is still matching him with a grin still on his face. He goes for a thrust, but Naruto sidesteps and stabs him in the stomach, only for Zabuza to turn into water, and Naruto is sliced in half. Brat was all talk, Zabuza is cut off when Naruto turns into lighting, and Zabuza can do nothing. Got you. The grinning blonde says, giving Zabuza a slash across his chest. Amgaki, clever trick. The demon of the mist says, getting to his feet. They then charge back at each other, clashing blades, but this time it is Zabuza who can't keep up with the blonde, who delivers strikes that are fast and precise. Naruto cuts Zabuza on his side while dodging to the left, missing a thrust from Zabuza that leaves him open, and Naruto capitalizes on it by slashing him on his back, leaving a deep cut that makes blood gush on the ground. Naruto jumps back, weaving a swipe that would have taken his head off. 17th Dance Twister. Naruto turns into a spinning twister, giving Zabuza cuts all over his body, making the former Miss Danbu cry out in pain. Naruto comes out of the twister grin still on his face, loving this battle. Come on, Demon of the Mist, I'm not done dancing yet. 18th Dance Mixer. Naruto unsheaths his sword faster than the eye could see. The next thing Zabuza knew was he got cut all over his body, making him drop to the ground, barely able to stay awake due to all the pain he was in. Damn Zabuza, can you do anything right? But it doesn't matter, my ultimate jutsu is ready. He then smirks at Naruto, who is giving him that grin still that pisses him off. Prepare to die, brat, lighting of the heavens, he shouts and aims his blades that are crackling with lightning at Naruto. Now die. Wow, he wanted to buy time for something this week so I could make a bigger lighting show in my sleep. Let me show this foolish man the true power of lighting. Naruto then leaps up to the blast and covers his arm in lighting something similar to that of Kakashi's lightning blade. Naruto then cuts the bolt in half and flies into the grey storm clouds and disappears. What? That is impossible. How the hell did he just cut my strongest jutsu like it was nothing? And where the hell did he go? Laid back down by Divide Music, you don't have to, but this song helps this scene. Everyone on the bridge stopped what they were doing, even Haku, who was in the ice mirrors with a knocked out Sasuke, and a Kakashi who took this chance to get out of the mirrors with Sasuke. Anko and Sakura look up in the clouds and can hear the laughter of Naruto while also seeing flashes of blue. The villagers on the way to the bridge look up and see it as well, even Beidou's men on the side of the bridge see it. The bloody Zabuza can barely look up to see what looks like a storm coming, and he can hear the laughter of that blonde brat. The Haha prepare to see what real lighting looks like. Came the shout from the clouds, and what everyone sees leaves them shocked and strikes fear in the hearts of the blonde enemies. Zabuza even faints due to shock and fear. Storm release Dragon of the Heavens, Naruto shouts, and a blue dragon made of lighting comes out of the clouds, giving a bone-chilling roar, and Naruto has a shit-eating grin on his face at the look of fear on Raiga and Gedo's men's faces. Now know the true power of Naruto Uzumaki of the storm release. Naruto jumps off the dragon, going down at Raiga, who can only stand there and take the hit. Naruto walks over to the place of impact and he can see that it left a huge hole in the bridge and not even a single trace of Raiga could be seen left. Man, I always leave nothing left of my enemies. He then notices some swords to the side. Oh, is that the Kiba blade? Well, don't mind if I do. He then picks them up and they sparkle with lighting for a little bit. Then Naruto-kun, that was awesome. Shouted Anko, jumping onto Naruto, who happily caught her. My god, that was easily a S-rank jutsu, and I can see he isn't even tired from that. He probably held back to not destroy everything in range. He hasn't even used the chakra of the 9 tails, and he only has scratches and burn marks on his clothes. Naruto, just what are you? These are the thoughts of Kakashi, who is shocked at the display of power he just saw. Clapping could be heard coming from the end of the bridge, and some smoke moves to reveal that it is Gedo and his thugs, who are a little scared at what they just saw. So Zabuza, you failed and they call you a demon who can't even kill some kids. He then sees everyone on the bridge. Alright men, kill everyone but leave the women, especially that purple-haired one. I am going to have some fun with her. He gives a lustful grin at the Anko in Naruto's arms, who has a scowl on her face. Anko-chan, I am going to kill these guys really quick and then we can go back to the house and get it on. He gives her a deep kiss and a pinch to her nipple through her fishnet. Okay, and Naruto-kun, don't take too long, the slightly dazed Anko said at the kiss she just received. Alright, you guys will all die now. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Clones of Naruto appear and they all pull out their swords. Okay guys, let's lay waste to these idiots who dare threaten our women. They all rush into the bandits, who charge with a war cry, hoping to get some lucky shoots. What could only be described as a massacre is the scene the citizens of Wave appear on the bridge to see. One man but multiple versions of the man are all over the place, slicing and killing the bandits with brutal strikes that they won't be getting up from. Unrivaled technique. Final, a large blast of wind comes from one of the Narutos, who delivered a straight punch to the air. 5 clones have a group of the remaining 50 bandits and they are huddled together shaking. Galaxy split, and next thing. Everyone knows that the clones seem to disappear and not even Kakashi's Sharingan can see them. The bandits fall, losing their heads. And then there was one little mouse in the trap. A bloody Naruto says, with blood staining his black long sleeve under his armor. This turns Anko on at seeing how badass her man looks in all that blood. DP, please D, don't kill me, I'll do anything. Gedo says, getting down on his knees to beg. Money, women, land, I have anything you could want. I want you to sign this paper which hands over your company to Tazuna. I want the code to your safe and the location of your base so we can take everything. Naruto says in a cold tone, scaring Gato so much he just did what he said without even thinking about what he said. Here I did what you asked, why you let me go, right? The still scared man said. I never said that, you are going to die for making my daughter suffer and killing her sister. Naruto then throws Gato high into the sky and gets in a stance to attack. Heaven splitter, Naruto whispers, but still everyone heard what he said. Then again everyone is shocked to see Naruto slice his blade vertical and up in the sky, and Gato is split in half, and even the clouds are split, revealing a bright sun and blue sky. What the hell, this boy could have killed me easily, so why did he let me live? An awakened Zabuza asked, looking at the blonde in respect at what he just saw. Are you kidding me, he just split the fucking sky, this is going to be one report. Though Kakashi. Oh yeah, I'm riding him until the bed breaks. A soaking Anko, though looking at Naruto with lust as if reading her mind, turns to her and winks, making her blush. The people of Wave all let out cheers at what just happened to Gato and their now free country. They all run to Naruto and start to call him Naruto-sama and throw him in the air up and down, making him laugh. Wow, Papa is really strong. I hope I can be as strong as him one day. Rukia says. Anko hears what she says and rubs her bunny ears, making Rukia slap her hands away from her head. You're gonna need a lot of training if you want to be strong like your daddy. Anko says, smirking. Naruto, finally able to get down from the villagers, walks to his group. Alright you guys, let's go back to the house so we can rest and party. He says the last part with a grin, making all the villagers cheer and run into town. Hey Naruto. Zabuza calls the blonde. What is it, no brows? Naruto says with a smirk. The tick mark appeared on Zabuza's head and a giggling Haku could be heard. Why did you let me live when you could have killed me easily? He asked, wanting an answer. Well, if I killed you, Haku-chan would be sad and I can't have that. He says, removing the mask of a blushing Haku. What does she have to do with it? Zabuza asked with a raised eyebrow at the blonde. Well, she loves you like her father and I can't kill her father, now can I? He said, smiling. This surprised Zabuza, who looked at Haku with wide eyes, who looked away feeling embarrassed. Haku, is that true? He asked with surprise in his voice. Why yes, Zabuza-sama, but I will stop because I am only a tool and tools don't have feelings. She said the last part sadly. This earned a smack to the ass for Haku and a smack to the head for Zabuza. Haku-chan, you are not some tool, you are a beautiful girl who just has a shiny father. He says, giving her a charming smile, making her blush, while Zabuza got another tick mark. Then Zabuza, stop being an ass and tell her you love her too, or you get the same treatment as Gato. He says, grabbing his sheath, making Zabuza go wide-eyed and run towards Haku. Haku, I also love you like the daughter I have never had. Please forgive me so I don't die. He says on his knees in front of Haku. Haku only laughed and helped him up. Zabuza-sama, I could never hate you and I forgive you. She says, giving him a hug. Alright, all is well and good, now let's go party. Naruto then picks up Anko in a bridal style. You ready to get your world rocked time? He says, smirking at the blushing Anko. Why yes I am, now let's go. Izuna's house. The group arrives at the house with Zabuza and Haku. Everyone sits in the living room area. Naruto can be seen running upstairs with Anko over his shoulder, who is giggling like crazy, along with a blushing Tsunami. Well, I guess he is gonna get his mission payment early. Kakashi and Zabuza giggle like perverts, causing them to be hit in the head by Haku and Sakura, whose faces were red at knowing what was gonna happen upstairs. Upstairs in Tsunami's room, Naruto threw the two on the bed and started to remove his gear, giving the girls a show, making them drool at his muscles. He puts up a silencing barrier and walks to them in nothing but boxers that do little to hide the monster peeking out his pants. Okay, I hope you girls are ready. I will be testing out this never-ending stamina of mine. He says, grinning at the two women in front of him, then he jumps on them and the sounds of skin hitting skin, along with moans of the ladies having the best time, echo throughout the room. Next morning. Naruto could be seen slowly opening his eyes to only close them when the sun shined in his eyes. A quick curse to the sun and he tried to get up only to realize he couldn't move. There was a tuft of purple and black on his chest, then he remembered what happened last night and could only grin. It was his first time, but he performed like he was doing it his whole life, and by the satisfied looks on their faces he would guess so. He rubbed their heads, whispering for them to wake up. Anko-chan, Tsunami-chan, it's time to wake up. He lays kisses on their heads. No, 5 more minutes, the half-awake Anko said. I don't want to leave bed just yet. Tsunami mumbled. He could only chuckle at them. Well, if we don't get up someone might walk in on us, and you don't want that, do you? Well, I would get up if I could feel my legs. Anko said, hitting him on the chest lightly with a cute pout. Why yes, I also can't feel my legs. The embarrassed Tsunami said. Well, I did tell you I was gonna tear that ass up, didn't I? He says smirking, making both girls blush. Why yes you did, but you were like an animal, and it was my first time, and you ravaged me like I never thought possible. A blushing Anko said. Well you did ride me like you said you would, and let me say those melons were bouncing like crazy. Naruto says, grabbing one of her breasts, which makes Anko moan. Yes, Anko-chan is right. I have never been taken like that before. I was always the dominant one during these things. A blushing Tsunami said. Yes, I thought it was your first time we would be able to be in charge. A pouting Anko said. But I don't mind as long as it is you. She blushed and turned her head. Ah, no need to be embarrassed, there was none of that when you were calling me Naruto-sama when I had you in dogcha style. He says, laughing at the red-faced Anko. You too, Tsunami, when you were up on the wall. I had to pick you up because you almost fell to the ground. He turns to Tsunami, who looks aware red-faced at how she was. Ah, okay, let's get up before someone walks in and gets a good view. How about we take a shower and clean up? He then looks at them like a predator at its prey. And maybe we can have another round in the shower. The two can only shiver at his gaze and get turned on by it even more. An hour later and a couple orgasms later, the two girls can be seen limping downstairs with bright smiles on their faces, and Naruto is smirking like he won the jackpot. Everyone looks at them with knowing grins except the kids who don't know what is going on. So how was it? A giggle escapes Zabuza as he couldn't help himself. It looks like you three had a good night. He giggles alongside Kakashi when they are both hit by blushings Haku and Sakura, who mumble about pervy teachers. We had a good night's sleep. A blushing Tsunami replied, limping to the kitchen. I'll make breakfast so we can get started on our day. Good morning, Papa, Rukia says, jumping in Naruto's arms. Look what I can do. She then makes a rabbit out of ice and gives it to Naruto. Oh wow, when did you learn how to make these? He replies to her, taking the rabbit. Well, big sis Haku showed me how to do it. Turns out we are from the same clan, and she is going to help me train my powers. She says happily. Well, that is great, maybe she can come back to the village and show you how. He says, looking at Haku, who is surprised. I would love that, but I have to stay with Zabuza. She says a little sadly at not being able to follow her new little sister. Haku-chan, you can go with him back to the village if you want to. I was gonna head back to the rebellion in Kiri and maybe help them out with all the money we got from Gato. There is no way we should lose. He replies to everyone in the room. That is what you had planned all along, isn't it? Naruto says, looking at him. Yes it is, I can't go back to the lead having killed one of its ninjas. Now. But Zabuza, will you be okay without me? I know it can be hard for you sometimes, are you sure? Haku says worriedly. A tick mark appears on Zabuza's head. I am not some little kid, Haku, I can take care of myself. Okay Zabuza, I will miss you. She cries a bit and gives him a hug. Okay team, we just have to wait until the bridge is done, and then we can make our way back to the leaf and take some time off. Kami knows I need it. He finishes the last part in his head. A week goes by with everyone helping finish the bridge, and with the help of Naruto's shadow clones, it didn't even take that long. They spent the rest of the week having a town celebration of their new hero Naruto. He even got a statue made, much to Sasuke's anger, who was filled in with the details of the battle, and he vowed to go to the council and make him hand over all his powers to him. Naruto also kept training, and Rukia would train with Haku, while he made Sakura practice with him, who was starting to show signs of getting better by being able to do 10 laps around the whole village without stopping, but still could not do all 50 like Naruto and the other Jonin could, which made her sad, but Naruto fixed it by putting her on his back and flying her around the sky. Inari had started to call him Otu-san, which made Tsunami blush at thinking of having kids with Naruto. Kasumi had been a little distant with Naruto, and it made him worry about her because she has never been like that. He said he would talk to her when he made it back to the village because he missed her. Bridge. The whole town was at the end of the bridge wanting to wish Naruto and the rest of his team goodbye, and all of Team 7 and Team 11 were there just accepting all the praise with smiles on their, and Inari were also there. They had wanted to go back with Naruto to the village because they thought it would be great for them, while Tazuna ran the village. Naruto had developed a fan club, much to the girls' irritation. Okay, goodbye everyone, we will see you when I come back, and we are gonna have a huge party. The crowd gives a big cheer at his words. Goodbye Naruto-sama, we love you. His fan club said, and he smirked and winked at all of them. They all start to walk off the new named bridge called the Great Naruto Bridge. Much to his happiness and Sasuke's annoyance. They all walk down the path answering questions of the curious kids and Tsunami until a crossroad appears. Alright, this is where I leave you guys and see you some other time. Zabuza said, giving a hug to his daughter who was crying. But they are stopped when a group of Mistanbu appear. Zabuza Mamachi, you are to come with us. The captain said, walking up to the man. "Yeah, so you can kill me? I don't think so," he says, pulling his blade off his back. "No, you have it wrong, the war is over and we have a new Mizukage," he said, pulling out a paper with their mission on it and a message to Zabuza. He read the message and started to shake with fear at who is the new Mizukage. Mei Terumi is the new leader. He remembers all the times she tried to kill him with those lava balls and shuddered. "Okay, I will come with you guys." "Well, would you look at that, everything worked out just fine," Naruto said, smiling. "Now let's get back, I need some ramen." He then picks up Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari, putting them in the arms of clones while he goes through a couple hand signs. "Water style water shockwave," he shouts, and a wave as big as the gates of Konoha form, and he jumps on top of the wave, making its way to the village at high speeds, laughing the whole way while some of the others screamed. "This is gonna be a crazy report," Kakashi cried in tears at his problems. Gates of Konoha. We can see the ever-present guards who defend the village with all their might and years of fighting those who dare to challenge their village. Izumo and Katetsu. "Man, I am so bored, I wish something new would happen," Katetsu says, drawing another card from the deck. Him and Izumo often play cards to help pass the time because on days like these, it just goes by so slowly. "Stop complaining, we have a duty to do for the village, we have an important job. We must make sure no person who wishes to harm the village can come in," he says, placing down his cards for a royal flush with a grin. Katetsu can only sigh and slump in his seat at another loss in his belt. "You only say that because you keep winning," pointing a finger at his best friend. Izumo puts his hands up in defense of his statement. "Hey, no need to play the blame game, you just suck at this game." He then sighs. "Where is Naruto when you need him? He always keeps this place feeling lively." "Yeah, who are you telling? He has gotten so strong he even beat Anko, and we can't even beat her if we team up," Katetsu replies with excitement when talking about Naruto. Turns out he has always been a fan of Naruto's pranks and his new powers. "Yeah, he will most likely become a Jonin before we do." Izumo replies, a little sad at that part. "Hey, why don't we start to train again? Maybe we would be able to get prompted as well," he says, a little excited at the last part. "Yes, you're right. We will start to train tomorrow and we will be able to kick Naruto's, but in no time." The two high-five each other at their new goal. But the two are stopped when the ground starts to rumble and they can see trees being knocked down in the distance. "Anbu?" Katetsu yells, making 5 Anbu appear out of nowhere. "There is something coming from the tree line and I can sense multiple chakra signatures. Squad, I will get on top of the wall to check, you stay here and wait for any attack that might come." They all do just as they said, with them getting their weapons ready. What the Anbu sees surprises him, it is a massive wave of water coming this way. Everyone perform the basic earth wall and put in as much chakra as you can. The captain says, jumping down, and they all perform the jutsu. As the wave approaches they can all see it and hear the waves crashing and what sounds like laughing. Prepare for impact. A second later they are all smashed with the heavy waves and the wall starts to crack and some water shoots through some holes. Hold it. The captain screams only for all the water to disappear. "That was fun, Naruto-kun, can we do it again?" Anko says, hanging off of Naruto with a wide smile on her face. She wasn't the only one smiling. Kakashi, Sakura, Rukia, Tsunami, Inari, Sasuke, and even the now free Ranmaru, who was stuck in a ceiling seal until Naruto released him. Everyone on the other side of the wall and even other ninja who had come because they felt all the chakra being used along with some civilians. They froze when they heard the name Naruto. Some were confused, was he the one who did all that chakra in massive waves? "Ah, don't you worry your pretty little head, we can do it as much as you want," he replied, laughing until he saw everyone looking at him. "Oh, hey there Katetsu and Izumo, how's it going?" Waving a hand like nothing happened. "Uzumaki-san, did you create this huge wave?" the captain of the Anbu asked, getting out of his shock. He wanted to take this brat to the Hokage and have him explain why he did what he did. "Yes, I did, awesome, right?" he says, grinning at them. "Hell yeah it was, can I come next time?" an Anbu with a lizard mask said. Only to be hit by another, to be quite. "You bet you can, I'll even take you guys." He points to the gate guards who are shaking with excitement. "Uzumaki-san, that was dangerous and could have harmed someone. I will take you to the Hokage office and have you explain your actions." "Mama, no one was hurt, we just wanted to make it to the village fast and he used this to travel here," Kakashi says, trying to calm down the problem. "Kakashi-senpai, you were also involved in this. I must tell everyone how childish you have become." The Anbu then tried to walk to Naruto and grab him, but Naruto pushed his hand away. "If you want to take me you will have to catch me," he replied with a devilish smirk that scared the Anbu because they knew they could not catch him. "I will not be in these games, Uzumaki-san." Just he was cut off when Naruto hit him with a paint bomb that turned his clothes pink, making everyone laugh at him. Fine, if that's what you want. When I catch you I will cut your legs off so you can't run anymore. He then orders the Anbu to engage him. You guys go ahead to the old man's office and I will meet you when I shake these guys. He says while running into the village at high speeds the Anbu could barely keep up with. Will daddy be okay? He said those guys are the elite of the village. A worried Rukia asked Haku, who only picked her up. Don't worry Rukia-chan, Naruto-kun has told me he was able to avoid those guys at your age, so I'm sure he will be just fine. Haku says, rubbing her head. Well, we can leave him to have some fun with those guys while we go to the office. I am sure he will have lose them by the time we get there. Anko says, starting to walk off, and the group follows him. While walking through the village, Rukia, Tsunami, and Inari are amazed by how big the village is and can't believe how many stores that they have. But they also feel a little anger towards them because they are the same ones who were hurting Naruto. When the group finally makes it to the office of the Hokage, they can hear voices in the room and it sounds like a meeting is going on. They decide to go inside to see what is going on but are shocked at who they see. The current Raikage, who has blonde white hair that are in braids with dark skin. A build that is built for muscles and to grapple and throw heavy punches that will leave you in the hospital. 2 companies with him. The one to his right is Killer B, the 8-tails Jinchuriki, and has a build similar to that of his brother the Raikage. On the other side of the Raikage is a woman who has a more slender build with light skin and blonde hair that goes to her back in a braid, who happens to be the 2-tails Jinchuriki. They all stop when Team 7 and 11 enter the room, and a moment of silence is there until it is broken by the old Hokage, who gives an awkward cough. Hello teams, I see both missions were a success. He says, giving them a smile, trying to make the awkward situation go away. Yes Hokage-sama, our mission was a success, but had some weird things go on during the mission, and my report will definitely be one for the ages. Kakashi steps up speaking after giving a bow to the Raikage, who only nodded, recognizing who he was. He then motions for Tezuna's family along with Rukia and Haku to walk forward, and they all are a little nervous at all the high-class people in the room. Hello Hokage-sama, my name is Tsunami, and this is my son Inari, and we wish to join the village. The woman speaks up a little nervous. The old Hokage can only give a grand fatally smile at them, which makes them feel a little better. Okay, what makes you come to our village if I may ask? Well, I came here to be with Naruto-kun. She replies, blushing at remembering Naruto and how many times they had sex of the week. I see, so you are sharing him with Anko. The old man and Kakashi giggle like perverts. Oh Hokage-sama, they are sharing him alright. Kakashi says, hinting at what they did, making Anko and Tsunami blush. Shut up you pervert. Anko says, hitting him in the balls with a red face. The old man gets a bit off a nosebleed at what he is thinking, but he wipes it away. The Raikage and his group can only sweat drop at what is going on. It's like they totally forgot we are here, and who is this? Naruto they keep talking about. Must be some lucky man if 2 women are sharing him. Okay, we can talk more about that when Naruto-kun gets here. He says, getting under control a little bit. Now what about you 2? Looking at Rukia and Haku. Well, my reason is similar to Tsunami-chan, I also wish to join the village, but as a ninja. Haku says, making an ice rabbit, much to the Hokage group from Kuma's surprise. Hey old man, don't forget about me, I can also do that. She then makes another ice rabbit like Haku. They are surprised again at this because there are 2 clan members that could bring in new bloodlines. Haha old man, I can see you hanging with Naruto-kun a lot, can't you? He replies, laughing at her name for him. Of course I will, he is my dad after all. Rukia says, smiling. The Hokage stops laughing and looks at her in shock. Daughter, he must have picked her up on his mission, and with how similar these 2 are, I can see why he did that. But if raises her to be just like him, oh my god, this is not good. Another prankster, and she has ice powers, she will also be really strong. I need to find another successor to take my place, or I will die from a heart attack with these 2. He then starts to sweat heavily at all the things that go through his head at the possibilities. Hokage-sama. Oh, sorry about that, I was lost in my thoughts for a second. So you wish to be adopted by him? I shall write everything up now. He pulls out some papers and starts to write at light speed so he can help Naruto and this girl. By the way, where is Naruto-kun? We need him to sign and give me a report. He says, looking at them. Well, the Anbu were after him because we arrived at the village on a wave the size of the front gates, and they wanted to arrest him for scaring them and causing trouble. Kakashi says, a little bit nervous. Haha, this sounds like a very fun guy. I wish to meet him, where is he? The Raikage says, laughing at everything this Naruto guy was doing. Well, he should be here in a little while, you know how the Anbu can never catch him. Anko replies with a wave of her hand. Raikage-sama, I can feel a great power coming here, and it feels similar to mine. Yujito says, looking outside for the power closing in fast. Yeah bro, this power is massive, it's even stronger than all of us, B says in a rare moment of seriousness and a little nervous at the power. Everyone turns to the window where they can hear the cheers of the crowd and catcalls of the ladies. They can see what looks like something is coming. Everyone from the Leaf already knows, but those of Kumo have no idea and are getting ready for anything. The haha dynamic entry, the shout comes from Naruto as he is seen coming through the window with a grin in place and in his blue armor, similar to that of the second Hokage. I told those Anbu they wouldn't catch me, not even when I'm on my deathbed would they get me. He says, dusting himself off while taking a look around at everyone with wide eyes. Appa. The shout came from Rukia as she ran to him and he caught her in his arms while spinning around, making her giggle and laugh. Hello my little snow princess, is everything going okay with the old man? He replies, smiling at her still in his arms. P.S. and I called him old man just like you said. But Hakni-chan says I must call him with respect and she hits me on the head. Would you punish her for me daddy? Rukia says, doing the puppy eyes jutsu on him with tears in the corner of her eyes. Oh don't you worry, I will be sure to make sure Haku gets spankings for making you cry. He says, giving Haku a smirk, making her blush and covering her butt. But she is right, we must address him with respect, even though he is an old man he is still the strongest ninja, after you kick his dad that is. He says, puffing out his chest, making her giggle. Yeah, I want to be a kick-ass ninja too. She says, waving her hands up only to be bonked on the head by her dad. Language or no candy for a week. He says, giving a stern glare, making her go wide-eyed. A week, no. I promise I won't say the bad words ever again. She shakes him, looking at him with horror. Well, I better not catch you saying any bad words. He says, smirking at her. Naruto-kun, you can do that later, we have other matters to get into. He says, trying to get things under control. Ain't no problem, Lord Old Man, what do you need? He says, stepping by his team, ignoring the Kumo group who are looking at him with wide eyes at seeing what he just did and how everyone is all calm. Breakage dono, we will continue our talk tomorrow for the exams if you don't want to listen to all this stuff. No, that's okay, I am really interested in this group you got here. He says, eyeing all of them. Hiruzen nods his head and then looks to the teams and asks for the report and what has happened. An hour goes by and Kakashi is just now starting to finish his report about what has all gone down on the mission. With wide eyes at what he is hearing along with the hidden Anbu and Kumo group. So Haku, you used to work with Zabuza and now have split up and want to join our village. He says, looking at her. A quick nod from the girl and he sighs. Well, if that's the case you will have to go on a probation for 2 months and then after that you can join our ninja ranks like you asked. Okay Hokage-sama, I understand, she bowed in appreciation. For the meantime you can stay with Naruto along with the new Rukia Uzumaki. He said, smiling. Making Naruto smile, but Rukia was asleep. Tsunami and her son will also live with you. Not a problem, but I am gonna need a bigger place with all these people. Can I have the direction of the Uzumaki compound? I know one must still be here. This makes the old man freeze and a little nervous and scared. And Naruto, don't old man, I don't agree with what you did, but just let me have everything that belongs to the clan and scrolls from my mother. And we can call it even, but come the Chunin exams I expect to know who my father is. Okay Naruto-kun, I'll give you everything. He then goes and opens a slot under his desk and takes out scrolls and sealed letter. Here, this is everything Kushina sealed up before she died to the Kyuubi. W. Wadey is the son of Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. The Raikage shouts, losing his cool for a second. Wow, my mom sounds pretty badass if she was able to make you react like that, and she also got a pretty badass nickname. Naruto says, smirking. Kid, you have no idea, that woman was scary. Killer Bee shivered at hearing the laugh of the Red Death. Can I see a picture of her please? Naruto said, looking at the Hokage with hope. Well, there are better ones at the compound, but I guess you can look at this old one. Grabbing something from his desk, the Hokage hands a picture to him and Naruto gasps. Oh my Kami, my mom is freaking hot. The blonde says, making everyone sweat drop at what he said. Really Naruto-kun, that is the first thing you say when you see her. Anko smacks her face in exaggeration. I can't help it, just look at her beautiful red hair and round face that just makes her look even more cute. Not to mention her rocking body and cup size. Naruto-kun, you do realize you're checking out your mom, right? Tsunami says in a blank tone. Well anyways Naruto-kun, now that you know you're in a clan you will have to go in the craw and I have to tell the council of this along with your daughter and Haku. The old man says a bit seriously. If they try anything stupid or talk out of line they are dead, no questions asked. Naruto said, dead serious, looking at Hiruzen who tries to suppress a shudder at his gaze. Okay, and about your bloodline, they will also try to force women on you. It won't work, only I will pick who gets a piece of me. He then picks up Rukia and walks off to his house and the rest of his group. Well, Hokage-sama, that is one interesting kid you have there. The Raikage said, sitting in a chair. Yes, and I can sense he holds the Kyuubi. That must be why he is so strong and can do all those jutsu he said he did. Vegito says, speaking up. Yeah, ain't no way he's stronger than 8-0 as a little brat, but if he thinks he's good he can always come and mess with the bullwee. B says, rapping again. You have it wrong, he's never used the Kyuubi chakra once. The old man says, shocking all of them. B, but why are they not on good terms? Vegito asked. He tells me they are really close, he just hasn't met anyone where he needed to use the chakra, so he only has fought with his own power. Shrugging his shoulders at them. Well, when we get back to Kumo we will have to tell our genin to up their training. The buff Raikage says. And not to mention he didn't even acknowledge that we were in the room. He is a little bit pissed at that part. Uzumaki compound. We can see Naruto walking with a sleeping Rukia and Inari on his shoulders sleeping. He is walking with Tsunami, Anko, Haku and Ranmaru who have all decided to stay with him. So Ranmaru, when we get settled in and they have the council meeting, I will introduce you to the Hyuga head and try to get you in their clan and they will help you. He speaks to Ranmaru in the arms of a clone. Oh, okay, thank you for doing all this for me. He says a little shyly. They all stop when they get to a gate with a giant red swirl in the middle of it. He sees seals on the gate and rubs some blood on it, recognizing it as a blood seal, and the gates open to a compound in perfect conditions due to the seals that help keep the place clean. Wow, this place is huge. He says, looking at the massive front yard that has a stone pathway in the middle. They begin to walk the path until they make it at the front door, and Naruto puts the key in and opens the door to a massive mansion with space enough for them to stick a pool in the middle of the floor. Holy crap, this place is huge. Anko says with her jaw on the ground. I know, look at that kitchen. Tsunami says and quickly runs to it with stars in her eyes. Making everyone sweat drop. Rukia-chan and Ari-kun, wake up and look at your new house. He says softly, shaking the kids awake. Appa. They both say at the same time. Yeah, that's me, now look at your new house. They turn around and go wide-eyed and start to run around. Rukia even walked on the ceiling making Inari pout because she didn't help him. Rukia-ni-chan, pick me up as well. He says, reaching out. She grabbed his hand and tried to pull him up. Little bro, you are so heavy, what have you been eating? She says, struggling. What, I am not heavy, why you rabbit brain? He says to Rukia. What did you call me, fish brain? She says, getting his face. Rabbit brain. Fish brain. The two disappear in a comical cloud of smoke, fighting and throwing insults at each other. Alright, you two, you can stop now. He says, walking up only to be hit by a flying carrot, making the kids stop and look at their dad in horror. Alright, you kids are gonna get it now. He then makes a water whip to spank them and start jazzing them around the compound. Making Anko, Haku, and Ranmaru sweat drop. Well, they can go and play, how about we go pick out our rooms? Anko said, getting out of her shock. Yes, let's. Haku said, picking up Ranmaru who needed help to walk. Once Naruto was done playing with the kids, he goes into the master bedroom where he can see pictures of his mother and a blonde man who. Him. This is the fourth Hokage, am I the son of the fourth Hokage? He sits down on the bed in shock. Looking around he can see more pictures of the two and then see a pregnant Kushina along with Minato Namikaze. So my own dad sealed Kasumi-chan into me. He smiles a little bit holding the picture and some tears come to his eyes at finally knowing who his family was. I was born to be a badass. He chuckles a little bit at that statement. He gets up and walks to the closet seeing all his mother's clothes and his dad's cape as well. A little big but I can grow into it. He says, taking the cape off. I will tell the group and those I trust. He leaves the room to go to the front of the house. He sees Tsunami in the kitchen happily cooking lunch. Rukia and Inari in the backyard training with Haku. Anko is on the couch eating dango watching TV with her coat off, leaving her only in her fishnet shirt with Ranmaru in her lap, also eating dango with a smile. It's what I always wanted, friends and family to call my own. He says a little more tears are coming to his eyes, but he wipes them away and walks to the front door. I am going out. I will get the rest of your stuff, Anko, and also mine so we can get settled into our new home. Everyone smiles and waves him goodbye. Streets. In the streets he can see many people giving him smiles and nods from the ninjas and the kids still smiling happily at him. It seems as if they are starting to see me for me and not Kasumi-chan. He frowns at the fact that she is still not talking to him. He is cut off when he can smell his favorite food and he goes over there to greet the two people who work there. Hello you guys, have you missed me? He said sitting in the seat reserved for him. Then Naruto-kun, is that you? The shocked AM says, a little pink on her face at seeing how handsome he looks. Oh hello Naruto, where have you been? We thought you forgot about us. Sorry about that, I was training and also just got back from a mission. But can I get some of that food of the gods? he says, drooling at the food. Sure, Naruto-kun, just don't do that again, okay? Am says, hitting him on the head. Sorry Ni-chan, I won't do it again. He then spends a little while eating 30 bowls of ramen and telling them about what he has been doing for the last 2 months. And to say the two were shocked is an understatement. He said he would show them during the Chunin exams if they made a poster and cheered with his new family. They agreed to it instantly, making him laugh. He is now walking from Anko house with all her stuff in a scroll and was now making his way to his house, only to be stopped when an angry Kurenai Yuhi jumped in his path, giving him a death glare. Hello Kurenai-chan, I've missed you. He said, smiling. She blushes a little bit but shakes it off because she is angry at him. Don't Kurenai-chan me. Where have you been, mister? She says, getting in his face, making him raise his hands. I am sorry, I wanted to tell you I had a mission with Anko, but it was an emergency and I couldn't find you. She looks at him for a bit before sighing. Okay, that is a good reason, I just overreacted a bit, I understand. Don't worry Kurenai-chan, how about I make it up to you? He grabs her and pulls her into an empty alley and pushes her against the wall, making Kurenai blush and try to look away. But Naruto grabs her by the neck and whispers in her ear. How about I rip these clothes off you and take you up against this wall? Giving her ear a bite and kissing her on the neck, making her moan. And then Naruto-kun, no we can't do that. She says through moans, arching her back a little bit. He then starts to run his hands down her sides and grabs her by the ass and gives it hard smacks. He slides a hand in between her legs and grabs one of her breasts, giving it a squeeze. My Kurenai-chan, you are all wet. You are liking this, aren't you? He says, smacking her ass again. He then plants a kiss on her lips, making her eyes go wide at getting kissed by Naruto for the first time. She then gets over the surprise and starts to kiss him back, trying to get control, but is stopped when he picks her up, making her gasp, and he sticks his tongue in her mouth. Naruto-kun, I like you. She says, red-faced at everything that is going on to her. I know I am going to have to share with Anko, but I am okay with it. She already told me it was okay. Well, that's good because I am in the craw and you are gonna have to share with some other women. Leaving her shocked. I knew this would happen, at least I can have you to myself right now, she says, going back into the makeout session. Oh Kurenai, can you naughty girl, it seems you are a pervert. She blushed at what he said before she smirked. Only for you Naruto-kun. She says, reaching in his pants only to go wide-eyed. How are you so big, you're only 13. She says, a bit more shocked. Well, I look like a 15-year-old and that means certain parts of me also look older. He says, smirking at her shock. Just ask Anko and Tsunami when you get back to my compound, they will tell you all about it. Why you and Anko had sex? She says, shocked. Yup, and I tore that ass up. But don't worry, our time will come. He gives her ass a smack before body flicking her to his house and giving Anko her stuff, getting a kiss from her and giving Tsunami a kiss as well. He left to go back to get his things from his house. When he was finally done with it, he was walking back down the streets of the village when an Anbu appeared in his path. The council wishes to speak with you. The Anbu said and disappeared. I knew it would come sooner or later. He then body flickers to the chambers. Council chambers. In the chambers, all of the clan heads and the civilian members can be seen all together, with the Hokage at the end of the table and everyone else on the sides waiting for the Uzumaki to show. Hey there, old man, is it already time for this meeting? He says, standing in the middle of the room with everyone looking at him. He looks at all the civilian heads with a blank face, unnerving some of them until he sees Sakura's mom and gives her a charming smile. Because out of everyone she was always nice to him and helped where she could. This makes the young blonde blush a bit at how handsome he looks. He then looks at the clan heads and nods, but when he sees Hiashi, he stares at him for a little bit, making the room tense a bit. I have something to talk to you about, Hyuga. He says in a neutral tone. It is Hyuga-sama to you, boy. He responds in a blank tone matching Naruto. You get my respect when you earn it. But I have discovered a child on a mission with powers similar to your Byakugan, but his eyes go red and he lacks physical strength because of his eyes from what I could see so far. Hiashi eyebrows raised a little bit at what he was hearing. I want to see him for myself. I will go get him now. He disappeared in a lighting body flicker, shocking everyone. Only to come back a moment later with him. This is Ranmaru and he has the bloodline I am talking about. Ranmaru then activates his powers, and Hiashi is shocked because it is something that was only shown in the early years of the Hyuga days during the Warren States area. When the Hyuga's eyes would get stained with blood, leaving them that color, causing a genetic mutation. How that is the red Byakugan not seen since the Warren States period. This shocked everyone because he never loses his cool, and then they heard what he said and were even more shocked. Hiashi, what does this red Byakugan do that is different from yours? Asked a Hokage, wanting to know about anything. Well, there is not much on it, but from what I know it can see further and predict movements like the Sharingan. It has the ability to see even more chakra points that my eyes can't see. This left everyone surprised and even Naruto and Ranmaru. Well, would you look at that, you are gonna be a kick-ass ninja like your Nai-san. Naruto says, grinning at Ranmaru on his shoulder, blushing from the attention he was getting. Thank you, and Naruto Nai-san. Okay, I will take you home and tell everyone about your new powers. He then disappeared again. Wow, that boy is just full of surprises, said Shikaku, who was up for once. Oh, you know I am. He appeared standing next to Tsume, who was shocked at his appearance. She was even more shocked when he picked her up and sat her in his lap, grin still in place. I can sense your arousal, are you in your heat cycle? He says in her ear. Shut up, you stupid gaki, that's not for you to know. She says, getting out of her shock. He then puts his hands on her waist, moving them up and down. No need to lie to me, Tsume-chan. He blows in her ear, making her shiver at how sensitive her ears are. Stop, don't do that, she says, hitting his chest. He then starts to rock her back and forth, making her rub against his crotch with her wedding folds. Do you need me to come and help you with your problem? How about I come over later and help you? He says, till talking into her ear. She then gets up and body flickers to her house with her ninken. Everyone in the room was shocked, the men had nosebleeds and the women had slight blushes. Then Naruto come back on topic to the meeting. He coughs in his hand, getting ready to speak. Naruto is the last member of the Uzumaki clan and has agreed to be in the Kra to help his clan. He also brought 2 Yuki clan female members and 1 his adoptive daughter. The clan heads are shocked because they didn't expect for him to be in the Uzumaki clan, they thought it was just a name given to show respect. The civilians on the other hand were not so happy, most were angry, and some wanted his clan's power. One stupid civilian member got out of his seat to yell. This demon brat is no clan heir, he is the son of a whore. Naruto got out of Tsume's chair and put his hands together and pulled them apart, showing a scythe of lighting, and made his way to the man. Anbu jumped in his way, but they were put to the ground when he released some of his killing intent, and they all fell to their knees, and the clan heads also fell, and the Hokage started to sweat. The civilians were throwing up and choking, except for Mibuki, who was only sweating. My mother Kashina Uzumaki was not a whore, and those words will never come out of your mouth again, he says in a cold tone. VP, please, I am sorry, the man said, shaking. I don't care, you fools take me for some kind of joke. But you will learn to put some respect on my name. With that said, he sliced the man's head off and then sat back down, leaving everyone silent for a moment. Anbu, take the body away, the Hokage said, getting over his shock. Hokage-sama K, kill this demon, he killed Larry, a civilian member said. You see, old man, this is what happens when you get soft and don't enforce rules. Fools like this think they can just order you around, leaving people like me to clean up the mess. Naruto then gets up and does the same to the stupid civilian. This is why I told you to get your act together, and you should probably start to train again if you are gonna invite the other Kage to the exams. Because they won't respect you if you just look like an old man doing paperwork. This makes Hiruzen realize how right Naruto words are again, and the clan heads can see the fire come back to the old man again, and they smile while Danzo curses in his head. But he takes this moment to speak up. Hiruzen he is cut off when the Hokage looks at him and corrects him. It is Hokage-sama to you, elder. Hiruzen says in a firm Danzo curse even more in his head. Sorry Hokage-sama, but we should put these girls in the Kra to rebuild the clan, giving us more ice users. In an instant Naruto was at Danzo's neck with his lighting scythe ready to cut his arm off. Clearly you need some more convincing. How about I just get to the root of the problem, Lord Old Man? Not giving him a chance to respond, Naruto slices Danzo's arm off that was covered in bandages to everyone's shock. But what they see leaves them grossed out. It is an arm covered with Sharingan eyes that are open. Naruto throws it to the ground and burns it with his lighting. Damn you boy, do you know what you just did? Danzo replied in pain. Anbu, take his ass to a Ibiki, the Hokage said, and they did just that. Everyone just looks at Naruto. Now I think we all had a long meeting and just want to go home, so let's wrap this up and go, shall we? Oh Mibuki-chan, I will be coming over some time to help Sakura-chan with her training. So she has finally apologized to you, I am so glad, she said, giving him a hug. Well, see you guys some other time. He wraps his black trench coat with the orange flames on the bottom around him and disappears in a water tornado. That boy is so troublesome, came the reply from the Nara head. Everyone can only nod. Uzumaki compound. Hey guys, I am back. Naruto appears at the front door taking off his sandals. Hello, Naruto-kun. Anko, Kurenai, Haku, Tsunami, and Kurenai replied at the same time. Hey, Papa. Rukia and Inari say, jumping on Naruto. Welcome back, Nai-san. Ranmaru said, waving on the couch. He could only smile at his welcome party. Who is ready for dinner? He shouts, getting excited from everyone. The Uzumaki compound was once again filled with laughter and joy. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto can be seen wearing a white t-shirt with black pants with foxes on them. He was in the forest and he called his mind looking for none other than Kasumi, who has not been talking to him for days. Where is she? You would think it would be easy to see a giant fox in the forest, maybe she is in her human form and is in that little house she made. He continues walking until he comes across a cottage in a clearing next to a lake. I will admit she knows how to live in style. He walks to the door to knock. Hello Kasumi-chan, I've come to see why you don't want to talk to me. He does not get an answer so he knocks again. Kasumi-chan, why won't you answer? Still no answer. She hasn't been talking to me since I had sex with Anko and Tsunami-chan. Now understanding why she doesn't want to talk to him, puts his head down. Kasumi-chan, I'm sorry, I understand why you don't want to talk to me now. It's because I slept with those two. Do you think that I would just leave you in here and never talk to you again? He still is not getting replies from the other side of the door. I wasn't just playing with your feelings, I truly care about you. We have become really close over these 2 months, and so close I can even say that I have feelings for you. He can hear moving inside the room at his statement and he only smiles at that. I need you in my life, I want you there for my new family, the family that I want you to be a part of. He can hear someone coming to the door. I also miss your really soft tails. They make really good pillows. He chuckles and can hear one come from the other side of the door. When he is about to continue, he is cut off when the door opens and a crying Kasumi can be seen. Baka making me cry. She then hits him with one of her 9 tails and sends him flying off into the forest. She runs after him with a smile on her face. I guess I can let you have that hit for making you cry. He says in pain while being stuck in a tree. I am sorry Naruto-kun. I just thought you forgot about me and would leave me alone again. She pulls him from the tree into a warm hug and he returns the hug. He then pulls back and grabs her chin and gives her a kiss that makes her toes curl. I hope that can make up for it. He says, smirking at the red-faced Kasumi. Ibaka D, don't do that again. She looks away only to have her chin pulled to him again and he gives her a soft kiss this time. I just couldn't help myself, you are so amazingly beautiful. I just had to let you know by showing my love to you, my foxy goddess. This combined with a kiss made her pass out with a goofy smile on her face. I've missed her. He then takes her back to her house and leaves the mindscape. Uzumaki compound, Naruto's room. Naruto opens his eyes and he can see Kurenai laying down on his chest with a happy smile on her face and he can only chuckle at how she looks. He then rubs the top of her gently, making her mumble something in her sleep. Even in her sleep she looks beautiful. He gives a kiss to her head, making her wake up and give him a smile. Good morning Naruto-kun. She then gives him a kiss and gets up and stretches, giving Naruto a good show. She sees this and smirks. You can look but you can't touch. She smirks sexily at him. Naruto then grabs her and puts her under him. Now Kurenai-chan, you're teasing me. I just might have to claim you as mine right now. He says, kissing her neck. Then Naruto-kun, I said, and no touching. She says, trying to resist him. He gets off her, smirking at the disheveled red-faced Kurenai and smiles. A good morning it is. He helps her up. Come on, we have to go wake everyone up. There are things to be done today. They leave the room and Naruto goes to wake up Rukia, but he can see her cuddled up to a rabbit plushie he bought her. Rukia-chan, it's time for breakfast, so wake up. She only mumbles and turns over. Appa, leave me alone. I'm a big girl and I can get up by myself. She says, half awake. Okay, I'll just give Inari your breakfast since you don't want it. She shot up with a sharp carrot in her hand. Never. She then runs off in her bunny Odyssey, making him laugh out loud along with Kasumi in his mind. Kasumi-chan, why don't you come outside and show everyone who you are? Are you sure about that Naruto-kun? She says a bit worriedly. It will be fine, I am going to tell everyone about who my father is anyways, so might as well tell them about you as well. He says with a wave of his hand. Okay Naruto-kun, these people are trustworthy enough to know. She then appears in a puff of smoke in her human form in a black long sleeve shirt along with orange pants matching Naruto. So you want to copy my look, ha, I still rock it better than you. He finishes with a smirk. Shut it, this was the first thing that came to mind. She replied, crossing her arms. Let's just go see everyone. I want to hold my little Rukia-chan again. They make their way to the kitchen table and everyone finds a seat and starts to eat breakfast. Everyone is having a good time, not even noticing a fox lady until Rukia points it out. Papa, who is this with the fox ears and tails? Rukia said, looking at her confused. Everyone then turns to the woman who is drinking orange juice like nothing is going on. "Oh hello Kasumi-chan, I haven't seen you in a while," Anko says, giving her a friendly smile which she returns. "Everyone, I have some important news to share. This is Kasumi-chan the nine-tailed fox, and my father is the fourth Hokage," he says to everyone who is wide-eyed. Rukia, Inari, Tsunami, and Anko just give her a wave, while those who are ninjas have a different reaction. Kurenai, Haku, and even Ranmaru looked at her with a little fear in their eyes. "Be the same one that attacked the village 13 years ago," Kurenai said a bit shaky. "Yup, that's me," Kasumi said, expecting that reaction. "Look, I know you are scared, but relax, that night she was under a jinjutsu that made her react like that. She is just misunderstood, and plus if she was that big bad fox, would she do this?" He appears behind her and pets her fox ears, making her purr before snapping out of it and hitting him with her tail. "See, harmless, just a broken rib and a bruise maybe." He rubs his stomach. "Naruto-kun, I have some cream, just let me put it on and it will be better," Haku says, walking to him. "Okay, Haku-chan." He then takes his shirt off, showing all the women, making them blush. "Make sure to rub it in real well," he says, smirking at blushing Haku. "Oh okay, Naruto-kun." She then rubs it and getting a feel of his abs, making the other girls jealous. "Did you forget I can heal you, Naruto-kun?" Kasumi said, a bit irritated at his way of teasing people. Everyone laughs at this, but then Anko remembers what else he said. "Did you say your dad was the fourth Hokage?" she said in his face. "Yes, and if I see him I'd give him a dropkick to the face for what he did." Punk is putting the village before his son. He could have just teleported Kasumi-chan out of the village and left her be, but knew the village needs a tailed beast. "Well, I can see why you would think that. Do you hate him?" Kurenai asked. "I don't know right now. I am happy and upset at the same time." Feeling downcast at the thought of his dad. "Well, I am sure he didn't want to do it, Naruto-kun. I mean, he died so you could live, so he must have loved you," Haku says, pulling him into a warm hug. "Yay, but I need you guys to keep this a secret for me right now. I am not supposed to know until the Chunin exams," he said, looking at everyone. "Don't worry Papa, your secret is safe with me," Rukia shouts, standing on a platform of ice. "Rukia-chan, how are you so good at your ice release already?" Naruto asked, amazed at how she can already control it so easily. Akuni-chan says something about having the purest form of ice release and being really in tune with the spiritual aspect of chakra. "Yes, that's right, she can even control my eyes sometimes if she focused hard enough. I suspect she can be really good at jinjutsu and the spiritual arts of the ninja life." Kurenai, hearing this, is shocked at how good this girl can be at jinjutsu. "I might be able to help you with your jinjutsu. Rukia-chan, I am the jinjutsu specialist of the village," she says with pride in her voice that made Anko roll her eyes. "Okay guys, I am going out and I will be back some time later. Make sure to lock the gate when you leave." He then walks back to his room to put on clothes. He can be seen wearing an open coat similar to his father, but his is black with blue flames at the bottom. A simple black t-shirt with the storm kanji over his seal. Black Anbu pants along with black ninja sandals. "See you guys." He gives everyone a kiss on the head before he leaves. Streets of Konoha. Naruto is making his way to a weapon shop. He heard from Anko was a good place to go if you wanted weapons and anything ninja related. Kurenai had also told him it was a good place, and he decided to go over there and take a look for himself. Walking, he can see a store called the Golden Leaf. "Nice name, don't mind if I do." He then walks into the store, looking at all the weapons around the store and clothes. "Hello, welcome to the Golden Leaf," came a voice from behind the counter. Naruto looked over there and went wide-eyed at what he was seeing. A girl about the same age as him, she had brown hair with two buns on the top that made her look similar to a panda and big brown eyes and a small build. "The Panda-chan," the blonde said, walking to the wide-eyed girl. "W Whiskers-kun," is what the brown-haired panda-looking girl said. "Denton, it is you," Naruto said, giving her a big hug and one that she returned happily. "What happened to you? I have been looking for you ever since you got adopted." Denton was now more happy than ever. Her Ani-chan was back. "I was also looking for you, but then I got put on a team and we were not able to talk much in the academy." Naruto and Tenten were friends ever since they were in the orphanage, and he would always protect her from bullies who tried to pick on her for hanging with him. But they still stayed best friends and promised to be ninjas together. "What team are you on, Ani-chan? I can see your headband, but I have not heard about you yet. Didn't you say when you became a ninja you were gonna save the whole country and then be Hokage?" She teased him a bit. "Haha, for your information, I actually just got back from a mission to help save Team 7 who were stuck in Wave Country, and for your information, I did save the country. They even named the bridge after me," he said with pride, only to be interrupted by a laugh. Yeah right, I bet it was all thanks to Sasuke-kun and all of his Uchiha power. This came from Ino and the rest of her team, along with their teacher Asuma. I actually did. You can go and ask Kakashi. He replied to her and her team. Yes, Kakashi was talking about how he split the sky with his sword. Asuma said, taking a drag from his cancer stick. Just listen to yourself, cutting the sky, yeah right, if Naruto did that I will be his slave for the rest of my life. She says, laughing at that. I swear on my ninja headband. Ino-chan, I don't think that is a good idea. Naruto was a bit nervous at how carefree she said what she did. Yay, Ino, don't say stuff like that, so free you could really be his slave. Shikamaru said, wide-eyed at her. Shika, you are not buying this, are you? He may have had that really cool entrance, but saving a country. She laughed again. You know what deal. If you are wrong, prepare to be calling me Naruto-sama in a cute maid outfit. He said, shaking her hand, grinning that made her nervous. The group follows Naruto as he gets Kakashi and makes him tell Ino that he split the sky with a swipe of his sword. Kakashi then repeats the battle to a wide-eyed Team 10 and Tenten, who wanted to catch up with her Ani-chan again. So I have to be a slave to end Naruto. Ino then faints at what her life just turned into. Everyone else could not believe what just happened. They then make their way to the Hokage to tell him and have her fill out the papers along with her dad, who had to find another clan heir. I can still be a ninja, right, Hokage-sama? Ino said in tears at what is happening. He can only sigh at the girl. It is up to Naruto if you can still be a ninja now. If he says yes you can but can never be your clan heir again. She drops her head and turns to Naruto, who is also shocked at what is going on. And Naruto, you will still let me be a ninja, right? Ino says, grabbing his arms. Yes, Ino-chan, I will not take your dream away from you. He says, making her give him a hug and to thank him. Thank you, and Naruto-sama. She says, embarrassed. Well, that's not all, you still have to get a slave seal to show who you belong to. The Hokage says, getting their attention again. The slave seal. Inoichi faints. Yes, it won't hurt, but it will just be like a tattoo. The Hokage said like it was nothing. Well, Ino-chan, where would you like it, how about on your butt? He says, grinning at the blushing blonde. Only for Inoichi to rise up and try to choke Naruto. Not on my little girl. He tries to catch him again. Daddy, it's okay, it has to happen, I am fine with this, I will still be able to come see you and other things like that. Ino says, trying to calm her overprotective dad down. Yes, she is right, I am not going to make her some dumb blonde who can't think for herself. Naruto says, floating in the air. I will make her a great ninja worthy of serving the new Uzumaki clan. And who knows, she might get more maids and become the head mistress. He jokes. Ino-chan, come on, I won't mistreat you or anything like that, but I will expect you to act like a maid and all that other stuff. Come on, I will put the seal on you when we get to your new home. He then picks her up in a bridal style carry, making her blush, and flies to his house. You know, this might be good for her. Naruto is a real ninja, and he might turn her into something you can be proud of. The old Hokage says to Inoichi, who nods in agreement. Well, I am going to go tell my wife the good news. He says, a bit scared of how she will act. Uzumaki compound. A week has passed since Ino became Naruto's slave, and to say she was surprised was understatement. She was actually having a good time and training along with Sakura and Tenten, who Naruto had gone to get from their house. Naruto had made her wear a traditional maid outfit when she was not training, and she had to do tasks around the house. He kept to his word and didn't force himself on her like she thought he would, but he did make her get in their personal hot spring with him and clean him. Much to her embarrassment and happiness at being close to her master. Her training had made stacking results along with the rest of the girls. She was now fighting Sakura to a draw on top of the water for 4 hours straight, but they still could not beat Tenten, who was a serious kunoichi from the get-go. Sakura had taken to being a medical ninja, while she, along with Tenten, practiced on expanding their jutsu some more because they both were lacking. She progressed to it like a fish in water. She could heal small cuts, revive small bugs, and worked on her strength training like Tsunade and was making good progress. Naruto had taken to training Tenten personally in his moonlight sword style, and she was doing so really well because she was already good with swords but couldn't hold a candle to Naruto. He made her practice many weapons so she could find what was perfect for her, making her a true weapons master, but she still had work to do on her jutsu. She was great with any kind of sword, but she really took to a katana. He discovered she had a strong wind affinity along with lighting. With knowing her affinities, he made her practice her elements, and she can now split a leaf, and with her wind affinity, and with her lighting affinity, she could turn on a light bulb with her chakra only. He was the same with Ino by making her learn her chakra natures, and she had water and fire. He was not able to help her with fire, so he just let Anko do that while he worked on her water affinity. Ino was able to heat up a bucket of water with her fire chakra. She was able to light up a bulb just like Tenten was able to. We can now see the three girls in the back of Naruto's compound in an all-out spar, and the rest of the occupants of the house are on the sideline watching. Rukia, Inari, and Ranmaru can be seen cheering for Naruto. Mibuyuki is nervously sipping some water watching her daughter getting beat up in the spar, but is still cheering for her. Anko, Kurenai, Tsunami, Kasumi and Haku are all in medic outfits ready to run in and save someone. Sakura was sent flying when she was hit in the back by a shadow clone of Naruto that she did not see. Ino can be seen in the jutsu match with Naruto and it was not going well. She had to dodge a straight from Naruto and tried to dodge other attacks but could not keep up in time and was sent flying from a dynamic entry. And then there was one. Naruto said, pulling out his moonlight blade and getting in a straight stance across from Tenten, who was nervous at her and her friends getting beat easily. "Do you think you can take me on, Panda-chan?" he says, giving her a foxy smile. Tenten, a bit nervous at the dominating aura coming from Naruto, tries to muster up her confidence. "I am ready and will take you down no matter what." "Oh, does this panda have hidden fangs?" Still smirking at her. "Stop calling me a panda." She then charges at Naruto, who smirks even more. "Let's dance." With that said, he charged her with blinding speeds, clashing blades with a struggling Tenten. She went for a sweep to his legs, but he jumped and used her body as a springboard and flipped off her, giving her a kick to the face. She then looks up and can see an owl coming to her. "Water-style seeking owl," he shouts, and an owl the size of a lion crashes into her, knocking her to the ground. She however had to quickly roll out of the way because Naruto was coming down with his sword. She got back to her feet and went through hand signs, wind-style wind dragon. The dragon lets out a roar and makes its way to Naruto, showing its razor claws. Naruto only grins and does something really crazy. Grabbing a bow staff from the ground, he puts it in front of him and jumps into the dragon's mouth and slices it up while moving towards the wide-eyed Tenten. She gains her composure and does one of the techniques she learned. "Moonlight swordsmanship, subtle slide," she says, swinging her blade in a downwards diagonal direction. Only to be shocked when Naruto counters with his own move. "Moonlight swordsmanship, mountain split." He raises his moonlight blade in the air he summoned to him on his way to Tenten. Bringing down his arms, he performs a powerful downward slash going right through Tenten attack and knocking her back from the impact that left a gash on her stomach, messing up her white training gi Naruto let girls use. "Correct your posture and tighten your core. You need more power," he said, walking to the down girl. "Don't worry, that just means you need more physical training." Tenten pales at that, knowing how crazy his physical workouts are. "Oh okay, Nai-chan. But can you help us out first? You kind of almost killed us." She motioned to all the girls passed out on the ground. "Haha, don't worry, I held back that last attack in Split Mountains and even the Hokage Monument, so count yourself lucky." Picking her up in a bridal style, making her blush. "Ani-chan, I can walk by myself," she says, pouting at him, treating her like this. "Oh Panda-chan, just let me handle this. Medics. We need some help." He yells to the sideline and they all come running. "Come on Ten-chan, stay with us, you can get through this," Anko said, looking at the deep cut on her stomach. "Sakura-chan, wake up baby, don't leave your mother alone with your father," Mibuyuki says, shaking her daughter up. "Mom, you act like I'm dying, and what's so wrong with dad?" She raised an eyebrow at her mom. "Well, you see, your dad is kind of mom," Sakura said, looking at her mom. "A pussy," Naruto said, helping Ino along with Haku and Kasumi. "Yes, that's what your dad is. Hey wait, don't say that, Naruto-kun." All she got was laughter from the blonde and everyone else. "Sakura, your dad was not a good parent to you. You said he was barely home, always doing some work, which left your mother having to raise you by herself most of the time, leaving you without a stable male in your life," Naruto says, looking at Sakura getting healed by Kurenai, who was also listening in on the conversation. "That's why I have taken it upon myself to become that stable male figure in your life, and who knows, instead of Ani-chan it can be Tu-chan." He gives a wink to Mibuyuki, who blushes at what he said. Sakura, seeing this, using chakra to make her hit harder, punches Naruto in the stomach, sending him into the lake making a splash. "Don't go flirting with my mom, pervert," making everyone laugh until she has to dodge a water dragon. "So it seems you still want to train. Okay, I have some more physical training. To run away from the dragons." He goes through some hand signs and water, wind, and lighting dragons come from behind him, making Sakura, Ino, and Tenten take off screaming. "Look what you did, forehead, Naruto-sama is gonna kill us," Ino said, crying, and I'm tears. "Just shut up and run," Tenten screamed, running away. All throughout the village the girls can be seen running from the dragons that seemed to spawn every time another dragon was destroyed. Now that they are busy, let me go through some of these Uzumaki scrolls. Naruto walks inside taking off his white training guy putting on an orange kimono with a red Uzumaki swirl in the middle of his back. See you guys in a little bit. I have some scrolls to read. He says walking to his room waving everyone goodbye. Now in his room Naruto will take this time to read some of the scrolls that he was given. So let's see what my mom has to say. Grabbing his mother's letter so he can read what she says. Hello son, it's me, your mother Kushina Uzumaki. I just want to say that I love you first of all, and I don't want to become a Jinchuriki like I was. I know the life of one, and it's not a good one. If it wasn't for your father Minato, I would still be an outcast being picked on. But this isn't about how hard my life was, it's about telling you about our clan, because the village will most likely forget about us and treat our clan like the Uchiha. Our clan was great at Kenjutsu and sealing, we also had our amazing red hair. I have our summoning contract at the bottom of the page. Okay, the Kyuubi is coming back to the village, make sure you stay away from alcohol, get a nice girl you can love, they will help you in life. Most importantly remember that I love you, Naruto. Naruto was in tears at reading what his mother had to say to him. She loves me and I love her too. I just wish I could meet her and show her how strong I am. Would she be proud of me? Reaching for the seal at the bottom he can see a big summoning contract that had what looked like lightning and thunder clouds on it. Whipping away his tears he can see that it is indeed a summoning contract. Whoa, what animal is this? It has something to do with lighting. He takes it and unravels it to see that only his mom has signed the contract. Cutting his thumb he signed his name in blood. He took some of the other scrolls and it was a bunch of jutsu for all the elements, but he sees something else that makes him go wide-eyed. Is this the flying Raijin of the second Hokage? This means he must have had the Uzumakis help him with the seal during his time. He can only smirk at how he just got the secret to the move of his favorite Hokage. Man, the Chunin exams are not going to be ready for this. But first let's go sign this contract. Walking back outside he can see that his might not be big enough depending on the animal it is. Let's go to a better place for this. I don't want to mess up my backyard. Taking to the air he flies to the edge of the village and an empty training ground. Okay, now let's see what kind of animal we got here. Biting his thumb he runs through hand signs and slams them on the ground and a cloud of smoke appears. What the hell? I was in the middle of something important, said a female sounding voice coming from inside the smoke. What then comes out of the smoke is something that gives Naruto stars in his eyes. So you summoned me, human. A giant bird with 3 wings on each side and what looked like lightning in its body. A body made of gray feathers with giant claws and a long neck with a yellow beak. There are also 3 tails behind her. You're awesome and badass. I just feel your power. What kind of animal are you? Naruto says, flying up to get beak with head, making the bird a little shocked at him flying. Out my damn face, human. The bird said, shooting a blast of lightning hitting him. Ow, that hurt you, big bird, but if a fight with lightning is what you want, that's what you will get. He said, hitting the bird with lightning out his hands. Lighting palm. Naruto shouts, aiming his hands at the bird who was not expecting this. Shocking the bird and cooking his feathers a bit. Wow, that actually hurts. Unlike others who have hit me with lighting, he must have a strong affinity. Getting back on track, the Thunderbird shakes it off. How do you like that, you stupid bird? Naruto says, grinning at the bird who was eyeing him like a prey in its sight. So you want to fight, do you? Fine, consider this a test if you can be our summoner. Bring it on, bird brain. Naruto then flies in the sky and lightning strikes down where the bird is. But the bird is fast for its eyes and quickly takes flight and shoots one at Naruto. All throughout the village people can see a giant bird and storm clouds over an area of the village and blast going back and forth. The Hokage looks at it with his crystal ball along with the Anbu. Irakage and his team can be seen on the roof of their tower watching the battle in amazement at how good the boy is with lighting. Back with the fighting human and bird, we can see Naruto in just his kimono bottoms because the top was burned off due to the bird and his hair had some white streaks in it, while the bird also looked pretty beat up with some feathers missing and a broken wing from a punch from Naruto. Haha, I can still keep going, birdie. Naruto shouts, charging the bird with lighting surrounding his body to try and block some of the shots from the bird. The gray bird had a smile on its face after having a good fight for so long. Indeed you can, human, but let's see if you can handle my strongest attack. The bird charges a massive amount of chakra that makes the clouds form around it and begin to circle it, and a sound of thunder sounding with sparks flying out of it. Thunderbird style lighting beast. A massive bird made of lightning comes out of the tornado of thunder. Everyone on the ground watching was wide-eyed and had fear for Naruto's life. This one is for you, Kasumi-chan. Going through hand signs and spiking his chakra dangerously, making lighting jump off his body in the air to get heavy with chakra. Storm style Kyuubi Wraith. He shouts and a giant nine-tailed fox forms behind the flying Naruto, who was huffing from the 3-hour fight and massive chakra that took. On an unsaid signal the jutsu rush forwards towards each other, letting out their own battle cries rushing towards each other, with the roars of Naruto and the Thunderbirds sounding in the background. Naruto's hair goes completely white and he can feel an immense amount of power just rush through him and he sees his hair is now white, but he shakes it off and pushes more chakra into his jutsu. Holy shit, he is overpowering me, and why did he just get stronger and is his hair now white? Well, whatever, he definitely passed, but I won't go down without a fight. She says, also letting out a bird call that was heavy on everyone below them. The jutsu makes a massive explosion and a bright light flashes across the sky, blinding everyone who was looking and also making them nervous. Out of the clouds come the two falling to the ground, making everyone rush to their ground of impact. When Naruto crashes, a crater forms with his body in it and the bird causes a massive shockwave when falling, blowing the trees away and the already destroyed training ground. Everyone makes it there and is curious to see what will happen next. Naruto mumbles and crawls out, getting on his feet with blood coming from his face and his hair back to blonde. I am pretty sure I have a lot of broken bones and my chakra is as low as it ever has been. Still grinning with blood covering his teeth, he speaks to the bird, ignoring everyone. You still have more, don't you, bird brain? He shouts to the bird, moving its feathers. Shut up, you stupid human. I am tired, you win. I give you can sign our contract. The bird gets back to her feet to give its name. My name is Hiro, the boss of the Thunderbirds, with power only matched by a Biju. Consider yourself lucky, only Kushina was the last to summon us, and considering how much you look like her, I guess you are her son. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto only gives a laugh and responds with a foxy smile. That's right, I am the son of my hot mother, and I am also Naruto Uzumaki, the Storm of Konoha. He says the last part out loud, making all the Leaf Ninja cheer and give him looks of respect. Even the Raikage and his group have to give him respect. All that power, but still he hasn't used Kyuubi's chakra. Yujito thought to herself, only to be interrupted by her perverted Biju. Itten is an alpha male at its highest. If I was you, I would go and mate with him immediately, and if you don't go after him, I will take over your body and do it for you. Matatabi says inside her host's head. Matatabi, I barely know him, why would I go and have sex with him? Though he is cute, strong, and has an amazing body, no, don't think like that. She said, blushing and shaking her head. You can get to know him and you see what he just did. Like, that is not something everyone has. He is even stronger than me and you, so I don't know why you haven't gone after him. The Hellcat says to her host. Blushing Yujito can only shake her head. Maybe you are right, Matatabi-chan. But it will take some time. Pillar B is having a different conversation with his inner demon. Damn, that fox really has claws to law down. He even beat Big Bird and got a contract. B said, rapping. B, that boy is really powerful and he still has not used any powers from the Kyuubi yet. I just know when he gets older no one will stand with him. You should try to get an alliance with him. Man, I hear you, no need to threaten. He play with a bull and he gets stung like a bee. Naruto, however, is ignoring all of this and is having his own thoughts on what is going on. What was that power that turned my hair white and gave me such power? It was amazing. It wasn't the Sumi-chan power, so what was it? Oh well, it will have to wait until I wake up. He then passes out while staying on his feet, shocking everyone. Naruto-kun, even when you are down and out you still stand on your own 2 feet, your parents would be proud. The Hokage says to walk to him to take him to the hospital and get him treated. Uzumaki compound. Naruto-sama, it is time to wake up, your bath is ready. Came the voice of Ino in the doorway. Over the months she has really gotten into the role of being Naruto's housemaid, and if she was being honest with herself, she really did enjoy it. He treated her nicely, she was able to bathe him, cook for him, and most importantly he was training her, and she was really good and no longer a fangirl. Ino-chan, 5 more minutes please. Naruto mumbled under the sheets. You know we have the Chunin exams tomorrow, and you said you would take us to get new clothes and weapons for the exam. Ino said a bit childishly at her master. Fine, I guess I can do that, you do deserve a reward for all your hard work, or would you like something else? He said the last part, giving her a wink. Betting what he said she blushes, and Naruto-sama, don't say such things, it is improper so early in the morning, now hurry, your water will get cold. She hurried away before he could say anything. Okay Haku-chan, you can come out now. Haku pops her head from under the covers with a red face at what she was doing. Naruto-kun, why did you push my head under the covers? She says, blushing and looking away a bit. He grabbed her and pulled her into a kiss. Well, you know how Ino can be when seeing things like this, she wants to tease and tell the whole village. Haku notes know how Ino is a gossip queen. And if what I was feeling between my legs you did not seem to mind. He smirked at her. Over the month Naruto and the women have gotten closer and more intimate with each other, all being his girlfriends and maybe future wives of the Uzumaki. Best shut up Naruto-kun. She gives him a quick kiss, now go, your bath is ready, maybe we will all come join you. Haku walked out of the room with a little sway in her hips. Haha, it seems Anko and Kasumi are rubbing off on everyone. With their flirty ways I just hope Rukia does not become like them. I don't want to have to kill some boy trying to get his hands on my daughter. He laughs again at that though. Who am I kidding? My baby can handle herself with those ice powers and that new sword of hers. Getting out of bed he walks into the halls of the compound, making his way to the bathroom and getting in his bath that was ready for him. Along his way Ranmaru was walking to the kitchen with Rukia and Inari. Along with him and his girls, the kids had also become really close to each other like siblings. They even helped Ranmaru be able to get healthy again, and now he was also able to train with everyone. Going into the bathroom he can already see the girls in the bath, even Kasumi, who was soaking her tails as she put it. With her limited access, she had to be out of the seal. So Naruto-kun, what will you be getting the girls today? Kurenai asked, sitting next to him in the huge bath that looked like an indoor hot spring. Tsunami was floating on the tail of Kasumi. The Aten-chan, Sakura-chan, and Ino-chan looked very happy to see what you would get them considering how much progress they have made. Anko said, floating in the bath. Yes, you are right, they have made amazing progress, more than I thought possible. He then thinks of how much stronger the girls have become with the practice they have done. Ino was no longer a fangirl, now she was a scary maid who was deadly with extendable bow staff she had in a seal on her wrist. She had also learned a little bit of medical jutsu, enough to fix any immediate damage someone would receive. She was an expert at medium to close range combat, only being beaten by Sakura close range combat and Tanky, along with the massive damage she could do. She was able to beat Shikamaru and Choji with no difficulty, and even made Asuma had to try a bit harder to beat her, but he never escaped without any injuries. Denton had also gotten really excellent with the Moonlight Sword style, able to perform the first 10 dances perfectly and a couple of techniques without a blade. She had also expanded her arsenal of weapons and now can say she mastered all weapons, along with multiple jutsu for her wind and lighting affinity without hand signs, which he made them all practice. Her sword place was something serious, even beating the Anbu and other ninja in the village who could use swords, but still could not beat Yuga or Naruto, which made her a bit sad, but she got over it and just practiced more. Sakura had made the most progress considering she actually started from nothing and was now a scary kunoichi, which the village would often call a mini tsunade, but never say it to her face, in fear of ending up in the hospital. She had mastered how to do tsunade super strength, but not able to her level of power, but can still cause craters and run through steel doors with just her fist. She tried to learn the seal that tsunade has on her forehead, but she couldn't do it yet. Unlike Tsunade, she had a fighting style called Byakuren Kaiken that they found in the library and focused on full contact sparring, which involved using every part of the body as a weapon. This often left Naruto with broken bones, but because he and everyone was wearing gravity seals that improved body durability, he was often able to take direct hits and give some of his own back. That does not mean he neglected his own training, oh no, it seems he only got more training, along with the extra missions he and Anko would go on. He discovered the transformation he did during his fight with Hiro was part of his bloodline, and he called it Godspeed, and when in the form his body is enhanced, and he can move at the speeds faster than lighting that often had him running into building and crashing, not able to control the power all the way yet. While in the form his jutsu are all buffed, and he can control his bloodline with ease and perform lighting, wind, and water jutsu without hand signs, causing his storm release to be even stronger. He even tried to remove the seal so Kasumi could stay out as long as she wanted, which led to him meeting his father, which was interesting. Flashback. Kasumi-chan, I am going to try and take this seal off the rock, and maybe you can stay out longer and I can use more of your power, because now all I can do is 4 tails, but you said I need some ki and face my darker self, whatever that means. Your darker half is made up of all your negative emotions and hate. He will most likely appear when you try to use my power and have to face all of my hate and yours. Kasumi says, sitting in a chair watching Naruto go to the rock where the seal. Well, I wish you would just come on out and make things easier for both of us. But whatever, let's just get that stupid seal off now. Peeling the corner off his hand is caught by someone he did not think to ever see and makes Kasumi really heated in her chair. Hey, no need to do that. The man said, completely calm until he noticed where he was. Hey, where is the Kyuubi and why are we in a forest? Dad. What the hell are you doing in my damn head? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Hello there, son. Minato said with a smile. Only to be surprised when he is kicked in the face by his son. Damn, I know I had my guard down, but I still did not see him move. Has he really gotten this strong? Well, I should not be surprised, I was watching after all. I guess I deserve that for what I did, but are you done now? Minato said, getting back on his feet. Yes, I am, but I want to punch your face in some more, but I will let it go if you tell me how to do your flying Raijin. I used to notes of Tobirama, but yours is still better. He said reluctantly. Minato only smirked at what he heard. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, can you say it again? It sounded like you said I was the best Hokage. Minato smiles, eating this up at knowing his son liked the second more than him. Naruto got a tick mark at his dad trying to tease him. A little blush came to his face at what he was about to say. I said you are the best Hokage, and I would like your notes on flying Raijin. Asumi couldn't believe what she was seeing. Naruto was blushing and stuttering for the first time since he was training with Anko for the team placements. Oh my god, wait until I tell everyone about this. And why are they ignoring me? I am Kyuubi. Minato could only laugh at how his son is acting because he was able to see how prideful his son was and he just had to poke fun at him. Wow, the powerful storm of Konoha asking his dear dad for a jutsu and saying how cool he is. Naruto's face turned red with anger and embarrassment and sparks jumped off his body along with the wind picking up along with the water getting aggressive. Oh, that yellow bastard is in trouble now. Kasumi said, running into her house and bunkering up. Minato saw all that was going on and could only gulp and start to sweat at this. Maybe I bit off more than I could chew, he will probably want to fight me, and with that speed of his, he will be able to keep up with me, but his speed is not instant, mine is. Minato pulled out some of his kunai and got in a stance with his special kunai in front of him. Naruto seeing this gave Minato a predatory grin that unnerved Minato a bit because he saw the image of a thunderbird behind Naruto. Okay dad, why don't we have some father and son bonding time? Naruto then transforms into his incomplete Godspeed mode, which makes his hair spike out and turn white. He then just stood straight up, not giving anything away about his fighting style, which helped him remain unpredictable. Asumi was in her house watching along with the other foxes she had made in her mindscape to keep her company, and they all were watching from her window. Are you guys ready? This fight will most likely be the greatest fight we see. All the foxes nod to her and look back at the two. Naruto and Minato were just eyeing each other down with their own battle faces on. Minato is giving Naruto a calm gaze with a wind from Naruto blowing his hair and cape around him, giving nothing away. While Naruto is grinning like crazy with his blue battle armor that he decided to put on for the intense fight to come with the lightning jumping off it, making his eyes seem to glow a bright blue. The bolt of lightning can be seen coming down seemingly in slow motion in the background, building the anticipation of the fight even more. When the bolt strikes the ground, everything around them seems to freeze, while the two of them disappear in their own flashes. Minato's being yellow while Naruto's was a light blue flash, the color of the sky. They then appear in a clash of kunai in the middle of the field, with time still staying still and their eyes locked. Naruto phased behind Minato with a hand cased in lightning, think how Goku Black does, ready to split Minato down the shoulder. Minato then disappears in a flash of yellow to a kunai on the ground, then flashes back to the kunai floating in the air, where he used to be with a Rasengan in hand, ready to hit Naruto in the gut, only to be shocked when Naruto also disappeared with a blue flash. That must be the flying Raijin of the second Hokage, I can see it is fast but slower than mine. He will most likely only use his natural speed, which is faster than A from Kumo. Son, I am very proud of you. The two then disappear in flashes all over the mindscape, causing explosions and mini earthquakes to happen all over the mindscape. They then appear back where they started in the same positions as they started, only with differences. Minato was sporting a nasty bruise on his left cheek he received from a hook from his son, along with a busted lip. His cape also had cuts that were also on his body due to Naruto wind-covered fist and kunai. Naruto's blue battle armor he had put on also had a hole where his stomach is from the Rasengan he had been hit with, is located along with cracks and cuts from all the kunai coated in wind he had taken and punches his skinny dad through with chakra-enhanced punches. Time seems to resume again for everyone else, and to say Kasumi was shocked is an understatement. She could not follow them at all, and then all the damage that has been done to the area is also a statement to how hard they are going at it. Wow son, it seems you are pretty fast after all. Minato smirked. You are just an old man whose bones can't keep up anymore. Naruto replied, smirking, giving Minato a tick mark at the old comment. Okay then young blood, try to keep up now. Disappearing in a flash of yellow, giving Naruto a kick to the back, hitting him through the surrounding trees. Naruto flying through trees can only think to himself. Man, my dad is really badass. I can't wait till I get to his level. Maybe I should try to use Kasumi-chan's chakra no. I must prove to my dad that I can battle on my own 2 feet before I ask for her chakra. Making whips of lightning come out of his back and catch onto the trees, he gets into a catapult position and then blast off in a streak of blue electricity. Minato, seeing a blue source of power make its way towards him, only smiles. Naruto slams into Minato with his fist extended and Minato tries to block but is sent away from his son being stronger than he is. Damn, he hits like Kushina-chan when she is angry. Flashing back to his son and engaging in a heated Taijutsu battle. Minato is in a bad spot, he should have known he can't beat his son in Taijutsu. He just can't hit hard enough to hurt his son for long enough for him to get a combo started. Minato is dodging a rapid barrage of fists from Naruto, who then catches Minato in the stomach with a feint. Naruto then follows up with a combo fist to the gut of his father, whose eyes roll the back of his head for a second. Only to snap back when he is hit with an uppercut that sends him in the air. Naruto, following his father in the air, comes down with a move he learned from little sister Sakura. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Naruto then drops down with a heel drop to his father's gut and it sends him to the ground, causing a crater to form from the impact. Bad idea to face him in hand to hand, he just beat my ass. Minato then sees he's fading in and out a little bit. I guess my chakra is starting to run out, but that is what happens when you face your son who is a damn beast. Climbing out of the crater to see his son flying in the air with a calm face looking like some kind of god makes him smile. Let's finish this on my strongest jutsu versus yours, and if you win I will give you all my sealing and jutsu knowledge. He shouted to his son, who grinned when he heard what he said. Deal. With that being said, Naruto then raises one hand to the sky and massive clouds the size of a whole continent form overhead, giving off the sounds of a raging storm, making the wind, lightning, and water to pick up all over, scaring Minato and Kasumi a little bit at all the chakra and how huge that cloud is. I hope you are ready for this. Storm style. What followed after that is something that even had Kasumi scared, because it did more damage than her tailed beast bomb and it destroyed the whole mindscape, leaving nothing there, not even grass. It just became a white void. With the three floating. Then Naruto, what the hell, how can you even come up with something like that? Minato said, wide-eyed at the destruction caused by his son. He had to flash away or he would have surely died to that. Naruto was a bit wide-eyed at this as well. It was his first time actually finishing the jutsu. He had only ever formed the jutsu but never finished it. That was my first time using the jutsu and I must say it was absolutely awesome. He pumped his fist into the air and even gave Kasumi a kiss and whispered in her ear, something that made her blush bright red and cause a bit of blood to come from her nose. Now dad, I do believe you owe me all your seals and jutsu, please. He held his hand out waiting for his father to give what he promised. Really thinking about our deal after what you just did? I swear you are just like your mother. They both laugh at this while Minato eyes some chakra seemingly floating at the bottom of the floor and gives it a wink and swear he can see a purple eye wink back at him. Okay son, I know, I'll give it to you and you can rest because I can see you are really tired after that one. Minato then flicks Naruto in the forehead, sending his knowledge to him. Now you have it, but be sure to practice it well and also use the chakra of Kasumi-san because you will need it in the future. Pulling Naruto into a manly hug, the father gives his son. I am so proud of you son, I can't believe how strong you have gotten and the life you have made for yourself. Be sure to keep them safe and stay strong, don't ever let this world break you. Your mother and I love you very much. He then fades away, leaving a crying Naruto who is relieved that his parents love him. I promise to get even stronger and keep my family safe from harm. And I love you and my mother as well. Flashback over. He smiles happily at that memory. He then smiles even more at remembering how he and Kasumi had sex that night and how Kasumi couldn't walk the whole day. Yeah, I will get them some good gear from Ten-chan's shop today. Kurenai-chan, can you watch the kids until we get back? No, I have a team meeting where I have to give my team the slip for the Chunin exams. She gives me a sad look. Why don't you bring them to Hana-chan's house? She is always talking about how she wants to see you more. Yeah, you and her mother have been really close over this past month. Are you trying to get a mother and daughter duo? Anko said, wiggling her eyebrow. Yes, I would be lying if I said I wasn't feeling them. I just love that wild look Tsum-chan has. Well, her daughter is calm, but also wild if you can get to her. He gets out of the water having been done. You girls be good today and I'll see you when I get back. Oh, and Anko-chan, don't forget to give me my Chunin exam slip. He then leaves to his room to get dressed and can see Ino in his closet picking his clothes out. He then gets an idea and grins, walking up behind Ino, who is bent over showing what is under her maid's skirt. Naruto then grabs Ino's hips and rubs up against her. By Ino-chan, how naughty of you showing me what is under your skirt, do I need to punish you? He grabs her cheek and squeezes it. Deep. And then Naruto saw what are you doing? Ino said, red-faced. You were just showing me a good show and I just have to show you how much I appreciate it. He then pulls her up to his chest and she is blushing. Then Naruto saw we can't, I am only your slave. Ino says, looking down. Naruto picks her head up and gives her a warm smile, and she only blushes at it. Ino-chan, like I said before, you can do what you want. I am not forcing you to do anything you won't like. He kisses the top of her head. If you don't want me to be like this with you, I will stop. He told her. And no, I just thought being your slave, I wouldn't be able to do anything like this with you, because over the month I have developed feelings for you. She blushed at getting that off her chest. Naruto smiles at her and she smiles back. I also like you too, even though I am your master and you my slave, we can still be together. Ino smiles at his words. Naruto-sama, thank you. She then gives him a big kiss, showing all her love and passion in the kiss. Naruto then kisses her back, picking her up and laying her on his bed, getting on top of her. They continue to have a heated makeout session, with each rubbing their hands up each other's body. The need for air makes them separate, and Ino's face is as red as a tomato's, while Naruto is grinning at her. Wow, that was amazing. She said, stunned at her first kiss. Oh, don't worry, there is plenty of more where that comes from. Giving her more kisses and fondling her breast. Only to separate again. Naruto-sama, can we leave now? I will pick out your clothes and we can get the other girls and get our gifts you promised. Okay, Ino-chan, we can do that. Giving her another kiss, he rolls off her and waits for his blonde maid to pick out his clothes. Naruto-sama, would you like casual clothes or your ninja clothes? Ino said in the closet. I will go casual, we are only going shopping. Okay. Ino then goes in deeper and comes out with his clothes, consisting of a long open black hoodie with a plain white t-shirt, black pants along with black slip-on sandals. After he gets dressed, he walks out of the compound along with Ino, who changes to an orange shirt with a Uzumaki symbol on the back, along with grey leggings that show off her rear and tight leg muscles. On her feet are black tennis shoes. After they had dropped the kids off at Hana's house, who was overjoyed to see Naruto and the kids again. They make their way to Sakura's house, and they pick her up, who is in a long-sleeve red shirt with her clan symbol on the back. Red leggings similar to Ino that shows her firm big butt that made men stare. Black ninja sandals with little cherry blossoms on them. Okay, now let's just go to Panda-chan's shop and I'll get you girls whatever you want. They cheer and both give him kisses on the cheek. Thank you, Nai-san. Sakura said. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Ino said. Golden Leaf. Panda-chan, we are here, so just buy anything you want. Naruto says, walking through the front door only to have to duck a flying sword. I thought I told you not to call me that in front of people, Ani-chan. Tenten says, jerking her head at Niji, Lee, and Guy, who are in the store. Naruto-kun. It is so good to see you again this youthful day. The ever-energetic Lee said, speeding to Naruto. Yes, Naruto-kun, how have your flames of youth been? Might Guy said, appearing next to Lee. I have kept them ablaze every day, and now he paused for effect, drawing the two in even more. They have spiraled out of control, making a fountain of youth. Naruto said dramatically. A fountain of flames forms in the middle of the store. Everyone seeing it are actually wide-eyed at how bright the flames are, but none are as surprised as Lee and Guy. Lee, do you see how our friend has made his flames appear? We must do the same until our flames are hotter than that of the sun. Guy said, getting close to Naruto's flames. Yes, Guy-sensei, I will work until my flames are a hurricane of youth, and if I cannot, I will run to Suna on my hands only. Lee said with fire in his eyes. Yes, let us go. The two then run out of the store doing exercise. Ani-chan, why do you always play along with them in their games? Tenten asked Naruto in a blank tone. Because it's fun once you start, and I really enjoy messing with those guys. You are a fool, their fate is to be a loser, and so will you. Niji said, looking at Naruto in a blank tone only to be ignored completely. So girls, do you know what you want to get? Naruto asked a group of girls. Well, we all talked about it, and we all want something that is loose and gives us room to move around. Ino said. Well, I want to wear what the Anbu wear. Their clothes are perfect for me. Sakura says, walking to Anbu gear. Well, that settles, Sakura-chan. Well, let's go try some things on. Some time passed with Naruto reading over notes from his dad and giving his thoughts on some of the clothes the girls were wearing. Niji was often there throwing insults, but to his anger, nobody paid him any attention. Sakura can be seen coming out of the dressing room in an outfit Anbu wears, but she has a red belt that is long at the end and often flaps at the end. She has black gloves on along with, but no forearm guards or sleeves, showing off her toned smooth arms. She had her headband on her waist along the red belt. Looking good, little sis. You look like a real badass. Just have Ino cut your hair to your shoulders, someone might grab it during a fight. Giving her a thumbs up that makes her smile. Ino comes out of the dressing room showing off her new clothes. Ino is in a purple trench coat with a black Uzumaki swirl on the back. The coat goes down to her knees, covering a gray shirt that stops above her midsection, showing her belly button. For bottom, she has a high black skirt with black biker shorts under that stop above her knee. She had bandages wrapped on her right thigh and a kunai pouch on them. Black high-heel boots with a fishnet knee sleeve on her left leg. Headband over her forehead. Do you like what you see, Naruto-sama? Ino says, striking a sexy pose for Naruto, who can only stare and nod at her. Oh yeah, Ino-chan, you look sexy as hell in that outfit. He replies, grinning at her. Tenten comes out of the fitting room and shows everyone her outfit of choice. Tenten can be seen in a black tight long sleeve shirt that hugs her body, which is covered by a black ambu chest piece. She has on the same Chinese style pants, but they are now red with fishnet pockets, along with black ankle ninja sandals. Her headband was strapped over her heart. Panda-chan, you look so grown up. Naruto says with tears coming down his face. I remember I would find you snuggled up to a stuffed panda at night and you would. He is cut off when he has to dodge a volley of weapons from the red-faced Tenten. I said don't talk about that. The blushing Tenten said, remembering how she still sleeps with the panda Naruto gave her. Come on girls, run for your life. Naruto dashes out of the store followed by Ino and Sakura. An evil chuckle comes from Tenten's mouth that scares Niji a little bit because he has never seen her like this. So you want to be my target practice, right on E-chan? Out of nowhere, hundred of weapons spawn behind her and she takes off at great speeds, surprising Niji at how fast she was. Streets of the village. Okay girls, she will most likely want to use us as target practice, so let's make this some training. As he said that, a giant hammer came flying out of the sky, almost hitting him. The two girls nod, keeping pace with Naruto's running speed. They had long since discovered it was keep up or get left behind. They had to stop when three kids were in the way. Boss, boss. The three kids yelled happily at seeing him. Ani-chan, can we play ninja? You promised that you would play with us. Konohamaru said, jumping up and down. Yes, why don't we play dodge the flying weapons? Naruto said, doing just that along with the girls behind him. Naruto, Ani-chan, are they your girlfriend? The brown-haired boy said, winking at him. Oh no, don't be dumb, he can't have more than one girlfriend. Mogi said. I actually do have more than one girlfriend. Naruto said, still dodging weapons. Along with the kids making him smile at knowing his training he put them through is paying off. How many do you have? Yuden said, wiping his nose. 6. Naruto said, catching 5 spiked balls out of the air. The kids then see a giant fireball coming and run away. Naruto then catches the fireball in his hand that he encased in water and puts it out. They hear the sound of the kids screaming on the other side and go to see what happened. You little brat, that hurt me. I think I am going to teach you a lesson. A male-sounding voice. Hey, let him down, we are sorry, we were running from a giant fireball. Naruto then comes from around the corner and can see a boy in a catsuit with makeup and a bandage package on his back. There is a beautiful blonde-haired girl behind him with her hair in 4 spiked ponytails and a fan on her back. Hey lady, put the kid down, he said he was sorry. Naruto said, walking up to them. I am a boy. This makes the girl behind him laugh lightly. Shut up, Tamari. The boy turned to his sister and yelled. Don't be yelling at me because you look like a girl with that makeup on, Kankuro. Tamari yelled back. Look, just put him down before things get ugly around here. Naruto said. Oh yeah, tell me, what are you going to do? Kankuro said, about to punch Konohamaru. Only to be stopped when he feels something on his neck and he looks to see it is Naruto with a kunai on his neck. It wouldn't be a good idea to come here and punch the grandson of the third Hokage unless you want to start a war. The two flinch at that, which does not go unnoticed by the group. This guy is fast, I didn't even see him move. Kankuro was thinking to himself. Hot, funny, strong, this guy is the total package. Tamari licks her lips behind him. About to pull off her fan, she is stopped when she sees Ino poking her hand with her silver bow staff. I don't know how your friend in the tree will feel if I kill you, but he might be more angry than he already is. Naruto says, looking at the tree. The boy with red hair and a gourd on his back jumps out of the tree and stands next to his brother. Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to Suna. But Gaara, he. Shut up or I'll kill you. Gaara said, looking at his brother dead in the eyes. I am sorry for how my stupid sibling acted. My name is Gaara and mother wants your blood. He said the last part and blasted Naruto with some of his kai, and Naruto was unfazed by it, shocking everyone. Listen here, you little raccoon, you are not in your village anymore, and that means you are not the strongest, you are on my turf where I am the strongest. You are the weakest of us 9, don't make me have to put you in your place. Naruto said all this walking up to Gaara, blasting him with his own kai, making him and the group in the trees watching scared. Once he was standing over Gaara, who had wide eyes because his sand was not reacting to the boy and he was afraid that his mother wouldn't protect him. Now I suggest you not kill any leaf ninja while you are here in the village or cause any trouble in the red light district, or I am gonna have to come find you and kill you. Naruto said the last part with demon chakra. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, make sure you remember it. He then walks off not before giving a wink to Tamari who blushed a little bit. Uchiha, I hope that you are happy now and will stop watching me. Naruto-sama, he was also a Jinchuriki. I could feel it when he tried to scare us. Ino said, speaking up after they walked away. Yes, should we fight him if we see him in the exams? Sakura asked Naruto. Only fight him if you have to, but when he starts to transform and you can't win, just send chakra into this. He handed them a 3-pronged kunai that made them widen their eyes. Then Naruto-sama, you finished this jutsu. Ino said, taking it along with Sakura. You bet I did, you didn't have any doubts, did you? Oh, of course not, you are my amazing Naruto-sama after all. She said, giving him a kiss. Wow, Ani-chan, you are now dating Ino Pig. Sakura said, trying to tease her brother. Shut it, forehead girl, you are just mad I have a real man and you don't. Ino said, grabbing his arm. Yeah right, Ino Pig, he is my brother. Sakura said, grabbing his other arm. Naruto could only sigh before pulling his arm out of their holds and making a whip of water and smacking them on their ass. What did I say about you two fighting? Not to do it. They said with their heads down. Tonight you both will receive 100 spankings. What, no you can't, we have exams tomorrow, we won't be able to fight, right? Naruto-sama, don't be so mean. Ino said, crying and I'm tears. Why yes, Ani-chan, don't do that to little Olemi. Sakura said, also giving him the puppy dog eyes. I don't want to hear it. Naruto picked them up and started to fly to his compound with them kicking and screaming. Leaving a laughing Tenten. Haha, that serves them. Tenten said, laughing on the roof. Only to stop when she heard Naruto behind her. What are you laughing about? You will also be punished for shooting a fireball in the village. Naruto said. Wait, Ani-chan, we can work something out, right? She is backing away. No, I don't think so. He leaps to get her, but she jumps off and runs to the Hokage office in order to get a safe place. Oh no you don't. He runs after her. Hokage office. All the jonin from each village who have teams entering the exams are located inside the room in a meeting with the Hokage. Okay, this one is for all the jonin coming to our village. Do not go into the red light district causing problems. That place is under the protection of the Uzumaki and one of our ninja who will handle you if you cause trouble in his area. One of the jonin thinks it is a good time to make fun of the leader. It sounds to me that you cannot keep one of your own ninjas in line. The ninja said, smirking, making the others as well. That is not what I am saying. The whole area is under his control, and the people hold this ninja in high regard, so I warn you, if you cause trouble, not only will you have to deal with him, but also the people. They are interrupted when a brown-haired girl comes crashing through the window with a frantic look on her face, making all the foreign ninja go on guard. Hokage-sama, help me, it's him, he is trying to give me spankings again. The girl said, shaking the leader violently, making all the leaf ninja look around in worry, confusing everyone else. Anbu. 4 Anbu drop down and take the girl to the ceiling to hide her, already knowing what is going on. Hokage-sama, what is going on? A sand ninja said, looking around in worry as well. It is him who will come and discipline those who act up, and even some of our brave ninjas have fallen to his wrath. A moment of silence for them, please. All leaf ninja get tears in their eyes and look down. The blast of wind hits the office, knocking all Hiruzen's paperwork down, making him scream in horror. No, not the paperwork. He cries on the floor at having to do all that again. Quickly, all leaf ninja get in formation. We will take the fight to him. The Hokage barked out orders, getting back on his feet. Smoke entered the room and everyone was looking at it, trying to see through it, only to see blue eyes looking back at them, making some nervous. So you wish to hide the girl, do you? Well, in that case you all shall fall. Someone from the smoke speaks in a demonic voice, making all leaf ninja run in terror. Those who stayed received the worst beating of their life. They all had been whipped by a whip of water and it hurt like hell. Sending them to the hospital. So old man, you were hiding the outlaw this whole time. I think someone has to pay. He then pulls out the orange book of the Hokage and seeing it he widens his eyes. Then Naruto-kun, come on, we can be civil about this, don't do it please. When will you learn that your actions have consequences? He then cuts the book up with his wind chakra, making the Hokage fall to his knees. Naruto shoots a hand of lighting to the ceiling and grabs 2 people. Tenten and Yugao. Wow, Yugao-chan, I didn't know you would help her. I had to and I regret nothing. The purple-haired Anbu said. Oh well, when I cut up your book of swords and housewives, we will see if you can keep that same energy. Do leave my book alone, I am sorry, Naruto-kun. She tried to say but was smacked on the ass by a water whip. The time for apologies is over. Now you must face your punishment. He then flies off with the 2 screaming girls. Triple X. It is the day of the exams, and everyone participating is extremely nervous, even the extremely prideful Naruto is a little nervous about these exams. He said to himself he would really show out in order to get his name out and have people fear his village because he noticed how weak his village has gotten. He needed to clear his mind, so he is doing something that can clear his mind. Oh yes, Naruto-kun, that's it. Oh my god. Fill me up. Naruto and some clones can be seen screwing Anko, Kurenai and Tsunami until they pass out. He has Anko and Dogja style pulling her hair and drilling into her from the back, making her scream out with an ahiga face. Kurenai can be seen in a missionary position, getting filled to the brim and about to pass out. Tsunami is in a mating press also with an ahiga face and on the brink of passing out due to pleasure. They have been at this since they woke up at 6 am. It is now 9 am and they have been at this for 3 hours, and Naruto is just now about to finish. Okay girls, here I come. Yes, fill us up. Anko screamed, moaning like a whore on the corner. Wait, the jutsu. Kurenai said in between moans, trying to use an anti-pregnancy jutsu. Oh yeah, don't want another kid just yet. With that said, the girls went through hand signs and performed the jutsu just in time because Naruto shot his white ropes into them, filling them to the brim. Okay, thank you girls, I am more cool now and am ready for the exams. Why you're welcome. Tsunami couldn't finish because she fainted. Naruto-kun. Anko and Kurenai finished for her and they also passed out. Haha, and they said they would outlast me. He chuckled to himself and got up to put his clothes on and go make breakfast for everyone. Making his way to the kitchen to make breakfast for everyone, he starts and is interrupted when Rukia can be seen running into the room with a smile. Good morning, Papa. Rukia said and jumped into Naruto's arms and gave him a kiss on the cheek, making him smile. Good morning to you as well, Rukia-chan. What are you going to make for breakfast? Rukia asked. I don't know, Ino or Tsunami normally does it. He says, shrugging his shoulders. Well, can we have some pancakes? They are always good when Ino makes them. Rukia says, purple eyes blinking in excitement. I guess so, I need a big breakfast because today is the Chunin exams. Naruto finished smirking. Oh yeah, you are gonna beat everyone, right dad? Rukia jumped in excitement. You bet I am, none of them can stand up to the storm of Konoha. Naruto made his 3 elements appear behind him for dramatics. Oh yay, that's so cool, we will be cheering for you. Rukia clapped for her dad. Some time passed by and everyone came out of their room saying good morning to everyone and started to eat breakfast. Laughs and just useless chatter followed all throughout the morning, and then they did some light training to get their blood pumping. Naruto can be seen putting on his clothes for the exams, and he decided he would show up to battle, so he put on his blue armor that was fixed, and he had infused it with Kasumi chakra, making it a lot tougher, and nothing but an AR Anchor S rank jutsu would actually hurt him. Kasumi came out the seal and wrapped it around his neck, making his orange fur coat. His moonlight sword on his waist along with his headband on his forehead proudly. Are you ready to do this, Kasumi-chan? We are going for gold today. He rubbed her ears. You know I got your back, Naruto-kun. She said, rubbing her head along his head. He then walks out of his room and goes outside where everyone is waiting for him to give him good luck. Naruto-kun, make sure you put on a show for me, okay? I have a lot of money on you. Kurenai said, giving him a wink. Oh Kurenai, I didn't know you were so irresponsible, it seems Anko has been rubbing off on you. Naruto said, letting out a laugh that everyone followed, making her blush. That's shut up. She said and turned around, crossing her arms with a blush still on her face. Naruto then went behind her and wrapped his arms around her, making her blush even more. Don't be like that, we are only joking and I'll be sure to win, and then you can have another reward later. He gave her a kiss, making her feel better. Iwo-to-sen, why did you do that with your lips? Inari said, green-faced. Oh, don't be like that, Inari-kun, Tsunami said, trying to kiss him on the cheek, but he was pushing her away. Naruto-sama, we should get going now or we will be late for the exams. Ino said, trying to get going. Okay Ino-chan, we can head out. Naruto said. Naruto then said goodbye to everyone and they all went their separate ways, with Kurenai going to the Jonin lounge along with Anko. Haku went to the hospital because her probation was almost over. Tsunami and the kid stayed home, while Ranmaru went to the Hyuga compound to train with his friend Hanabi. Making his way to the academy, he could only sigh at having to come back to this place. He just knew they would make some stupid test that focused on some kind of paper test. I know Naruto-sama, I also don't want to be here, but I can set up a mind link with you, and then we can still talk and give each other answers. Ino said, grabbing Naruto's hand, making him smile. Ah, what would I do without you, my Ino-chan? He said, kissing her cheek. She giggled. You wouldn't be able to make breakfast or pick your own clothes. She said and laughed at the face Naruto made. Ino-chan, this morning was not my fault. he said, trying to save himself. Naruto-sama, the pancakes grew arms and tried to fight you back. I even think it was a jutsu. Ino said with a deadpan face. If it was not because Rukia-chan stabbed it and Haku-chan froze it, we would be fighting it still. Ino said, still looking at Naruto, who had deflated due to Ino's harsh words. Ino-chan, you can be mean to your master sometimes, you know that. Naruto said on the ground with a rain cloud over his head. You have tough skin, get over it, master. Ino walked away. Kasumi-chan, you hear how she treats me. He looked over his shoulder only to see Kasumi on Ino's shoulder, giving him the middle claw with her paws. A tear dropped from his eye, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. You traitor. He then bit his hand, drawing blood. And a lightning bolt hit him, making a smoke screen. The smoke cleared, but nothing happened, and he only made a fool out of himself. Ani-chan, can you stop embarrassing yourself and just walk to the exams? Sakura said, walking up with her teammate Sasuke and a new kid named Sai. Okay, Maoto-chan, my traitor of a slave and partner left me behind. You won't leave me, will you? He was grabbing Sakura by the shoulder, crying and in tears. Let me go. She hit him on the head with a chakra-enhanced blow. She then walked off with a tick mark on her head at how her brother was acting. Well, at least those two are not so nervous anymore, and I took some of their fear away. Alright, I have to get some of my baddest points back for that though. He then gets up and puts on a straight face similar to his dad and releases a lot of chakra, cracking the ground, and walks off, scaring everyone, making them form a path for him to walk through. In the exams room, all of the rookie teams can be seen making their way to each other and talking like nothing is happening. Looks like we are all here and ready to kick some ass. The ever loud Kiba said, looking around. Wait, where is that loser blonde Naruto? Kiba asked. Why do you even worry about him? Sakura just knocked him out with one hit. Sasuke said, making everyone turn to Sakura, who blushed from the attention. Man, how troublesome, I hope he doesn't come, because if he does we will all lose. Shikamaru said, remembering the time Naruto beat him and his whole team by himself when he had come to drop Ino off on time. He still remembers what Naruto said to him that got him putting in more effort. Shika, we are not in the academy anymore, you can't just be lying around. You are the brains of this team. They depend on you to make a good plan and have their back. Can you really live with yourself if one of them died because you were too weak to protect them? Those words really had him think about what he has been doing since he had been put on a team. I hope he is alright. The shy Hyuga said. She had gotten a little bit better over the months because Naruto would often spend time at her compound with Ranmaru, who she was good friends with. Oh, he is coming, I can feel him making his way. Ino said, making everyone's attention turn to her and the fox on her shoulder. You guys don't feel that. Just open your senses and you will feel him coming. The other teams in the room were also listening to them, and they indeed looked for him, and what they felt scared them. The team from Kumo reacted to it. Oh my god, do you guys feel how strong this guy is? Carrie, a dark-skinned girl with red hair and golden eyes, said with wide eyes. Even the always cool Samui had a shocked face at feeling the power the guy was releasing. Samui is a girl with short blonde hair and light blue eyes and slightly tan-skinned. And what if he comes in and kills all of us, and then the Raikage gets mad and tries to kill him, but fails, and then a war breaks out, killing the whole world? Amui said, frothing out the mouth at all the things that went through his head. He has dark skin along with shaggy blonde hair and a sucker in his mouth. The team from Grass was also feeling the power of Naruto making his way to them. Holy shit, this guy is insane. A boy wrapped up looking like a mummy named Dosu. Yeah, but I will still blow him away. A sweating Zaku said with a stupid smirk on his face. The girl, however, was having different thoughts at what was going on. Oh my Kami, what the hell is he made of? I can feel his power from here, we are all going to die. Kin said with a straight face on the outside. The door was blasted open, and everyone was able to see the source of power, and what they saw made all the girls blush and the guys green with envy at seeing how badass Naruto looked. The more brave Genin tried to scare him by hitting him with some of their Kai, but all those who tried are knocked out when Naruto releases his own Kai. Holy shit. Kiba said in his head. Why did I even come? What a drag. Shikamaru though. My bugs are scared of him. I should stay away. Shino though. That's my master. Ino said with a blush and a proud smile on her face. Ani-chan is so badass. Sakura thought to herself with a little blush on her face. So cool. Samui said with a red face at seeing how cool Naruto is. Damn, that boy is strong. A genin with a grass headband said, licking her lips. Hey, you guys should really keep it down, you have caused a lot of problems. A boy with gray hair and glasses said. What the hell do you mean to keep it down? The whole point of my entrance was to make a lot of noise. Naruto said, walking over to the group. Well, this is your first time, so I figured you would need some help. Kabuto said, pushing his glasses up. Just tell us what you want so you can get out of here. Naruto said, annoyed at him. Kasumi jumped to Naruto and started to lick his face. Naruto-kun, he smells like snakes and blood. Kasumi said in Naruto's head. Does he now? Well, I know Anko does not know a dork like this guy, so he must work for that snake bastard. Naruto said, a bit heated. Well, I have information that you guys would like. I even have some on you. Kabuto said, trying to get on with the conversation because he felt a little weird being looked at like that by Naruto. Tell me everything you have on Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara of the Sand, and Rock Lee. Sasuke said, walking up. Oh, you already know their names, no fun. Kabuto then grabs the cards and puts chakra into them and pulls out their cards. Rock Lee. You have all read this before, so I won't waste your time. Naruto Uzumaki, he has done 147 D ranks all in the red light district. It seems that the people see him as their leader in the district because he fixed the area up and made it a safe place. 4 C ranks, and it seems when he went to wave he used his bloodline storm release of water and lighting to make a dragon come out of the sky and kill Raiga of the 7 swordsmen, along with splitting the sky with his sword. Everyone looked at Naruto, who was only smirking at the looks of fear he was getting. Okay, you little snake, that is enough of giving out your comrades' information to enemy ninja. Naruto said, taking his card away from the boy who had frozen at the hidden words. It seems all the Leaf Ninja didn't miss the extra emphasis he put on snakes and comrades. Got his ass. Naruto smirked at seeing all the Leaf Ninja eye Kabuto with anger. A smoke cloud appeared in the room and a group of Leaf Ninja came out, but the one with the scar on his face and bandana on his head stepped forward. Alright, you brats, sit down, it is time to begin the exam, so shut the hell up. Marino Ibiki said, walking to the front of the room. Okay, you guys will be taking a test to see if you have the brains to be a chunin. You will have 45 minutes to complete this test, and if you are caught cheating 3 times, you and your whole team are disqualified, so don't get caught. Any questions? A kid raises his hand, but he ignores him. Everyone start the damn test. With that, everyone started on the test and time passed. Some teams were already eliminated while others were still doing the test, and some figured out what the meaning of the test was. Sasuke can be seen using his copy eye to follow the marks of Sakura, who was smart enough to answer the questions by herself. Ino had linked her mind together with her teammates, and Shikamaru had told all of them the answers. Gaara had made an eye of sand and made it look around for the answers, and when they tried to give him a point deduction, he would blast them with Kai to make them stop. Damari was taking looks at Naruto while also waiting for her brother to give her the answers. The Kumo team was using their sword as a mirror to see others' answers, but made it look like they were polishing the blade. Naruto can be seen laying his head in the lap of Hinata Hyuga, whose face was red and steam was coming from her ears, and she could barely do her test at the feeling of Naruto being so close to her womanly part. Naruto-kun, CCC, can why you please move? Hinata said, trying to get under control. Oh, Hina-chan, you don't want me. Naruto said in a fake hurt tone, but Hinata does not know that. And no, Naruto-kun, you can stay in my lap all you want. She then blushes at hearing what she said. Oh, Hina-chan, you are the best. He gave her a kiss on the forehead. She froze at realizing what just happened, then she fainted. Naruto was chuckling at how cute she is when she gets all flustered like that. Only to be interrupted when Kasumi jumps in the air and lands on his stomach, causing him to jump up and launch the fox out the window, and everyone can hear what sounded like screaming. Uzumaki, what the hell do you think this is? Take your damn test. Ibiki said, getting fed up with the brat. Alright, Jez. He then sat down and looked at his test and just balled it up and threw it at Ibiki, hitting him in the face, making everyone shocked at what happened, even the Jonin watching. Jonin lounge. Anko can be seen rolling on the floor holding her stomach, laughing at how Naruto was trolling her partner. Kurenai was also laughing at him. Along with the other Jonin who were located in the room, even Yujito was watching her team. What is Kasumi? How is she outside the seal? Matabi said inside the head of Yujito. Kasumi, is that the name of the 9 tails? Yujito thought back to her best friend. Yes, and she is outside of the seal perfectly, but that should not be possible because the host should be dead, but he clearly is not. Well, maybe his seal is different. Yujito said back to her friend. Man, I feel bad for everyone else who has to take part in the next part of the exams. Anko said, getting back in her chair. What makes you say that, Anko? Asuma said, still smoking. Well, they have to fight Naruto-kun, of course. Kurenai said, not even caring how she called Naruto. Naruto-kun, since when did you start calling him that? Asuma said in shock. About 3 months ago. Kurenai said. Are you dating? Kakashi asked. Yes, we are, he actually has 6 girlfriends. Anko said, putting an arm on Kurenai. This shocked everyone. Kurenai, he is 13 and I've been asking you out for years. Well, I told you I didn't like you, but you kept asking me. Did you two have sex? Kakashi said, a little blood dripping from his nose. The two girls blushed at remembering how Naruto had fucked them into submission this morning, and they all enjoyed it. Everyone saw the look on their face that said it all. No, you didn't. Asuma got up in disbelief. Oh yes we did, and he was a beast. He had Kurenai. She is cut off when the red-faced Kurenai puts her hands over Anko's mouth. Shut up you baka. Kurenai said. Back to the exams room. The window is busted when the fox comes flying back in and hits Naruto in the face with her tails and knocks him into the wall. Damn fuzzball, you want to go? Naruto said, getting up and getting ready to fight the fox. Kasumi let out growls and yips at Naruto, making him get a tick mark. When they are about to fight, Tenten gets in the way with an annoyed look on her face. Ani-chan, can you just sit down? We are literally in the middle of a test. Fine, I'll let it go this time. He sits back in his seat. And Kasumi climbs back on his neck and licks his face, making him smile. Everyone, stop and turn the test over. We are about to give out the last question. Ibiki says, and everyone does just that. Naruto then tones him out because he already knows what he is going to do, thanks to Anko telling him this morning as a thanks for the good morning. Uzumaki, are you paying attention? Ibiki yelled at him. Oh my god. Can you stop screaming my name? I only like it when my girls do that. He says, annoyed that he keeps trying to pick on him. This makes everyone blush at what he was implying he did. I asked, what will you do? Leave or stay? Ibiki said with a little Kai trying to intimidate him. We are going to stay, of course. Did you think me and my squad would fold under pressure? You got us confused with those weak sound ninjas, but not us. We don't run and we don't quit, and that's the will to continue through the leaves of fire, which gives you the will of fire. At Naruto's words, all the leaf ninjas smile and get some of their confidence back and want to continue. It seems his little outburst has given them their will. It seems that we have a natural born leader. Alright everyone who stayed is passed. Ibiki said to the cheers of everyone. Now your next proctor. He is cut off when a crash comes through the window, and Anko can be seen coming through with her black trench coat with purple flames at the bottom, along with her black miniskirt and fishnet underneath. Alright. It is the sexy and happily taken Anko Mitarashi. Some fire comes from behind her and she is just standing there in the pose. Most people stare at the cool entrance, and the boys look with lust, while the girls are jealous, and Naruto only smiles lovingly at his behind. Alright you brats, let's go to the forest of death. You have 30 minutes to make your way to the field. She then jumps out the window along with Naruto, who flies out after her, shocking all the foreign ninja. He is strong, but he holds the Kyuubi, and I won't be able to place my mark on him, but I can try, and if I can't then he will die. The thoughts of a snake, but the snake doesn't know he is being eyed as the prey for once. We can see all the teams that have passed the first part of the exams are all gathered in front of the gates waiting for the proctor. But what they see is not what they are expecting. Naruto and Anko are in a heated makeout session, ignoring everyone else's presence, wrapped up in their own lust, and notice they are being watched by a group of horny teenagers. Their hands are roaming each other's body, about to take their clothes off when one of the genin coughs loudly to grab their attention. What, can't you see I am busy? Anko said, not even looking at them. We have our test to do. A genin shouts, only to be cut off when a kunai goes past him. It is the loud mouths like you that often die first in this forest. She says, appearing behind him in an instant. Okay Anko-chan, I think we can stop right now, we can just pick up later where we left off. Naruto says, giving her a wink. Okay Naruto, come. Anko then proceeded to explain the rules to the rest of everyone else, getting some complaints from them, but they are shut up when Anko throws kunai at them or snakes climbing their legs. Okay, now that I have finished explaining, it should be pretty simple. Go in, take someone's scroll and get to the tower within 5 days before dying, and if you die that just means you were too weak. Anko says over the speaker. Naruto walks over to Hinata, who is a bit scared, and he can see it clearly with her shaking, and it is not helping with how the group of Kumo ninja are eyeing her. Hinata-chan. This makes the girl jump. Then Naruto-kun. What can I do? She asked, looking down. I need you to be strong in this forest. He speaks, getting close to her, making her go red in the face. I will try. She says hesitantly. No, don't try, just do it, Hinata. Naruto tells her sternly. I can't, I am man not like you. She looks down at her words. Naruto grabs her chin and lifts her head up so she is looking at him, making her face turn red. Hinata, you are strong. I have seen it with my own eyes. You must learn to stand on your own 2 feet and become your own pillar of strength. You can't always depend on someone to come save you. Find that strength you have in yourself and show no mercy to your enemies, because they will not show any to you. He finishes, unknowingly inspiring all those who hurt him. Your team will have your back and you must have theirs. he says, giving a kiss to her forehead, making her go wide-eyed. That's my Naruto-sama. Ino says, also getting inspired by his words. He is right, I need to get off my ass. My team needs me. Shikamaru thinks to himself, getting serious for once in his life. Yes, Naruto is right again, I must be there for my comrades. Choji puts his chips away. Ani-chan surely is a great motivational coach. Tenten thinks to herself. Checking all her weapons and seals she used with Naruto. Yes, I will use my own strength. Sakura thinks, tightening her gloves and Anbu gear. Naruto then walks back to his gate that was assigned to him, and the other genin gave him a wide path, but he locks eyes with a disguised grass ninja, and his eyes turn red with a slit for a second, eyeing the ninja like a predator. Alright Goo. Anko shouts over the speaker and all the genin sprint into the forest except Naruto, who just walks through the open gate. What is Naruto doing? Echunin asked his partner. I don't know, that kid is just full of surprises. His partner replies. He is saving his strength, you idiots. Anko says, looking at them with a grin that made most men run in terror. Saving his strength for what he has to make it to the tower in 5 days. That's just that he has 5 days. Anko said to them. Forest of Death. 5 days, there's no need for me to rush, the teams will come to me expecting me to be easy prey. He makes 10 shadow clones, and they all jump into the forest covering his back and being his replacement if needed. Okay, now that I have a defense set up, let's see if we can find anyone close to me. Should be easy since I have been here for weeks with Anko-chan. He then closes his eyes and puts his finger on the ground and reaches out with his senses that reach 30 miles in all directions. My sensory skills need to be improved. Tobirama is able to scan the whole village and even further than that. He gets up, checking his scroll again. Heaven scroll, looks like we are looking for an earth scroll. I wish I had another summon for the ground because my thunderbirds won't work in this dense forest. I wish I had the chakra chains of my clan, maybe I can work on it after this. He then pulls water out of thin air and makes a giant wave and begins to ride it around the forest with a grin on his face. I swear if he and Kushina were to fight together the world would not survive. Kasumi thinks from his shoulder. It has been an hour, and Naruto had already crushed a bunch of teams with his giant 20-foot wave and was quickly racking up scrolls, but he did not want to go to the tower because he has yet to find a dance partner that can match his steps. Kasumi could only roll her eyes at the Madara-like answer. He jumps off the wave and falls onto a rain ninja with an elbow drop on the head, knocking him out. He then rushes the 2 rain ninjas with rebreathers and hits them with lightning-enhanced punches, shocking them. Water-style water prison, and the 2 rain ninja are being shocked while inside a bubble of water. He releases it before they can die. Now hand your scroll over or go back into the bubble. He says in a blank tone to them. H here W, we only have heaven. The rain ninja hands him the scroll. Now let us live. Okay, you leave the tower, weaklings. He turns his back to them, making both of them extremely mad at being tossed to the side. They were the best of their village, no leaf trash would defeat them. Who are you calling weak, you leaf trash? They then go through hand signs and shoot water bullets at him the size of basketballs at him. Pathetic. Kasumi-chan, can you deal with them? Kasumi then enlarges her tails and blocks the weak bullets. Okay, Naruto-kun. She then jumps behind them and grows to the size of a giant bear, reaching 7 feet tall with her teeth showing, ready to tear into this trash that dare challenge her and her mate. Quickly swiping her claws across them and a bite here and there, and goodbye rain ninjas. Nice job, Kasumi-chan, as effective as ever, let me clean that real quick. He then shoots a stream of water out of his palms, cleaning her teeth, cleaning all of the blood and flesh from her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. No problem, and can you stay like that so I can ride on your back? He asked her. Well, I can, but you will have to make it up to me later, she says in a flirty tone. Oh, that I can do. He jumps on her back, giving a pat to her butt, telling her to go. Hey. I am not some horse, don't smack my butt. You didn't say that last night. He grinned at her, making her blush under the fur. Shut up, idiot. She then takes off at great speed looking for prey to defeat. Ino and her team are currently hiding inside the bushes, watching Gaara and his siblings kill a team without mercy, and the 2 boys flinch, while Ino only looks with unflinching eyes because Naruto had told her not to show fear or falter, along with the other girls. Okay, we need to get out of here before they spot us and kill us. Shikamaru speaks in a hushed whisper to his team. That is pointless. He already knows we are here. If he attacks us and we strike back. Ino replies in a calm tone she had learned from Naruto, and this shocks her team. Ino, we can't beat those guys, let's just run. Choji said, shaking. Look at you two, shaking in terror, you are supposed to be the clan heirs. Act like it, this is not something we can run from. Ino speaks to them, not taking her eyes off Gaara, who turns to them and extends his hand while Ino takes her staff out ready to fight. They quickly jumped out of the bush to avoid the sand that was at their feet. Ino goes through hand signs fire-style flaming flower. She shoots a large flower that looks like a burning rose, and it clashes with Gaara's sand, turning it to glass, shocking everyone at how hot her flames are. I know I am not stronger than you, but I can still not run away just because my life is in danger. Ino says, getting in a stance with her staff. Your blood will make mother satisfied for now. Gaara says, aiming for more sand to go towards Ino, who dodges with no problem. This sand is pretty fast. If only I could make it slower with some water, but we are not close to any water supplies. If only I could pull water from the air like Naruto-sama. Ino jumps in a tree and goes through more hand signs fire-style raining flames. She then shoots a volley of flames above Gaara, who only stands there like nothing's happening. Only to be shocked when the fire hits his sand. It turns to glass and he is trapped in a glass dome. Alright, let's take this time to capitalize. She then jumps down from the tree with her staff ready to strike the trapped Gaara. But she has to block when a gust of wind comes her way and she is cut up along with her purple trench coat a bit. Did you forget about us? Temari says, swinging her fan in a threatening manner. I did, but what about my team? She looks around and can see Shikamaru behind a bush and Choji in his human boulder, ready to run over the glass Gaara. Okay, I thought they left me for a second. Human boulder. Choji says, going towards Gaara. But before he can hit, the glass cracks and a sand wall comes up and blocks him. We need to retreat. Shikamaru says in the bushes. Your death will make Uzumaki suffer, so suffer you shall. Gaara said, making his sand fly towards Ino, who knocks him away with her fire-covered bow staff. Kuro then commands his puppet to come up behind Ino, who seems to not see it, but she does, and does something unexpected. She drops to her back and spins around with her flaming bow staff, making a flaming circle cover her for a second, stopping all attacks that meet her circle. Wow, she has really gotten better over this month. She is almost as strong as Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru thinks with amazement. Have I really fallen that far behind to where I can't even fight with my comrades? He clenches his fist in anger, and a flame is set ablaze within him. Is that all you can do, Sandman and Puppet Boy? Ino says, panting but also grinning like her blonde master. Wind-style cyclone jutsu. The shout came from Temari and Ino jumped out of the way, but he was caught in Gaara's sand. Oh no. Ino says, but still does not give up. Okay, I just need to expel as much fire chakra as possible, and hopefully this will stun him long enough for me to regroup. Gaara walks to her with a bloodthirsty grin, but Ino only gives him a blank stare. Now you shall die and Uzumaki will come for his revenge and give me his blood. Sand coffin. He crushes his fist, expecting to hear the cries of pain and see her blood spill, but is wrong when the sand turns to glass and flames explode out of the cracks, and Ino gives him a kick to the face, leaving a crack on his sand armor. She runs to her team and they retreat to fight another time. Ino, that was amazing. Where did you learn all of this? Shikamaru asks Ino. I learned it from Naruto-sama. He is really amazing. She says, jumping through trees along with her team. What do we do now though? Choji asked. We go to the tower. Ino says, grinning like a fox. We don't have the earth scroll. Shikamaru said. Yes we do. I grabbed it when I kicked Gaara in the face. Ino says, still grinning. Wow, she is really amazing. I wonder if I can be like her. What am I thinking? I don't want to be like a girl, how troublesome. Shika shakes his head, gaining his focus. Naruto and Kasumi can be seen on the trail of a team who is running for their lives. They both are grinning like foxes ready to pounce on their prey. Naruto then jumps off the back of Kasumi and coats his hand in lightning and kills a team from sand. I wonder if I should have killed them. I mean, we are allies. Oh well, this is an exam and they signed up for this. He then goes through their pockets and finds more scrolls. He then feels Ino's chakra spike and can see some flames in the distance. Well, looky here. He grins, looking in her direction. It seems Ino-chan is really fighting that Gaara kid. Do you think he will kill her? Kasumi says, walking next to him in her fox form. I believe in Ino, but if he does kill her, he can kiss his ass goodbye. He jumps back on Kasumi. Where to next? She asked, walking off. The scream echoes close to him, and that answers their question. Kasumi takes off to its direction, and Naruto can sense how the chakra feels similar to his own, but that is impossible unless he has some family. Kasumi-chan, you have to hurry, I think it is an Uzumaki clan member. He shouts with excitement in his voice. But that Kasumi takes off in an orange blur, and they arrive at the section of the screen within minutes. They see a giant bear approaching, but when the bear senses Kasumi, it runs off knowing it is in danger. Stay back, I don't have a scroll. The redhead says, backing up with a kunai in hand. Naruto sees her and can only think of how her hair looks similar to that of his mother. "You're beautiful." He speaks to her in a soft tone. This catches her off guard and she can only blush at his compliment. What I am not falling F for that," Karen says, pointing her kunai at him. "No, I am your family. I am in Uzumaki and I can sense it in your chakra, and if you sense it, you will feel it in my own chakra." He then releases some of his chakra so she can feel it. It dances around her and the forest, often giving off sparks, but flowing like water while cutting through the air like wind. She can feel how dense and strong his chakra is. "You Uzumaki, you are also one." Karen walks to him a bit. "Yup, I'll be your new Ani-chan. Emoto-chan." He opens his arms for her and she runs to him smiling, happy tears coming down her face. "Don't worry, it will be okay now. I'll keep you safe," he says, soothing to her and patting her back. "Ani-chan, I am in a different village. How would you keep me safe?" she says, looking up at him. "You are in Uzumaki. My family." During the war, all Uzumaki who fled their homes were to return to the Leaf Village and become members, and that contract is still in session. He grins at her when her eyes go wide. "So I count as a fleeing Uzumaki." She then hugs him tight and smiles brightly, tossing her headband. "Alright, let's get moving again." He is cut off when he feels his kunai he gave Sakura ping. "Asumi-chan, guard Karen, Sakura needs me." He then disappears in a blue flash. Appearing to where Sakura is. He can see Orochimaru biting down on Sasuke's neck and Sakura is on the ground bleeding from her side. He appears next to her, unaware of the other two. "Sakura-chan, what happened?" he asked her worriedly. "We were ambushed by Orochimaru and a giant snake." She speaks while healing herself. "Where is that pale fucker at?" Naruto asked, looking for him. "He was blasted away by a strong wind jutsu," Sakura said, getting up. "Don't worry, I will take care of this while you heal yourself," he said, pulling out his moonlight sword. He then charges Orochimaru and kicks him hard in the spine, knocking him away from Sasuke. He picked the boy up and tossed him to Sakura, who began to work on his injuries. "Fukuku, Naruto-kun, so nice of you to join us. I wondered if I would run into you," the man said, coming from around a tree with no injuries. Naruto then made a single-handed ram sign and blue lines appeared on his body before they vanished and chakra exploded of Naruto blowing away the trees and cracking the ground. His blonde hair danced and his blue armor clicked, his eyes began to sparkle with electricity, but the worst thing. The grin that tugs on his lips. All of this unnerves the Snake Sannin a bit because he was not expecting this from a genin, even if he was the container of the 9 tails. His chakra is reaching that of Biju, surpassing that of the 3 tails and still growing. He shakes this off and tries to taunt him a bit. Seems the fox wants to play. "Are you going to really fight me, a cage-level ninja? Even if you go all out? You cannot defeat me," he finishes with a smirk. "I am still holding back. And I am no fox but the bird that catches the snake, the eagle that feeds your remains to my kids. I am something you can never hope to fathom, a thunderbird with no equal." Naruto shouts the last part, getting in a stance, making Orochimaru pull out his blade. "A thunderbird? Ha, you stupid child, you are nothing. Let's see if you can match Sasuke-kun." He charges at Chunin speeds to test if Naruto can keep up. "Let's dance." With that, he charges at higher speeds, shocking Orochimaru, and due to his shock, he receives a deep slash on his chest. Orochimaru coughs up blood and then opens his mouth, and a new version of himself comes out from his mouth. Not bad. "Naruto-kun, you shocked me for a second there. But it is all useless. You are just a piece of work. I have never seen someone do that before. But that just means I can keep cutting you and you will pop back out," Naruto says, getting ready for the dance of his life. He still wishes to fight. I had hoped that would scare him off. "I can't fight at full power without telling the whole village I am here." Orochimaru gets ready to fight again and charges at Jonin speeds this time. Again, he is shocked and pays for it with more slashes on his body, making him force another body to come from his mouth again. "This brat is getting on my nerves now, I will just kill him quickly." He charges at high Anbu speeds, knowing he can't keep up this time. But he can see Naruto looking directly at him the whole time, grin still in place. Naruto takes the offensive and charges ahead, and they clash blades. "Your steps are not strong enough," Naruto says, and spins off and delivers a quick slash along Orochimaru's back. He goes back in to deliver more pain to him, but his opponent turns and clashes back with him. Naruto is having none of that. A sealess clone comes from behind Orochimaru. 14th dance, boomerang data. Lan throws the sword ready to take his head off, but Orochimaru ducks, hoping it will cut Naruto, but he catches it in his other hand. 13th dance, twister. Naruto then disappears in a twister and moves to Orochimaru, giving him many cuts, leaving the snake bloody and hurt. "Is this all you got? Maybe you should try something else." Naruto says, grinning at Orochimaru, who is shedding his skin again. I have killed you 3 times, what is going on, you pedo? Naruto says, getting under the snake skin. You stupid brat, you are going to die. Striking shadow snakes. He says, and snakes come out of his arm with poisonous fangs ready to bite down on Naruto. Is this it? Anko-chan can dance better than this. Naruto speaks, cutting down the snakes like he does every day. A shadow comes over Naruto, and a giant snake comes crashing down on him, but Naruto grabs it with one hand and tosses the snake to the wide-eyed Orochimaru. Take your trash. Naruto then sends out a jutsu with no hand signs. Grand slashing wind skill and a volley of slashes cut the snake up and the trees behind Orochimaru, who dodges but gets hit by some. Damn, at this rate I won't be able to win without announcing my presence. Oh well, I already did what I wanted, so I will go. He then goes through hand signs. Wine style, great breakthrough. That will teach you to mess with me, boy. He finishes looking at the cloud of smoke. That was some weak shit. Let me show you how to use windful. Naruto said, appearing from the smoke without a scratch due to his armor and impressive defense. Wind style, wind dragon. A massive dragon of wind appears with a roar and charges the wide-eyed Orochimaru. I am not done yet, wind style dragon's frenzy. He shouts and up to 15 dragons form and charge the pale man. When they make impact, a huge explosion sounds off, followed by a mini earthquake in the forest that makes everyone turn toward Naruto's direction. Nothing is left of the area they were fighting in, not even the huge trees that used to stand. They are all chopped down and fall inside of the massive crater. So he got away, the bastard. Naruto then turns away and walks to the wide-eyed Sakura, who was in a barrier seal protecting her and Sasuke. Nai-san, that was amazing. Sakura said, looking at Naruto, who is not even hurt. Yes, we all know how badass I am. Naruto walks up about to drop the barrier, but is stopped when a blade is going through his chest. And then Naruto, and no. Sakura says, wide-eyed with terror. Foolish boy, never turn your back to your opponent. It seems you still want to keep dancing, but there is just no strength left in your step. Naruto says and disappears in an explosion, hitting Orochimaru point blank. Naruto then grabs Team 7 and flies away, leaving the snake Sanin to lick his wounds. Then Naruto, why are we running away? He is still weak. You can kill him. Sakura asked, confused. We are not running away, that was a clone of him, so he left before us. Plus he was too weak in his current state and I wasn't going all out. He says to the girl on his back. Wait, what about Sai? Sakura asked. Don't worry, he is following us on the ground, but he is hiding his chakra, so he must be trying to spy on us. Don't trust him at all. Naruto says to her. Okay, bro. But that she puts her head on his shoulder and gets some rest. Sasuke is being pulled by his leg, often hitting his head on tree branches, leaving him knocked out, and Sai watching them trying to get more information on them. It is nighttime and Sakura is just waking up and can see Naruto knocked out, snoring like they are not in a forest that can kill them. She gains a tick mark on her head, but stops when she sees him sleeping on Kasumi along with Aridid. She noticed she looks like Naruto's mother from the pictures he has shown them. Sasuke is sweating in his sleep and often lets out a grunt every now and then. He must have put up some barrier seal, and that's why he is sleeping like that. Sakura says to herself. Well, there is nothing to do, so she just goes back to sleep and waits until morning to wake up. But she did not see Sai outside trying to get inside. Morning comes and the sound of fighting wakes up Sakura, and she hears it is coming from outside of the cave, so she quickly runs outside to see an ass whooping going on. Naruto is currently stomping a mud hole into a boy with spiky black hair, and a clone of him has a boy tied upside down, currently getting beat up in a taijutsu battle. Oh hey Sakura-chan, good morning to you. Naruto says when he kicks the boy in the face one last time. Wait, what about me? Kin said, just standing still looking at how badly her team has got beat up. What about you? Naruto asked the girl. Well, I don't know what to do, I didn't want to fight you anyways, they just made me do it. Kin said, walking to him slowly. Oh well, just run away or something, I don't know what to tell you. Naruto tells her. See, can I join you? She asked, blushing a bit and looked down. Naruto grinned and turned to Sakura, who rolled her eyes at knowing what he would do. Oh Kin-chan, if you wanted to be with me, that's all you had to say. He says, pulling her close to him. And no tea, that is not what I meant. Kin said, blushing red at how he was holding her. How about I take you away from Orochimaru and you become my slave? He says, giving her a charming smile that makes her blush until she hurt him. A slave, why would I do that? She asked, pushing away from him a bit. It's not what you are thinking, I just want to make you a cute housemaid who serves the Uzumaki household. He said, trying to calm her down. Well, if I do this, can you save my friend Taiya? She will also become your slave, I promise. Kin said to him, a little hope in her eyes. Naruto grabs her in a hug. Of course I will save her, just tell me what she looks like and I will get her when I can. Naruto says, rubbing the blushing girl's hair. Let's go Sakura-chan, Kin-chan, I have everything we need. He said, putting Kin over his shoulder, making her squeak. Sai, get your pale ass out here before I kill you. He makes a water lance and throws it at a tree, cutting it down. Don't do that again, dickless. Sai said with a fake smile. Ani-chan may be a lot of things, but dickless is nodded. Inner Sakura thinks of outer Sakura, making a little blood come from her nose at seeing Naruto and Haku have sex one time. Ah, whatever, pale fucker, let's go. He then flies off, but an evil chakra erupts and Naruto turns to the cave to see Sasuke emerge with an evil grin on his face. This power feels amazing. This is what I want and need to kill him. Sasuke says, looking around at all the people about to leave. Hey loser, get down here and fight me right now. Sasuke says, looking up at Naruto. Hold on you guys, this idiot wants to fight. Naruto makes a clone and hands over Kin to it. Okay playboy, let's see if you can step with me. Naruto charges Sasuke, who meets him head on. Sasuke throws a left jab, Naruto eats the punch like it was nothing and delivers a blow to Sasuke's lung, knocking the air out of his lungs. Naruto drops and kicks him into the air and gives him a barrage of punches, sending him higher into the air. Water-style crashing waves. Waves appear out of thin air and crash down onto Sasuke, sending him to the ground. Naruto gets to a tree and looks down at the boy. Here comes a new move, Swanton Bomb. Naruto then jumps off the tree and flips and lands back first onto Sasuke and covers him. Sakura-chan, come and count the pin. Sakura then appears in a referee uniform and counts to 3. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. She shouts, holding his hand up, and bright flashes go off in the trees, taking his picture. Okay, now that is done, let's head to the tower and get out of here. He picks her up and jets off, followed by his clone, and all you can hear are the screams and laughs of the girls. The group appear at the tower and walk into a room with words on it, but Naruto pays it no mind and just unravels the scrolls and tosses them at the wall in a puff of smoke. Anko and Iruka are standing there. Hello Naruto-kun, what the hell took you so long? I was getting lonely in bed. She says, giving him a long kiss. Sorry Anko-chan, I just wanted to find a nice dance partner. He said, grinning. Well, did you find one? Anko asked. Believe this, we ran into Orochimaru and he danced a little bit, but he lost his step towards the end. You also fought him? Are you okay? Did he bite you? Anko said, checking over Naruto and then giving him a hug. No Anko-chan, he didn't even touch me, but he did bite Sasuke. But now that I can see another curse mark, I will be able to remove yours now that I will have more knowledge on the mark. He said, pulling her into his arms and kissing her head. I hate to interrupt, but you need to go to the Hokage office and tell him what happened. Iruka said, trying to get a hold of himself. Okay, I will do that, I have to tell him about my new friends. Naruto says, pointing towards Kin and Karen. But that said, Naruto kicked down the temporary office of the old Hokage, who was behind his desk, pushing papers like usual. Old man, we have to talk, I got some major news to tell you. Naruto walked in, followed by Karen and Kin. Old man, you won't believe what I discovered in the forest. Naruto said. Oh, it wouldn't happen to be these two young girls now, would it? Hiruzen said, looking up from his paperwork. Yeah, and also Orochimaru is in the exams and is after Sasuke, but Kin here can give you more on his plans. Naruto said, pushing Kin to the Hokage, making her blush at being put on the spot. How can Kin tell me more? Hiruzen asked. I used to work for him. She responded hesitantly, afraid that she would be killed for working for him. Okay, by used to I assume you want to defect and join this village. Hiruzen responded, amused while smoking his pipe. Yes B, but I will be Naruto-sama's slave. The girl blushed at saying that out loud. Oh, well, that is a good way to save you from the evils of the council and transfer to our village safely. We can say he defeated you and claimed you as his reward. The old Hokage giggled like a pervert and wrote something down in a notebook that said, tips for Ika. Okay, can we get to what Orochimaru has planned? Karen said, getting annoyed by the pervy Hokage. Why yes we can. And believes us for a moment. He said, making a hand sign, and they bowed then left. Is that guy on the outside going to stay here as well? Karen asked, looking at the window. The old man looked surprised but then sighed. Jiraiya, you can come in now, you are busted. With that said, the window opened and a tall white-haired old man came inside the room. How did you sense me? Jiraiya asked bashfully at being caught. I am a Uzumaki sensor. You can't hide from me. Karen said a bit proudly. But yet you still couldn't beat a wild bear. Naruto said, laughing with Kin, who tried to hide her laugh. He is stopped when Karen hits him in the gut. Oh, what did you think would happen punching my armor? Naruto said, laughing even more. You asshole. She turned her back to him. Well anyways Kin, can you please tell me what my foolish teammate has done now? Jiraiya said, getting serious. He wants to destroy the village during the finals of the exams. He will be attacking with sand and sound. He wants to have Iwa attack them, but their leader thinks he is a fool, and the plan will fail. But he never said no, so I would be careful. Wow, that is bad. If he gets Iwa, we will have a hard time fighting back. Hiruzen replied, troubled. Yes, that is just the outer works of the plan. Kin replied. There's more? Jiraiya asked, shocked. He wants to kill you the most, Lord Third. He will trap you in a barrier and revive the first, second, and fourth Hokage to kill you. Kin said, a bit worried for her new leader. Damn, that is not good. Naruto said, worried for his Gram's safety. He will have Gaara, who is the host for the One Tails rampage in the village, along with giant snake summons destroy the village. Kin said. That is not good. That will cause mass damage and chaos all over the village. Naruto said, thinking about his new family and other people in the red light he cares for. I will inform the council about this, and we will come up with a plan to overcome this. Hiruzen said, yay, and you should most likely start to train again for the fight that is to come, along with all the clan heads. Naruto said seriously. Yes, you are right, we will need all our strength if we are to overcome this. Hiruzen said it was just as serious. I can take out Gaara along with the giant snakes that are to come. My summons will deal with them along with some clones I can enhance with Kasumi's chakra. Naruto said, trying to help as much as he could. Okay, that is actually a good idea. You can have them focus on getting the civilians to safety, along with defeating the ninja that will be on foot. Hiruzen said, nodding in agreement with him. Wait, you have a contract? Jiraiya asked, shocked. Yes, I do. Naruto said. Show me. Jiraiya said, wanting to see if it is strong enough. He goes through hand signs and the puff of smoke. Later a small winged thunderbird is summoned and lands on Naruto's shoulder. You see, I have the thunderbird contract. Naruto said, rubbing the bird, getting it to lean into his hand. How did you get the mythical contract for them? Jiraiya asked, baffled that this boy has the contract. Well, it is in Uzumaki clan summoning contract. Naruto said, like it was no problem. Really? Then can I sign it too? Karen asked with stars in her eyes. You sure can. Naruto said, rubbing Karen's head, making her eye twitch. I am not a dog. She hit him on top of his head. So do you know of your family as well? Jiraiya asked hastily. If you are wondering if I know about my dad, then yes, I do. I also know that you were close to him and could have been here for me. Naruto said, leveling a glare on him with some kai, making Jiraiya sweat a bit. Look, I am sorry, I was always out on the road and spying for the village. I wouldn't have been able to take proper care of you and do my duties for the village. Jiraiya said, trying to make the angry teen calm down. When you returned to the village to report to the old man, how come you never came to see me? Naruto said, still not letting up on his anger. Jiraiya put his head down because he had no excuse for that. I don't care anymore. I took care of myself back then anyways. Naruto said, railing his anger in. I can make it up to you by training you for the month. Jiraiya said, knowing this will get him. No thank you, you have better things to work on than training someone who doesn't need your training. Naruto said. What, I am a legendary ninja. The strongest in the village. Jiraiya said, not believing he was just turned down. Strongest in the village, hahaha. Naruto laughed but then stopped and released 5 tails of Kasumi's chakra. Cracking the floor and windows, making a red cloak surround his body, and the 5 tails behind him came out. Good thing I put up that seal or the room would be flooded with ninjas. I am still in control. Naruto said, seeing Jiraiya about to put some seal on him. How can you control so much? Hiruzen asked, also surprised. It's because Kasumi-chan is my girlfriend. Naruto said with a smile. Is that the Nine Tails name? And the Nine Tails is a woman? Jiraiya said and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yes, so call her by her name when you are in my presence. He said and released a chakra. I am pretty sure I can still beat you though. Jiraiya said. I just beat your teammate in the forest while I was holding back. Naruto said, crossing his arms. No way. Jiraiya replied. Whatever, do you have the key to my seal? My dad said I would need it to master all of her chakra. Naruto said, holding his hand out. How did he tell you? Jiraiya asked. He sealed some of his chakra in the seal and talked to me after we had a fight. Naruto said, smiling at that. Who won? Hiruzen asked, a bit curious about this. Well, I did, but that is only because he wanted to test my strongest jutsu against his smaller Sengen. He should have known that would happen. What was he thinking of challenging in Uzumaki in a jutsu contest? Naruto said, laughing at this again. Wow, I wish we had all been able to see that. Hiruzen said, dropping his pipe. Actually, you should be glad it took place in my head. If the fight was outside, the village would have been destroyed by my final attack. Naruto said, smirking. Wow, Naruto-sama, you are really strong. Kin said, amazed at her new master. You bet I am Kin-chan. Naruto replied, smiling at the girl, making her blush a bit. Well, I wanted to take you on a training trip for 3 years to help you get stronger and avoid a group of S-rank criminals after you. Jiraiya said seriously. Let me guess, you were gonna train me in Kasumi's chakra. Naruto said. Yes. Jiraiya said, not seeing the problem. That is stupid and would be a waste of time. A group of S-rank ninja are after people with Biju. You think they won't have a way to negate the use of her tailed beast chakra? Naruto said, crossing his arms again. Well, that makes sense. Jiraiya rubbed his head. I will go on a training trip with the other Jinchuriki and hunt down this group. Naruto said, clenching his fist. Karen, I would like it if you came with me, it would make things much easier to find them, and you can be our medic. Naruto said, looking at Karen. I would, but I am not that strong. Karen said, looking down. Don't worry, we will all train together. Naruto said, pulling the redhead into a hug. That is a good plan, they won't be ready for that. Jiraiya said. You should get more information on them and send it to me, and we will go get them before they get us. What is the name of the group? Naruto said, turning to him. The name of the group is called Akatsuki, and I will get you that information, just be careful, they are really powerful. Jiraiya replied. Okay, now the key to the seal, I am in exam after all. Naruto held his hand out again. Okay, let me summon him. Jiraiya went through hand signs and summoned the frog that held the key to the seal. Barator, nice to see you, I am here so you can give the kid the key to his seal. Jiraiya said, pointing at Naruto. He looks a little too young, but I can feel his power. I hope you know what you are doing. He then jumps into Naruto's seal. Okay, after this exam I will be going to Yuzu and train in mastering Kasumi-chan's chakra and other things that will win us this upcoming war. Naruto said, walking out of the room followed by the girls. Well, sensei, I can see that he really likes the second Hokage a lot. I figured he would love his father. Were you telling him stories about your sensei? Jiraiya asked, looking at the old man. I did a little bit when he was younger, but he often read up on him when I would give him books about him. One time he even painted his face to have the same markings as my sensei. He chuckled at remembering that. Well, I am off, I have work to do. Don't forget to train again as well. Jiraiya said, jumping out the window. I wonder if I will make it past this, or will this be my final battle? If so, I should write down my will and successor. He did just that and went back to filling out his paperwork again. In the halls of the tower, Naruto was walking to his assigned room along with Kin and Karen. Okay girls, I will send you to the house where you will be with the rest of my family. Kin, there is a maid quarter and you can put on the sexy maid outfit. Karen, you can pick out a room, just be sure to ask for help if any of you guys need help. He gave them both hugs and teleported them to the house. Okay, now let's see what this tower has to offer. He takes off his armor and puts on a normal black shirt and his black cape with red flames licking the bottom. Red pants that are tucked into black ninja sandals. He makes his way to the cafeteria and can see that the Sand team is there along with the Kumo group. This is not the Kumo team that was looking at Hinata-chan like they wanted to kidnap her. I hope she will be okay. He walks to the counter and can see they have food for everyone. He takes some and walks to sit by the Sand team. Hello again, my sandy pals. He looked at the two boys. It is nice to see you again, my desert rose. He said, grabbing Tamari's hand and kissing it, making her blush. Hello, Naruto-kun. Tamari cursed herself for looking weak in front of this handsome hunk. Don't touch my sister, you jerk. Kankuro said, switching places with his sister. Hello again, Uzumaki-san, mother still wants your blood. Gaara said, looking at Naruto with a passive face. Kasumi-chan is there anyway so we can get into his head and talk to Shukaku? Naruto asked his inner demon. Yes, Naruto-kun, but you have to be making contact with him. Kasumi said, talking back to him from the seal. Okay, that sounds easy enough. He put his fist out in front of him for Gaara to touch. Come on, Sandman, bump fist with me so we can speak in private. Gaara put his fist up slowly and they were both pulled into an inner plane along with their tailed beast. What do you want, you stupid fox? Shukaku said angrily. Don't be like that, little brother, I just want to see you again. Kasumi said in her fox form with Naruto on her head. I don't want to see you, just go and die along with your stupid human. He shot a wind bullet at them. Naruto made a lightning ball and shot it at the wind ball, cancelling his attack. Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. You were born, that is what you did. The angry Tanuki said. Kasumi-chan, I can feel another soul inside him. Naruto said. Yes, this close I can also feel it. Kasumi said, narrowing her eyes. I will get rid of it. Naruto said, jumping next to Gaara, who was being quiet. Uzumaki-san, what are you doing? Gaara said, not showing how scared he was at looking at Biju. I am trying to help you. He writes a seal using his chakra and makes a ram sign. Uzumaki-style evil soul unsealing. He then slams his hand down on the sand spirit's head and a ghostly old man comes out. "Nu put me back," the ghost said. "The old bag of dust just die already," Shukaku said angrily. Naruto then destroys the seal and the old man goes away, making Shukaku let out a long sigh. "Thank you, stupid human, now can you also let me out this seal?" "Nice try, stupid raccoon, but Gaara will need your help in the future," Naruto said, patting his head. "I will also fix the seal, making it more comfortable for the both of you and make sure you become friends. I know you both need it." Naruto jumped back to Kasumi. "Thank you, Uzumaki," Gaara said. "Just call me Naruto, we are friends and brothers in arms," Naruto said, waving to Gaara and disappearing along with him. When they came back outside, they were in the same position until Gaara passed out, making his sibling worry. "No need to panic, I only fixed his seal and helped out his sandy friend, he is only sleeping," Naruto said, getting up. "Thank you so much, Naruto-kun." Tamari gave him a hug, making her blush at her actions. "Don't worry, just get strong and look out for him," Naruto said, disappearing in a water pillar, making the team from Mist jealous that they couldn't do that. 3 days later. Time in the tower seemed to move in slow motion for Naruto after he helped Gaara. More teams made their way into the tower and fights almost broke out a couple of times. He really talked to Tamari some more, along with Ino, Hinata, and his cute little sisters. He also practiced a little bit inside his room and took the time to work on Kasumi's chakra when he put the seals up. He was at a roadblock because he needed to face his dark side. He could hear little whispers now that he started to use more of her chakra. "Wake up, time to kill." A voice of pure hatred and darkness sounded from his mind. "Listen here, you knock off. You are not going to be waking me up out of my sleep just because you have homicidal problems," Naruto replied, putting his head back on the pillow. "You know. You are not reacting like I wanted you to," Naruto's evil side replied. "Well, what did you think? You are me and I am you, so this should not be a surprise," Naruto said, still laying down. "Well, when you put it like that, I guess you are right, but I am all of your negative things, so I am supposed to do this until we meet and fight for your body," the voice of evil replied. "Yay, that is not gonna happen. We are not going to fight because we would end up killing each other, but I am also not going to try and talk you into changing your ways," Naruto said, rolling over in bed, showing he is sleeping topless. "Well, damn, way to mess up my fun, you bastard," he chuckled at the last part. "I only started talking to you now because I am getting weaker due to all the positive things going on in your life now, and I am slowly disappearing." Dark Naruto said a bit sadly at the last part. "You mean our life? I know how you must be feeling. You don't want to be forgotten or ignored and you want my attention," Naruto said. "I tell you what, when this is over, how about we do whatever needs to be done in order to use Kasumi-chan's chakra," Naruto said in a happy tone. "Fine, it is better than just being stuck in your mind with nothing to do other than watch what you do," Dark Naruto replied. "See ya." He left doing an evil laugh. "Okay, you have to teach me that," he replied out loud, only to get a response in the form of more laughing. "Okay, Naruto-kun, now that you are done talking to yourself, get up before the girls come in and get you," Kasumi said after listening to the conversation. "You are right about that. If Sakura-chan came in here and saw me still sleeping, I would be in trouble." As he speaks, a little shiver went up his spine, remembering the last time he didn't get up. He had to dodge punches that leveled buildings. Kasumi came out of the seal in her fox form and sat on top of his head. "Let's go, my love, we have people who need their asses beat." Kasumi yipped from his head. "What shall I wear today? Armor for heavy combat or my cape for fast and precise combat?" Naruto speaks, rubbing his chin in thought. He decided on the cape because they are inside and he felt like being fast today. He puts on his long sleeve black shirt followed by black Anbu pants. Tossing on his black haori with the red flames at the bottom, he walks outside in black Anbu sandals. "Hello, Naruto-kun." He turned his head only to feel his head placed into breast. "Anko-chan, I think you should greet me like this all the time." The muffled answer came from in between her chest. "Well, we can always do more to make this a better morning," Anko said with a seductive smirk on her face. "As much as I would like to do that, why don't you act like a sensei and take me to where everyone is?" Naruto said in a dismissing tone, turning around, making his cape flap. "Fine, come with me this way." She grabbed him by the hand and pulled him along the hallways until they got to a large fighting area and everyone was on the rails. "Go stand on the rail and wait for your name to be called." She turned and gave him a quick kiss. "Good luck, Naruto-kun, I have money on you, so win it all for me." She then vanished. Making his way to the others, he can see that some of the team are banged up or are not fully recovered and will be easy pickings. The sensei are talking to each other and giving pep talks to their genin if they need it. The Hokage then appeared and began some speech about the exams, but Naruto was not listening. Instead he was thinking about some training he can do or who it is that will be a problem for him in these exams. Kasumi-chan, do you think we can do some transformation like the other perfect Jinchuriki? Naruto asked the fox sitting on his head peacefully. Yes Naruto-kun, but you have to face your darkness first and then come for my chakra, but considering how you are chatting, it won't be hard. Yeah, I know he is a cool guy once you get past his evil tendencies. You do realize you are complimenting yourself, right? Yeah, what is your point? I saw you in the mirror talking about how you are the strongest and your fur is to die for. He laughed at remembering catching her hype herself up. You said that you won't bring that up again. The fox said, hitting his head rapidly. Okay, I'm sorry, it was just too funny to forget. Naruto is pulled out of his thoughts when a cloth drops and a huge screen appears on the board. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. Everyone else walked back up to the rails in order to get out of the way of the fight. You got this Sasuke, don't let me down. Kakashi said, patting Sasuke on the back. Watching the fight he could see that Sasuke was having trouble in this fight. He should be able to demolish this guy, but it seems the curse mark is messing with his effectiveness in battle. This must have been what that snake pissant wanted. Yoroi took his chakra and made him use the power of the curse mark. And next up we have Zaku Abumi vs Shino Aburame. This match was mainly a fight of long range and who could sneak who. Naruto could see that Shino indeed was a great ninja, but he did not have any close quarter combat capabilities and that would lead to his downfall. Zaku was already weak from the ass-whopping Naruto gave him in the forest. Tsurugi Misumi vs Kankuro. Hey makeup boy, if you win I will give you a coupon for a shop that sells makeup for people like you. Naruto yelled, making everyone laugh. It's war paint. Kankuro yelled back, red-faced from embarrassment. Yeah, whatever, just get down there and fight with you stupid dolls. You bastard, get down here and say it to my face. Nah, I would rather spend some alone time with your hot sister. He sent a wink to Tamari, making her blush at being called out like that. The fight that followed left most people actually impressed at how good he is with puppets and his use of hiding in plain sight during the fight. Wow, it seems you are somewhat talented, Naruto said, looking at the puppet boy. Well, I am the upcoming genius of our village. Kankuro replied, puffing his chest out in pride. Yeah, if you say so. Naruto walked back to his spot by Sakura. I hope my match can come up. I have places to be. Naruto said, leaning on the wall. Don't worry, I am sure you will be up soon. Sakura said, patting his back in comfort. Will you cook me some dinner again? Your cooking is really good. Naruto said. Our really was good. She pushed her fingers together. Yeah, everyone loved it the last time. Just don't make those soldier pills again, I think you almost killed Haku last time. Shut it, that was my first time making those. Sakura said with a tick mark on her head. Naruto Uzumaki vs Amoy. Finally it's my turn. Naruto then jumps to the ground but floats down using his wind affinity at the last second. Oh man, what if this guy kills me and then kills my family, and then war breaks, he is cut off when a carry hits him on the head. Just get your ass down there and fight. She kicked him off. Man, why do the flat-chested girls always cause the most problems? Amoy said from the ground. I feel you man, they always resort to violence to get their point across. Naruto said in sympathy. Hey. The shout came from Sakura and Kari, who had angry faces and fists in the air. Alright, let's leave them alone for now. Amoy said, getting in a stance with his sword. Let's dance. They rush off at each other, leaving dust trails in their way. They clash blades and are in a struggle, but everyone can see Naruto is winning if the grin on his face is anything to go by. A clone comes from behind Amoy and attempts to slash, but he nearly dodges. Kasumi-chan, this will get messy. Can you go wait on the stands? He talks to the fox and she gets up and jumps into Hinata's arms, making the girl smile and begin to pet her. Alright, now let's get back to it, Naruto said, turning back to Amoy. He charges back at him and takes slashes that Amoy blocks, but has to struggle with because Naruto was physically stronger than him. Amoy then coated his blade in lighting chakra, hoping to zap Naruto and his blade. Lightning slash. Amoy slashes his blade multiple times, hoping to cut Naruto with the sharp blades of lighting. Easy, Naruto said. Wind cutter. Naruto brings his sword down, cancelling out his lighting blades and also blowing strong winds in his face. That is not all you can do, is it? Not even close. Amoy then charges back and Naruto meets him head-on. They then enter a heated dance of blades and sparks can be seen flying off the blades, along with the sound of grunts and skin being cut. Naruto goes for a diagonal slash ready to cut him down. Amoy counters and slides his blade along Naruto's, making more sparks fly. Naruto then ducks the swing that would have taken his head off and comes up with a vertical slash, leaving a long cut on the front of Amoy's chest. "You dance well," came the cool reply from Naruto, who was looking at Amoy with a grin still in place. "Damn, I didn't think he could be fast and strong. This cut really hurts. I hope I don't bleed out." Stance. "Damn Anko, this kid is a whiz with the blade," Ibiki said, standing by Anko with an impressed face. "Yeah, he even beat me using that style," Anko replied with pride to her student. "What style is that?" Hate asked. "He said it was called the Moonlight Sword style, and let me be the first to say, that shit is scary." She shivered at remembering fighting him and that sword. "I knew it seemed familiar. That style is legendary," Hate said with surprise. "I am glad I get to see it. Yeah, he defeated 2 of the 7 swordsmen with his style," Kakashi said, remembering his battle on the bridge. "If he has it mastered, he will win this fight no matter what," Hate said, looking with more vigor at the fight. Arena. Back down to the fight, Naruto can be seen with a slash on his chest he had received from their exchange. Amoy had even more cuts on his body than last time. The ground had several cuts and cracks from the force of the attacks. "Hey man, I can't keep up anymore, can we end this?" the heavily panting Kumo ninja said, barely able to stand. "Sure we can, and because I respect your strength with the blade, allow me to show you a technique of the Moonlight Sword style," Naruto said, getting ready to draw his blade. Amoy did the same, charging lighting in his final attack. The two then disappear, only being spotted by the Jonin and those above. When they became visible to everyone again, they were on different sides of each other. 38 dance marionettes, Naruto said, and blood shot from Amoy, and he fell to the ground. Naruto swiped his blade of the blood and put it back in its sheath until it clicked. "So it seems his last attack reached me," Naruto said, looking down at the cut on his torso. "Winner Naruto Uzumaki," Hate said, and a round of claps sounded, and the medics ran to pick up Amoy. Naruto walked up to the stands and he got congratulations from people. "DG great, J-job Naruto-kun. I have some medicine for you to help you cut," Hinata said, bowing her head to hide the blush, making Kasumi fall off. "Thank you Hinata-chan, but my arms hurt, so you will have to put the medicine on for me," he said, smirking at the girl whose face was red like a tomato. Oh okay," and then Naruto-kun. She walked up to him and put the medicine on her fingers, then rubbed it on his open chest wound. She began to go even redder, and steam came from her ears until she couldn't take it anymore and passed out. Then Naruto-kun, see chest. "This is the last thing," she said before going limp. "Well Kurenai, I think you need to take your student's place and finish what she started," Naruto said, looking at the women who blushed. What, I am not doing that," she said, looking away. "Don't be like that. You owe me, or do you not remember when you wanted me to eat that whipped cream off your body and lick the?" He has stopped when Kurenai appears in front of him, blushing heavily. All the guys had nosebleeds, and the girls were jealous. Even the stoic Samui was a bit jealous. Shut up, I will rub the stupid medicine on you." She then did just that and began to rub it on his chest. She was blushing from all the eyes on her, but kept going or let everyone know about her sex life. "Thank you Kurenai-chan." He gave her a kiss on the lips. "I will see you all at home, I have things to do." "Wait, Naruto, you can't." He stopped when he saw he disappeared in a blue flash. "Leave. You know, sometimes I don't think he respects my position as Hokage." He put his head down at that. "You just noticed that? He calls you old man and just walks into your office whenever he feels like it," Anko said, laughing at him. "Uzumaki compound. I'm home," Naruto shouted, coming through the door. "Hello, Naruto-kun." Tsunami walked up, giving him a kiss, which he returned without hesitation. "What are you doing home so early, shouldn't you be at the exams?" Raising her eyebrow in confusion. "I just got done fighting and I decided to leave because I have to pack for my trip," Naruto replied, walking to the kitchen to get a drink. "What about your friends? They will want your support, so you should go back," Tsunami said, putting her hands on her hips, standing her ground. "But why? They are strong enough to handle the fights." "Naruto-kun, go back or no ramen for a month," Tsunami said in a sweet tone. "You can be so cruel sometimes. Can I at least see Rukia-chan?" Naruto said, going to the backyard, but is pulled back when she grabs the back of his coat. "No, if you see her you will want to stay with her all day long and then never go back," Tsunami replied, trying to lecture him, but Naruto was not really paying attention. "Are you listening to me?" Tsunami asked with a tick mark on her head. "Yes, I was," the blonde said in a cheery tone. He gave her an eye smile that made her more aggravated. "Then what did I say?" Tsunami said and crossed her arms under her chest. "I love you." Next thing Naruto knew, he was standing outside the compound with a bump on his head. She must have had some kind of ninja training because the way she swings that pan is going to kill me one day. Naruto then got up and started to fly back towards the tower. Arena. Back in the arena, more fights had progressed and none were as good as Naruto's so far. Sakura had fought Shikamaru, and despite her overwhelming strength and great intellect at keeping him on the move, not letting him think of a plan, she still lost due to overconfidence and thinking she would just crush him. Naruto came back and could see the next match was Hinata versus her cousin, and the girl was ready to die from how scared she was. "Hinata, you can do this, okay?" Kurenai said, giving her a comfortable hug. "Thank you, sensei," she said with more confidence in herself. But you can still see the terror in her eyes. "Hinata, I know that is not fear I see," Naruto said, floating down. Then Naruto-kun, I. A hand made her stop. "Hinata, you don't need to fear, it will only weigh you down during this fight. You trained and put in just as much work as everyone else, don't let fear control you." A nod from the girl let him know she was listening well to what he was saying. "Remember, the will of fire burns bright. It will give you the power you need to surpass your limits and defeat whatever enemy stands in front of you, but remember, power is not simply will, power is the ability to make things happen." She nods and everyone can see how she is now motivated and no longer has any fear. "Oh, one more thing." He rips the jacket right off her body, making her yell and cover herself. "You don't need this to weigh you down. Now get down there and kick his ass." She jumps down with a determined gaze. "I know you are not actually going to listen to that failure. His fate was already chosen just like you," Niji said with a smirk, trying to break her down. "Just shut up and fight me," Hinata said more seriously than anyone has seen her before. She got in her stance ready to do battle. "You are a failure, it won't make a difference," Niji replied with a scowl and got ready to fight. "Fight." The two then rush at each other, throwing strikes meant to deal damage and close off the chakra points at the same time. Through the whole encounter of strikes, Hinata landed a good amount of hits, more than Niji can say he is proud of having hit him. That does not mean the Hyuga was unscathed, she has been hit in her shoulder and arms. "I have closed off your chakra points. What would you do now?" "Failure," Niji said, trying to taunt her. I will keep fighting because I won't quit and I won't run, that's my ninja way." In the stands, Naruto smiles along with the rest of Hinata's friends. Rock Lee even begins to cheer her on, followed by Naruto. "You will die here, girl." "So what, coward?" Hinata then charges back towards him, catching him off guard by her sudden speed, and she manages to land a hit to his chest, knocking the wind from his lungs. Sending him to a knee, only to be sent flying when he meets a kick to his face. "What's wrong, can you not dance any longer?" Hinata said with a smirk, copying her not-so-secret crush. "Oh hell yeah," Naruto shouted from the rails. "I taught her that." Naruto is crying tears like a proud father seeing his only child that made it. "Naruto-san, I don't think her clan would appreciate you corrupting their heir," Shino said, standing next to Naruto. "Who cares, they are not going to do anything. If anything, I am helping their clan that is destroying itself." "What do you mean destroying itself?" Asuma asked. "The main branch is treating their side branch like slaves, and it only gets worse as time goes on. The kidnapping only made things worse by giving the leader of the side branch to them," Naruto said, remembering what had happened. "If we are not careful, we might have a repeat of the Uchiha massacre on our hands." They then became quiet and focused back on the fight that had turned back to Niji's favor. Hinata was on her knees with blood coming from her lips and breathing heavily. "I can't keep up, I am done for." She glances at Naruto and he only nods with a smile. "Winner Niji Hyuga. Just like fate predicted, I won and you are on the ground like a failure. Don't fight your fate, just accept it," Niji said with an arrogant smirk on his face. "You know, Niji, you seem to be fighting your fate most out of everyone in our clan. Always trying to learn the techniques of the main branch. It seems you just can't accept the fact that you were born in the side branch," Hinata said with a sad gaze, looking at her cousin. "Shut up, you know nothing of fate. I am cursed with this life." Niji charges at Hinata, ready to end her life, and the Jonin are not fast enough to stop him. Clang. That is what sounded off in the arena. Naruto can be seen in a blade lock with the Hokage of all people, and it seems he is struggling to hold back the angry blonde. "And Naruto, you must calm down," the Hokage said, pushing off Naruto, whose eyes were red with slits and his whisker were thicker. "I am perfectly calm," Naruto said, exchanging blows with the staff of the Hokage. "Just move and let me cut him down," Naruto replied in a calm voice. "If you do, then you are going to be disqualified. Hinata wouldn't want that for you." That was the wrong thing to say because Naruto picked up speed and blitzed the Hokage, going right past him to the Hyuga, who had wide eyes filled with terror. RR rotation. The boy started to spin and Naruto was about to bring his sword down and cut him down. He was stopped when a fox kicked him away. "Naruto-kun, you must calm down or you will be in serious trouble with the village." Kasumi said, standing in front of him the size of a full-grown horse. The two stare each other down for a bit, red slitted eyes gazing back at each other. Chakra pouring from the two, shaking the arena and cracking the ground under their feet. The Jonin were on guard, ready for anything to go down. Sweating at the pressure of the two beasts in front of them. The genin was shaking, and behind the sensei. The foreign ninja were shocked that this kid fought the Hokage and is now releasing all this chakra. Oh no, Kasumi Ni-chan is ready to fight, and her mate is also ready. We should leave because your team is about to pass out. The Nibi said inside the head of Yujito. Holy shit, just how strong is this guy? Carrie said, holding on to the railing because of the shaking. That is cool. Samui said, also holding the rail with wide eyes. That kid has some real balls standing up to Kasumi like that. Shikaku said inside Gaara's head. Mother, are you scared? I am a man, stop calling me that, it's weird. Sorry. Damari, I think the invasion is a bust if this kid is involved. Kankuro said to his sister. Yes, we should not have gone with it in the first place. Tamari replied from behind her fan. Back on the arena floor, the pressure had only gotten heavier, and right when it seemed they were about to jump at each other, Naruto stood up and sheathed his sword and walked to Hinata, who was being protected by a barrier Naruto had put upon her. He walked to it and disabled the seal, and he grabbed her hand and smiled at her. Hinata looked into his eyes and went back to the blue that she loved. Did I do good? And Naruto-kun? He only smiled at her. You were amazing and I loved when you used my line. They both chuckled at that. The medics came to take her and he wished her good health. When he got back up, everyone was subjected to feeling his kai, and the weaker kids fainted while everyone else were sweating, even the hiding Orochimaru. No, this boy cannot be allowed to live, he will mess up the plan. I will send Gurren after him, she has never failed me. His thought stopped when the boy of his thought spoke. You better hope we don't fight, or you will without a doubt not make it out of the match in one piece. Naruto said, turning his red eyes filled with fury to the shaking Hyuga. He then goes to the hospital room to watch over Hinata. Now let's get back to the matches. The sickly proctor said. Tenten versus Tamari. Tenten wasted no time in charging the Sand Kinwaichi with her superior speed and excellent swordsmanship to keep Tamari from getting too far and launching her wind jutsu with her fan. Kasumi was in the stands watching Ino bully Carrie with her staff and fire jutsu. Feeling a bit sad at how she and Naruto just acted towards each other. Kasumi-chan, I am sorry for how I acted. I lost my cool for a second. Naruto said, speaking through the mental link. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. It is okay, I just needed you to calm yourself before you did something you would regret. Kasumi chirped with a foxy grin. Can you tell me what happens during the rest of the matches I am with Hinata-chan? Sure thing, just don't do anything to the helpless girl. Just who do you think I am? I won't take advantage of her like that. I know I'm just messing with you. I will see you later. She ended the link and focused back on the final match. Gaara vs Rock Lee, Cannon. Okay, all those who won come down and listen up for who you will be fighting in the finals. Tate said. First up we have Naruto Uzumaki vs. Niji Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. Tamari vs Shikamaru Nara. Samui vs Shino. These will be the matches for the first round of the finals, and those who win the first round will move on to the second round, where you will fight those who have not fought yet. Hate spoke through his coughs. Niji, I feel so sorry for you. Tenten said, looking at her teammate in sadness. He merely scoffed and walked off, talking about how he was destined to win no matter what. Don't worry about it, my youthful student, he will learn the hard way. Her energetic sensei spoke, walking up to her. I know Guy sensei, it was nice knowing him. Tenten, you don't think Naruto will kill him, do you? Guy spoke with wide eyes at the potential loss of one of his students. To a comrade nonetheless. Maybe if Hinata asks him not to, but still Naruto does not take kindly to someone deliberately hurting someone close to him. One time at the orphanage some kid hit me because he said I look like a fat panda, I told Naruto, and he went and beat him up so bad he was sent to the Hokage office. Tenten said all this with a faraway gaze in her eyes at remembering Naruto was always protecting her. Guy had tears in his eyes at hearing the story. Such youthful actions. Naruto-kun's flames were always an inferno. Tenten only sweat dropped at how her sensei took things to the heart. Yujito took her team and they left the arena chatting about what they will do for the exams. Samui, I want you to be careful in your fight with the Uzumaki. Yujito said, looking at her student who had a thoughtful expression on her face. Samui earthed to Samu. Huh? Samui said, coming out of her daze. Why are you so spaced out? That normally isn't like you. Carrie said next to her teammate. I was just thinking about something. Samui said in her monotone voice. Thinking about how to make those huge breasts smaller. Amoy said, only to be hit in the head by Carrie and Yujito, who had angry faces. Shut your mouth, you perv. See what I mean, always hitting me. That Naruto guy was right. Amoy spoke from the ground, rubbing his head. Speaking of him, that kid is crazy strong. He beat the Hokage in a Kenjutsu duel like it was nothing. Carrie said in amazement at remembering how good he was in his sword style. Not to mention how he completely outperformed you in your battle. Carrie smirked at her teammate at the last part. Yay, he had me beat the whole time. I could tell he was holding back on me, and he still beat me effortlessly. Amoy said, getting back up and walking alongside his team to their hotel. You at least got that last strike on him. Carrie said, trying to help her friend out. Look at me. I have bandages all over my body, I am walking with a limp. All I did was cut him twice, and he was fighting like it was nothing. Amoy said, pointing out the facts from his battle. Yeah, you are correct, I could also see how he was holding back on you if the display with the Hokage and Fox was anything to go by. Samui spoke up. What was with that fox anyway? It had more chakra than all of us combined. Carrie said, getting angry that an animal had more chakra than her. You are not kidding, it's chakra that feels similar to your Yujito sensei. Amoy said and then froze in his tracks. Sensei, why you don't think that was the Nine Tails? He couldn't believe he was in the presence of the strongest tailed beast. Yes, it was the Nine Tails and it was facing its host. Yujito spoke, walking into their hotel room. Holy shit. Is that why he was so strong? Carrie said, finally realizing why he was so strong. No, Matabi said he only used his power during the whole fight. Then what was with his fox-like eyes? Samui spoke, laying down on her bed. He must have been so angry that he only let the chakra change his eyes. That means he has good control over the Nine Tails chakra to only let it get into his eyes and not his whole body. Yujito spoke to her students. Do you think you can beat him, sensei? The question came from Samui, who was eyeing her sensei with calculative blue orbs she called eyes. She stayed silent for a moment, thinking the question over for herself. I don't know. I would have to see him fight more. All I know about him now is that he is a master with a blade and at least one tail of Nine Tails chakra, Yujito said, taking a seat to rest her feet and mind. For now, Samui, we will train you for the finals, since only you made it. She eyes her other two students, who look away with blushes. We will spar and I will use Matatabi's chakra so you can know how a Jinchuriki fights. Got it. Samui replies. And you two will also get more practice in. You guys were obliterated by your opponents. Yujito said sternly to her students. Sorry. They both say and drop their heads. Uzumaki compound. Appa, are you sure I can't come? Rukia sat on Naruto's bed with a sad face. Naruto sits next to her and she climbs in his lap, hugging him. Come on now, honey, I told you it's dangerous and I don't want anything to happen to you. Naruto said, wrapping his arms around her. But I am strong. I can even make weapons out of my bloodline now. Rukia declared, making an ice sword. Naruto smiles proudly at this. Well, if you are so strong, I guess I can leave you in charge of the compound while I am gone. Naruto spoke in a teasing tone. She brightened up at that. Really, you are going to have me protect everyone? She jumps to her feet in excitement. Yup, my little captain. Those words sparked something inside of the young girl. Words she had no idea nor meaning of. Rukia Uzumaki vowed to keep this promise. Me and so no Shirayuki sleeved white snow, make this promise to you, father. When she finished this, a bright light came from her stomach and the whole room was coated in a strange pressure that weighed down on Naruto. He pushed it off with his own strong chakra. Rukia was on the ground, panting heavily with something laying on the ground. Naruto, looking down at his daughter, picked her up and laid her on the bed. Rukia-chan, what did you do? Naruto said worriedly. IW was that. She pointed to the sword on the ground. Naruto goes to pick it up, but ice spikes come out and stab his hands when he grabs the handle. It's just like the 7 swords of the mist. This blade must only be able to be wielded by its owner. Naruto thought to himself. He goes to pick it up again but uses a different approach. Once he grabs the blade, the same thing happens, but he doesn't let go, instead he pumps his chakra into the blade. Obey me. The simple 2 words were said with so much power and will that the blade retracted the spikes and gave off a humming sound, like it was in a comfortable situation and did not just get dominated. So if you can overpower the blade, it will allow you to wield it, but I imagine it will be stronger in the hands for who it was meant for. He examined the blade to get a good look at it. A normal katana that has a rectangular tsuba with a vaguely flame-like pattern on the long sides and a curved line on the short sides. Inward curved corners comes with curved slits above and below the blade. A reddish-brown handle with little strings on the handle. Rukia-chan, why did this blade come from your stomach? He said, asking his daughter, who got up and took the blade from her father. It is not some blade. Her name is So no Shirayuki. Rukia said, rubbing the hilt making the blade hum. She can talk? Naruto asked, confused. Yes, and she says you should be more careful when you assert yourself on her like you did. She almost became bonded to you. Rukia said and gave a glare towards her father. Sorry sweetie. He put his hands up. Holy shit, my daughter just got a talking sword that has her ice powers and an all-new power source. Thinking, he only smiled at how strong his little girl would become. She says she is what's called as Anpakudo and will train me in her arts. Rukia said with her ear to the blade. Naruto's sweat dropped at seeing her do that. The door opened and Kin, dressed in a maid outfit along with a healthy blush on her face, came in. Naruto-sama, I have packed all of your food for your trip to your homeland. She said with a smile on her face. Okay, thank you Kin-chan, and by the way you look absolutely gorgeous in that outfit. Winking at the girl, making her blush and walk away. The two then leave his room. Rukia went to show everyone hers Anpakudo and get some training in. Naruto went to check in on Karen because he hasn't seen her since he left her here. He can see her putting clothes up in her closet after she had got back shopping with Kin and Tsunami. Well, look at what we have here. Naruto spoke from her doorway. She jumped and threw a kunai, but he caught it and tossed it back to her. You know it is not nice to throw sharp objects at the person who saved you. The blonde spoke, smirking at the sheepish redeed. Sorry about that, you just snuck up on me. She replied with a little blush on her face. You know, for a censor you often get snuck up on a lot. He replied in an amused tone, much to her annoyance. What do you want, bro, or are you here to annoy me? Karen said with a twitching eyebrow. He chuckles a bit. A little bit of both. I will be leaving later tonight, so I won't be around until the finals. Oh well, I hope you have a nice trip and be safe. Karen said from inside her closet. He then left her room to tell everyone that he will be leaving tonight. The whole Uzumaki family all spent the rest of the day together laughing and having fun to wish him goodbye. Later that night. For the last time, Ino-chan, I have everything. Naruto said, sighing, making everyone laugh at how Ino was acting like some overprotective mother. On Ino-chan, I think Naruto-kun can handle himself. Haku said, trying to help out her boyfriend. Thank you Haku-chan. He gave her a kiss as a reward, one that she liked. Plus I have Kasumi-chan to heal me if things get really bad. Naruto spoke, patting his stomach because she was inside the seal for the ride. Okay Naruto-kun, we will miss you. Kurenai said, giving him a hug and a kiss, followed by Anko, Ino, and Tsunami. After a few more goodbyes and hugs, he flashed to the Hokage office where the old man was reading his porn. I will be leaving for Yuzu now, Gramps. Oh Naruto-kun, just be careful and look out for potential threats on your trip. The old man said, trying to save face in front of Naruto and the hidden Anbu. Oh Kitty-chan, can I get a goodbye hug again? Naruto spoke, looking up knowing Yugao was up there watching him. She dropped from the ceiling and walked to him. Hands to yourself this time. She spoke in a stern tone. He smirked and brought her into a hug that she returned. He whispered in her ear. I just can't keep my hands off you, you are just so damn sexy, I have a hard time controlling myself. Naruto spoke husky in her ear, rubbing his hands up and down her well-toned body, making her blush under her mask. Maybe when you get back I can let you feel even more of me? She said in the same tone, making him smirk. He removed her mask, showing her red cheeks and red lips. Moving their heads closer, they begin to make out in the middle of the Hokage office. They battle with their tongues, and the sound of their lips is all that is heard. Moving his hands onto the bottom of her Anbu pants, getting a nice feel of her firm ass, making her moan into the kiss. Four thuds sound out in the room, and they stop their heated makeout session to see the Hokage and three other Anbu passed out with nosebleeds. Well, I guess we gave them a show to remember, didn't we? Smacking her ass, getting a pleasure feels yelp from the Anbu captain. Why yes we did, Naruto-kun. Yugao spoke, blushing at doing that in front of the Hokage and her squad. I will see you when I get back and maybe we can do this again. One last kiss and he jumps out the window, leaving a hot and bothered Anbu captain. Naruto lands on top of the village gate and goes through hand signs for summoning. Out of the smoke cloud came a huge six-winged bird that was all black, with a blue tint to it and black beak. Hello Naruto-sama, it is nice to meet you. My name is Arizona and I am a transportation-type thunderbird. The bird said, bowing its head. Nice to meet you buddy, I just want you to take me towards the village of whirlpools. Naruto said, getting on the bird's back. Ah yes, the great village of the Uzumakis. Arizona said in a nostalgic tone of voice. He then flaps his giant wings and takes off to the night sky, not noticing the women with navy blue hair who followed them. Once the two make it a great distance, Naruto starts to chat with the bird, just asking him questions about his species and what they normally like to do. He found out they really love bird baths in heated water. Naruto also practiced more on his chakra control and Rasengan training. All of a sudden a barrage of what looks like crystal shuriken A barrel roll from Arizona and he avoids all of them. The fuck, I know Crystal Shuriken wasn't on the forecast. Naruto said standing up on Arizona. Naruto-sama, I can see a woman from below. I am pretty sure she is the one to blame for all of this. Naruto uses some of Kasumi's chakra in his eyes to make his vision better, in turn making his eyes red with slits. The woman looks up and sees red slitted eyes gazing at her with such intensity, it makes her a little nervous because no one looks at her like that. That is actually pretty terrifying, but my lord gave me a mission and told me some of his skills, so I have this in the bag. The woman thinks, trying to give herself some confidence. Okay, I will rain down attacks from atop of you for a bit. And I will send you home. I'll call someone else so you won't have to come out again. Naruto said, rubbing Arizona's head. Okay, master. And I am not a dog, don't rub my head. He smacks Naruto's hand off with one of his wings. Lighting style falling senbon. A shower of blue senbon sparkling with electricity fall from the sky in large quantities, causing the girl on the ground to dodge, but she gets little cuts that shock her enough for more to hit her. Crystal dome. She shouts and is protected by a pink dome, causing the senbon to bounce off. Oh, I see, bloodline versus bloodline is it? Well, you won't beat me. Naruto goes through hand signs and his hands spark. Storm release dancing circuit. From his hands laser-like beams shot and zoomed towards the dome, hitting it with heavy force, leaving little cracks and chipping the dome. Inside the dome, the woman is struggling to hold it up while taking heavy fire. Should I need to wait for him to stop firing and then make a quick move to get him down? She says, gritting her teeth. The force stops and she peeks through one of the holes in the dome and can't see him in the air. Where the hell is he? She can hear a flapping sound and sees his cape coming down, and then she hears a sizzling sound and immediately recognizes it. Boom. An explosion rocks the area where her dome was. A dust cloud picks up, blocking the aftermath of the attack. Naruto comes from behind a tree in nothing but his long-sleeved black shirt, along with black hanbu pants and sandals. That was not enough to get her. He quickly jumps away from his spot because it was bombarded with crystal weapons. Well, it seems Shining Beauty survived. Naruto spoke to the panting blue-haired woman who had burns on her clothes and face. Shut up, you bastard. What is your name and why are you trying to kill me? He asked, but already had an idea of who sent her after him. My name is Guren, and I was sent by Lord Orochimaru to come kill you. Naruto noticed the hesitant way she called him Lord and filed it away for later. So the snake pedo sent you? You do know I made his snake ass run away in the forest of death, right? Naruto spoke, crossing his arms. She widens her eyes because she was not told about that fact. Having second thoughts because she knew she was not strong enough to beat him. Liar, I will kill you just like the others who I have faced. Guren spoke, going through hand signs. Crystal-style crystal dragon. A pink dragon appeared from behind her and let a roar out, charging at Naruto, who only smirked. Storm-style raging dragon. Naruto shouts and a dragon bigger than what she created came into existence, letting out a roar that echoed through the night and charged toward the crystal dragon. They struggle for a little bit, but Naruto adds more chakra into his dragon and it overpowers hers, rushing towards her. Crystal wall. She quickly goes through hand signs and a massive crystal wall raised in order to block his attack. The attack collides with her wall and she is blown back by the force because her wall couldn't block the full attack. Naruto puts up one hand sign and his jutsu comes to life. Wind-style wind torpedo. He aims towards Guren and she is hit right in the stomach with the full might of the jutsu and it launches her through trees. I am not done with you yet. Naruto goes through more hand signs, water-style explosive water shockwave. The attack collides with the recovering Guren, who was not ready for his next move. After the attack he can see Guren on the ground coughing up water and bruised up. He rushes her to engage in hand-to-hand. He hits her in the face, but instead of flinching away from the hit, his fist is enveloped in crystals. His feet follow, and then he is blasted with crystal shuriken in the back. Turning his head he can see Guren coming out with a smirk, but is still bleeding and soaked. Well, not so hard now, are you? Guren says, grinning at the blonde who is in pain from the weapons in his back. You were a strong opponent and the toughest I have fought, but this is goodbye for you. She rams a crystal sword into his heart. For what it is worth, I am sorry, I didn't want to do this or work for him, but with this stupid curse seal I have no choice. Guren says with a sad look. Don't worry about it, hot, I just survived this next attack and I will help you out. Naruto spoke, grinning at her. Despite the situation, she got a little blush on her face. What attack are you dying? Guren spoke, getting under control. The Naruto who was trapped puffed into smoke and she looked blankly until she heard his voice again. Storm release Zeus's wrath. The storm clouds part and a man made of lighting can be seen peeking through. He drops his hand and faster than Guren can react, she is struck by a barrage of high-powered blasts of lightning. Damn, I think that was too much. I didn't want to kill her. Naruto said and went over to the smoking crater caused by his attack. The forest then starts to catch fire from his last attack. He quickly puts it out with some water jutsu. Hey, are you alive? He asked the smoking body. Putting his fingers on her neck, he can feel a weak heartbeat. Okay, she is barely alive. She must have been experimented on by Snake Pedo and caused her body to be more enhanced. Naruto spoke, picking her up and summoning a Thunderbird. This one was forest green with a white head and yellow beak. Hello Naruto-sama, my name is Lina. The six-winged bird spoke. Hello there Lina, I need you to bring me and my passenger to Yuzu please. Naruto said, putting Gurren on the bird's back while he climbed on and held her. Okay, shall I go as fast as I can or at a moderate pace? She said, getting in the air. A moderate pace, I am going to take a nap. Good night Lina. He rubbed her head and laid his head down and went to sleep. Not seeing the happy smile on Lina's beak from getting a head rub. Sometime later Gurren starts to wake up from the beating she received from Naruto. She looks around and can see she is in the air moving. She looks over and almost passes out from what she sees. Gurren is flying through the air hundreds of feet in the sky. Falling back on her back, she can see Naruto sleeping like nothing is wrong. How can he sleep in a situation like this? She pokes him to see if there is any reaction. Now is my chance to kill him. But he lets me live and is even bringing me wherever he is going. Gurren gazes at his sleeping face and sees his whisker marks. She feels like she must touch them. So she does and Naruto lightly purrs. Kawaii. She had to resist the urge to glomp him and pet his face. Naruto cracks an eye open and can see Gurren looking at him with a small blush. If you take a picture it will last longer. He smirks and she turns her head. Why did you let me live? Gurren asked quietly. Well, you said you were being forced, so I won't hold this against you. Naruto said, sitting up. But I tried to kill you. She says, looking at him with anger. So you are not the first and won't be the last. He spoke with a wave of his hand like it doesn't matter. Plus I can remove that curse mark for you if you want. Naruto asked with a knowing look. She turned to look at him with wide eyes and a disbelieving look on her face. Why, you are not joking, are you? Gurren asked with hope at being free of the stupid curse. You bet I can. I am a Uzumaki after all. He puffed his chest out in pride at his family name and talent. He looks at Lina and can see what looks like Iwa Ninja. Why are Iwa Ninja in the land of fire? Gurren also looks down and can see what looks like a mini outpost. She sees multiple tents with Iwa and sound ninjas. Oh no. The two words are a sign of dread for anyone who hears them. What is it? Those are sound ninja of Orochimaru's village, and it seems as if he was able to convince Inoki to attack the leaf with him. Gurren spoke with wide eyes. I will go down and see what they have in store. Naruto said and jumped off his summon, leaving Gurren. Floating to the ground, he lands outside the post and lowers his chakra and hides his presence so as not to be found. Making his way into the place, moving from the shadows and quite leaps, he can see what looks like the tent of the leader. It doesn't seem like there are too many people here. They must have just set this thing up. Naruto spoke, looking around at all the tents and people walking around that numbered at least 20 ninja from sound, while Iwa had 10. Okay, let's see what we can find. He makes his way towards the largest tent where he can hear silent chatter. Okay, so we have 5 ninja in here and it sounds like they are talking about plans to knock down our village. He thinks from the outside, using his chakra in his ears to enhance his hearing. All the ninja make their way outside of the village and go separate ways. Okay, we will be here to help attack during the finals. If only we had our damn Jinchuriki, we could easily crush that pathetic village. What looks like the leader of the Iwa ninja shakes hands with a sound ninja. Wow, so they don't have their Jinchuriki. This is good. If I can find them, then I will be able to recruit them to my plans. He can't help but smirk at his line of thinking. Let's get in there and see what they have planned for us. He slips into the tent from a cut he made on the back of it. Walking to the table, he can see the plans laid out and how it is just what Kin told about the plan. Well, it seems that Iwa was going to sneak in through the hidden passages. No doubt Orochimaru told them about that. I will take these and send them to the old man, but first let's destroy this bitch. Going back outside, he floats up into the air gathering chakra, alerting everyone to his presence. Wine tornado. A massive tornado forms from the sky and makes its way to the ground, to slow for Naruto and to fast for the Iwa and sound ninjas. Let's light things up a bit. He put his hand into the air and thunder sounds followed by the roar of a beast. Kirin, a dragon made of red lightning, forms because he used some of Kasumi chakra for this attack. Be gone. He waves his hand down in a red flash and everyone is struck by a red dragon and rampaging tornado. The explosion that followed can be felt from miles away and Gurren and Lina look on with wide eyes. What the hell, he just destroyed a whole outpost like it was nothing. She can't believe he was holding this kind of power back from their fight. That's our summoner for you. Lena speaks with pride. Naruto then flies up to them and lands on Lena. Did you enjoy the show? Smirking at the gob expression she has. Wow. Was all Gurren could get out after what she just saw. Just let me send these documents to the old man and we can get moving to our destination. Naruto goes through hand signs for summoning and a small thunderbird pops out of the smoke. I need you to take this to the Hokage. It is of great importance. Naruto speaks to the bird who gives him a salute and shoots off. Hokage Tower. The bird can be seen outside the window of the Hokage knocking on the glass. That looks like the bird from Naruto-kun contract. Opening the window he lets the bird inside and it flies to his desk. What can I do for you? I have a message from Naruto-sama and he said it is of great importance. The bird then drops the scroll off its back and gives it to the Hokage. He reads it and his eyes widen at what he sees. Anbu? Go get all the members of the Shinobi Council and tell them it is an emergency meeting. He walks off to prepare himself. I will send a copy of this to Jiraiya as well. Naruto and Gurren were now flying over the seas with Lena as their way of transportation. The sight was like a painting taking life with the way it seemed they were flying over the rising sun. Gurren could not help but take a look at how Naruto's blonde hair blew in the wind with his sparkling blue eyes that could show a gentle breeze and then a storm like no other. Her cheeks turn red after staring too long. Naruto-sama, we are coming up on the island now. Lena says, gaining Naruto's attention. Okay, thank you Lena, you can dispel when we land. Naruto says, rubbing her head again making her smile. They close in and can see that the place is in ruins. Buildings destroyed, ninja weapons and headbands all over the place. Naruto can see skeletons of dead people, even children's skeletons. Upon seeing this he can only picture Rukia and Inari, this could be them. Laying at his feet during the invasion that is to come. Never. He says under his breath, gaining the attention of Gurren. Kasumi inside the seal can feel his anger and is getting worried because his anger is turning into hate for those who destroyed his home. Naruto-kun, you have to calm down. Kasumi yells to him from inside the seal. Never. Never will I let this happen. He explodes with power and a massive amount of killing intent floods the island, making Gurren fall to her knees and Kasumi to shiver. He floats into the air being surrounded by lighting. The ocean waves become violent and begin to make its way towards shore. The whole island begins to shake from all the power Naruto is releasing. Yes, that's the way to do it. Dark Naruto speaks from inside his mind. All I feel is pain, all I feel is rage. Naruto thinks to himself from inside the seal he was pulled into. Don't fight it, but don't let it consume you either. You need this pain in order to grow from it. Do not let anyone else feel such pain, especially our little girl. Dark Naruto speaks with a surprisingly loving tone in remembering her. So in all that hate you can feel love as well. Naruto speaks, smiling at his other half. Don't tell anyone. Just come on and be one with me. Dark Naruto says, pulling Naruto into a hug that he returns in kind. Your secret is safe with me. He responded by returning the hug to his darker half. Back outside the seal, Gurren can be seen on the ground looking up at Naruto who was still in the sky, releasing an enormous amount of power. What is going on with him? She asks herself, trying to get to her feet but unable to. Kasumi is waiting to see what will happen because she had seen Dark Naruto come out. Another redhead was also worried, but no one could see that she was worried. Oh son, I hope you overcome this. She says and disappears. Naruto then lets go of the hug and can no longer see his dark half anymore. So I guess it worked out in the end. Kasumi only smiles and runs to him to give him a hug. Oh, I knew you could do it, Naruto-kun. Was there ever anything to worry about? Naruto says, catching her in the hug. Now you can train in using all of my chakra. Okay, but first I need to stop doing what I am doing outside or I will drown the island and kill Gurren. Yeah, she passed out. Right now and the waves are getting really close. Well, come on, we have training to do. Naruto says, disappearing from the seal followed by Kasumi. Outside the seal, Naruto floats back down to the ground followed by Kasumi. Wow, it seems I was really pissed off. Naruto trails off looking at everything. I will fix this up before I leave. Naruto speaks to himself. I found the crystal girl. Kasumi speaks up pointing at the downed woman. Alright, let's get her and find a place to rest for the month and get to training. Naruto says, picking her up and walking off. Some time pass and they find a place to rest which is inside the Yuzukage Tower. Naruto can be seen sitting down with his legs crossed focused on controlling his chakra. Okay Naruto-kun, you are doing great, but now comes the hard part. We need to fight for my power. She said the last part smirking. Naruto only grinned because he had a feeling something like this would happen. Have I not already tamed you, Kasumi-chan? Naruto said, smirking at the blushing orange-haired fox. Kasumi covered her face with her tails to hide the massive blush on her face. Shut up, idiot, just focus on taking my chakra. Kasumi said, going into the seal, getting ready for the fight to come. Naruto also appeared in the seal. They were already in a clearing ready to fight. Kasumi went into her nine tails form, towering over the grinning blonde. I really need something for fighting bigger opponents. Naruto smirked because he had just got an amazing idea. Storm released three-headed storm. The giant three-headed dragon formed under the smiling blonde. Its body was made of water and coated by a thick layer of lighting and wind. Each head had a respective element. Wind, water, and lighting. Well, what do you think of this? I shall name you Arashi. The giant dragon let out a roar that lifted up the trees and blew massive winds. Wow, he just pulled that out of his ass. Kasumi thought to herself at seeing the dragon matching her size. Well, come on, let's dance. Naruto yelled, grinning like a madman on top of Arashi. They charged towards each other. Kasumi with a mini-tailed beast bomb in her mouth and the three heads with an attack forming. They blast the attack towards each other and they cause a shockwave, shooting them away from each other, destroying everything that was in range of the attack. Kasumi launches some of her tails around the beast's body to hold it in place. She goes for a claw swing to take its head off. Naruto, seeing this, shots a blast of water into her eye. It won't be that easy. Water-style severing wave. A strong jet of condensed water shoots from his mouth, chopping her tails off, causing her to yell out in pain. You're lucky those grow back. Kasumi yells to Naruto. I am sorry I can't hear you over this ass whooping you are getting right now. She gets a tick mark. So you want to play like that? She then forms a tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb barrage. She lets out a volley of blasts towards Naruto. Shit, we got to move. Arashi takes to the sky with its massive wings, letting out a blast of its own on her. Alright, let's send some heavy fire. Naruto then makes 100 shadow clones and they all go through hand signs. Kirin. They all shout with their hands extended towards the sky and 100 lighting dragons come from the sky. Kasumi wraps her tails around herself to guard from the massive attack. Holy shit, he is going all out, I just hope he doesn't. Her thoughts are cut off again when she hears the sound of the jutsu she was hoping he wouldn't use. Bather Junduin. Naruto speaks calmly with his hand raised to the sky. A massive storm cloud forms in the air and begins to circle around. Lighting can be seen flashing in the cloud, letting out sounds that echo all around the mindscape. Burin, who was outside, can feel the power that is coming from Naruto's body and wonders what he is doing. Fall. Naruto says, and then a bright flash comes from the clouds and strikes down, hitting Kasumi. Fall. Fall. But the last chant he can see Kasumi laid out in her fox form with smoke coming off her body and the whole area destroyed once again, leaving them to float in a white void once again. I win. Placing his hand on her tail, he begins to take the chakra and purges the hate coming from her chakra. Well, it seems you didn't need my help after all. The angelic voice comes from behind Naruto, who turns around. What he sees makes him go wide-eyed. A woman with the brightest red hair he has ever seen, royal purple eyes that give off the warmth only a mother could give. Mom? Naruto asked, forgetting the chakra he was taking. Yes honey, it's me. Now give your mother a hug. Opening her arms for him. He instantly goes into the embrace of his loving mother, who has a couple of tears in her eyes at finally being able to hold her son. I've wanted to meet you for so long now, Mom. Naruto said, resting his head on her shoulder. Me too, son. They pull away to get a good look at each other. Mom, you are so beautiful. Naruto said, hugging his mother again, giving her kisses all over her face, making her giggle and blush. Thank you, son. Kushina said to her son, who was only smiling at her with love. How are you here anyways, Mom? Wait, did Dad seal some of your chakra inside of the seal to speak to me? Naruto said, imagining a bench for them to sit on. Right on the money. During our final moment he did just that. I was supposed to help you control Kasumi's chakra, but it seems you already had that under control. Kushina said with pride at how strong her son was. He only laughed at that. Yay, but if you were in here. Did you see everything I have done? He said to her with a knowing look. Kushina looked back at him in confusion for a second until she got what he was implying. Her face turned as red as her hair. Asachi, I did see everything, but I tried not to watch. Kushina said, looking away from her son. Mom, you are a pervert. Naruto started to laugh until he was hit on his head by his mother. Don't laugh at your mother, young man. Kushina said with red cheeks and yelling in his face. Naruto only grabbed her cheeks and pulled them. Mom, you look like a tomato when your face gets all red. Don't call me that. She runs after him with a frying pan and her hair split into 9 tails. Despite running for his life, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Kushina was also smiling at her son. Dad, you lucky bastard, Mom is so hot. Naruto thinks to himself with anime tears going down his face. You know mom, you are pretty hot when you look like that. Naruto said, knowing this would calm her down. She stopped in her tracks and blushed. And Naruto-kun, don't say such things. She said, turning around to hide her blush. But I can't help it, just look at you. Naruto said, coming up from behind her, pulling her to his chest. Making the mother blush at feeling her son's well-muscled body pressed against her back. She could also feel something large poking at her back door. Son, I am married and I love your father. Kushina said, trying to fight off the thoughts she was now getting inside her head. I love dad too. Just think of this as a birthday gift, plus he doesn't have to know about this. Naruto said with his hands on his mother's rear end, giving it a pinch. Come on, just one round. Naruto said, blowing in her ear. Fine, just this once. Don't tell anyone either. She says, turning around to her son with red cheeks. That was all Naruto needed to hear before he imagined a bed and enjoyed his new gift. 1 hour later. The mother and son can now be found laying on the bed in each other's arms, enjoying the afterglow of what they had just done. Well, I guess dreams do come true after all. Naruto laughed out loud with his mother on his chest. Make sure you keep this dream to yourself, mister. Kushina said, trying to give him a stern glare, but it failed due to the blush on her face. Before I forget, allow me to show you how to unlock the chakra chains of the Uzumaki. It is mainly seen in the women of the clan, but I believe you can do it, Naruto-kun. She then makes a scroll and gives it to Naruto. Keep it safe. For me, will you? I will. Naruto said, hugging his mom. Kushina started to disappear, and they both knew what that meant. A sad gaze from his mother, and he knew what was going to happen. Don't worry, son, I will be looking over you with your father. Just remember I love you and give me more grandkids along with the cutie Rukia-chan. Kushina said, giving him a motherly kiss to his forehead. I love you too, mom. He just laid there in bed for a while, lost in his thoughts. Until someone else got into his bed. Come on, Naruto-kun, we have training to do. Kasumi spoke, pulling Naruto into her chest. Okay, Kasumi-chan. I am sorry for kicking your ass. He finished the last part with a smirk, which got him a bite to his ear from Kasumi. Don't go getting a big head. I can't help it right now. I just beat the queen of Biju and accomplished a dream of mine. Naruto said, grinning. You're so weird. But that's why you love me. Giving a kiss to his vixen. Let's just go, idiot. The blushing fox said, leaving the mindscape. Now let's test out this new chakra mode, shall we? He finishes, turning into a golden blur. 1 month later. It was the day of the Chunin exams finals, and everyone couldn't be more excited. The Hidden Leaf was rumbling with laughs and cheers of the people in the stadium, ready to witness the fights of the new generation of ninja. Bets can be seen being made at the entrance. The women of the red light district had shirts with Naruto's smirking face on it. At the Uzumaki compound, Tsunami and Haku can be seen getting the 3 kids ready to leave. Ranmaru was wearing a kimono similar to that of the Hyuga. Rukia can be seen wearing a black and white shakusho, similar to what her father wears around the house, except hers is black and not red. She had her Zanpakuto on her waist ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. Inari can be seen wearing a white shirt with a Uzumaki swirl on the back and blue jean shorts. Tsunami is also wearing a simple navy blue t-shirt that brought out the beauty in her hair. Her shirt also had a red Uzumaki swirl located on the back. A black long skirt that stopped above her ankles and black slip-ons. Haku had on her Mist Hunter Nin gear, but the mask now had a Uzumaki swirl on it instead of the mini waves. Okay, everyone ready to see our clan head kick ass? Karen spoke, walking from her room. Only to be hit upside the head by the local mother Tsunami. Language, young lady. Tsunami said, giving the glasses wearing red head a mother's glare that said don't disobey. Yes, ma'am. Karen spoke with her head down. Gaining laughs and chuckles from the kids and even Haku. Okay, let us get going. The mothers from the red light said they saved us a section. Tsunami chirped, walking to the door followed by everyone. I will protect us with all my strength. Rukia spoke in a monotone voice which she tried to develop for battle. Rukia-chan, you don't have to be in battle mode around your family. No need to have that straight face all the time. Tsunami said, pulling Rukia into a hug, making the girl smile. I know, but I must practice in order to be completely unreadable in battle. It's what big sis Haku said I must do. Rukia said, grabbing Haku's hand and walking outside. We will be your bodyguards for the day. Lady Uzumaki. Rukia said, doing a mocking bow. This causes everyone to let out a chuckle. The family then makes their way to the stadium, passing all of the busy streets filled with people who came to see the new talent show off. Not noticing the ninjas on high alert, ready for the battle to come. Arena Stadium. All the young genin who were lined up ready to fight all had confident expressions on their faces. Some were nervous, and one looked like he would rather be anywhere else. Ino-chan, have you seen Naruto Nai-san? Tenten said standing next to her friend. Ino shakes her head at her friend's question. No, I haven't seen Master since he left after giving me a scroll for training. Ino then puts on a smile. I am sure he will show up. Most likely make some flashy entrance that stuns the whole crowd. They both share a laugh at knowing he will do just that. Okay, everyone except for Niji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki, please go wait in the stands. Genma, the new proctor, spoke, chewing a senbon in his mouth. Hokage booth. Hello, Hokage Dono. Reikage said, coming in with his two bodyguards Dari and Yujito. Hello Reikage Dono, I hope your trip was easy enough for you. Hiruzen said, getting up and shaking his hand. Easy enough, this place has a really nice breeze. Yes, we get that from a lot of travelers. Hiruzen said, sharing a laugh with the man. Hello Reikage Dono and Hokage Dono. The Kazukiage spoke, walking up with his two bodyguards. Jiraiya eyes the Sans leader for a second longer, along with the Anbu bear. I am ready for the matches to come to Hokage Dono. The Reikage spoke eagerly. Yes, so am I, and it seems like they will start soon. Arena floor. He didn't show because he already knew his fate. Niji said in a cocky tone, making Genma give him a bored look. Naruto Uzumaki, please make your way to the floor. Cheers sound out when they hear his name be called. Everyone stops what they are doing when they see the clouds begin to gather, and the sound of thunder can be heard along with the familiar flashes of lighting. Everyone begins to cheer because all of the Leaf residents know who is about to make his entrance. Everyone can see the shadow of something flying in the sky. The clouds part and the boss summon of the Thunderbird contract can be seen descending through the clouds, with one Naruto Uzumaki on its back. Thank you Hiro, make sure to have everyone ready for what is soon to come. Hiro nods at him and gives a wink. Knock him dead and we will be ready. She then puffs away, leaving Naruto floating in the air, with a smirk that gives all his allies confidence, while it makes the hidden enemies a bit nervous. It was like he was grinning directly at them, like he knew what was about to happen. Naruto-sama, we love you. The shout came from the women of the Red Light District. Naruto had helped all the women by upgrading the buildings they worked in and taking them all shopping as thanks for helping him when he was little. He smirks at all of them. I can't hear you. Naruto puts his hand to his ear. We love you. They shout again, all with smiles on their faces. I love you as well. He says, sending them a charming smile, making them all have hearts in their eyes. The crowd chants his name, making him smile at getting the adoration he always wanted. Can you see this, mom and dad? I have gained their respect and now they are chanting my name. Naruto speaks, looking to the sky, and can swear he sees his parents smiling down at him. He floats down to Niji, who is scowling. You hear me? Naruto says, gesturing to the crowd who can't get enough of him. It doesn't matter, you are destined to lose. Niji spoke, getting into his clan stance. Give me a second before we start. Naruto then body flickers to the Hokage booth. Hey old man, I want to tell you something. Naruto then whispers into the old man's ear, making his eyes widen. Then Naruto, how did you? Are you sure that's what you want? Hiruzen says with a shocked face. Naruto only smirks and does something that almost gave him a heart attack. He drops a three-pronged kunai in a way so that everyone in the booth can see it. Oops, silly me, I dropped my kunai. Naruto says, picking up the weapon, leaving everyone in the booth shocked and speechless. Okay, I am ready to kick your ass. Naruto spoke, appearing back in the arena. He stood straight up, just looking at Niji. Are you going to get in a stance? Niji asked. Just get on with it already. I am going to show off a bit. My family is watching, you know. Begin. Begin. This was all Niji needed to hear for him to go on the offensive and attack. If I can keep him on the defensive, he won't be able to use that amazing strength. Even if he does, the gods are shining on me today. Niji performs a barrage of gentle fist attacks, but none land on his opponent. Dodging all of Niji's attacks, Naruto has that smirk on his face that makes many of his enemies angry that he is just dismissing them. Naruto sidesteps a palm to the gut, quickly moving behind Niji to give him a kick in the back. Niji sees this because of his eyes and turns as fast as he can to counter Naruto's attack. He catches the kick and aims an attack for Naruto's face. Naruto pulls his leg towards him in turn, pulling Niji, who was not expecting something like this, and receives a straight to his face, busting his lip from the force of the blow. First blood. Naruto says, still smirking at Niji, who scowls back. That was just a lucky hit, don't get cocky. Niji activates his eyes again and charges back towards him. Naruto also charges and the two exchange in close-range combat for a while, which involved Naruto blocking all of Niji's attacks and hitting the female-looking boy with his own attacks that leave damage. Naruto drops low to the ground and delivers a body hook and an uppercut, sending him into the air. Naruto follows up with one of his favorite moves. Dynamic entry. Niji is kicked and can feel a few bones crack from the force of the flying kick. Stands. That's the way Naruto come. Rock Lee shouts from the stands next to his teammate and sensei. That's right, show him your flames. Might Guy screamed alongside his lookalike. Man, he is really beating him at his own game. I shouldn't be surprised those fists of his hurt like hell. Tenten shuddered at remembering her sparring sessions with Naruto, and they all ended with her being treated by Haku. Wow, bro is really good. He isn't even using chakra in his attacks, he is just naturally that fast and strong. Karen said, pushing up her glasses. That's my dad for you. Inari said, standing up and cheering Naruto on. Yes, as to be expected of Master. Kin spoke from their side in an outfit similar to Rukia. You have no idea. Guren spoke, walking towards them in a maid outfit and red cheeks because everyone was looking at her. Who are you? Rukia asked, getting her blade ready. I am Naruto's new slave. She said, blushing and sitting down. Since when? He didn't tell us we would get another helper. Tsunami spoke with a delicate raised eyebrow. During the 1 month I was sent to kill him, but he beat me and freed me from my previous master who was no good. Guren said. Let me guess, Snake Pedo. Karen said, rolling her eyes. Yes. Well, we are glad you have a better life now. Tsunami said with a smile. Arena floor. Niji pulls himself off the ground holding his ribs and gets back to his feet. Damn, that hurt just as much as Lee, but he used no chakra. Naruto closes in on him, and Niji for a second hesitated with a slight fear at not being able to best his opponent. That slight hesitation was enough for Naruto to body flicker behind in his blind spot and kick him away. Niji is stopped when he meets the fist of a clone of Naruto. Clone Naruto punches him back to the real Naruto, who delivers a body shot. Next thing everyone sees is the genius of the Hyuga getting his ass beat by a gang of clones, delivering a multitude of punches. They deliver one more punch which knocks him into one of the trees. Is that all? Naruto crossed his arms and gave Niji a blank stare. Getting no response from the struggling Hyuga, who wobbled to his feet with a busted lip and blood coming from his face and bruised ribs. You are all bloody, let me wipe it off for you. Naruto goes through hand signs. Water-style drilling water spears. Spears of water appear from thin air and they all rush Niji, who widens his eyes before getting in a stance. Rotation. Niji then spins, deflecting all of the water attacks with a smirk aimed at Naruto. Now you have seen it, the ultimate defense of the Hyuga. Niji smirks with arrogance. Such unearned arrogance. I have already spotted a weakness. This statement made the Hyuga section have an outrage at the audacity of this commoner dare say he spotted a weakness. Allow me to show you and your clan the error of their ways. Naruto makes a single hand sign. Water-style water thunderbird blast. A beast of a bird forms behind Naruto and charges Niji with a cry. Have you not learned? Rotation. Niji then started to spin again. He blocked the attack, but he had to use a lot of effort and chakra in order to block that one. As soon as he stopped spinning, he was met with the fist of Naruto. Weakness spotted, you are wide open when you stop spinning. Naruto then wipes the non-existent dust off his blue Tobirama-style armor. Naruto walks to Niji, who made it back to his feet. Why you are in my R range? Niji then gets into the stance for the 64 palms and uses chakra in his feet to blast towards. Naruto is surprisingly fast for someone so hurt. He then delivers strikes to all of Naruto's chakra points, sending him away with the final palm. 64 palms is the ultimate move of the Hyuga. Proctor, you can call the match, he won't be getting up. Niji turned his back and began to walk off. Everyone is stopped when they feel the influx of chakra coming from Naruto. They can see a red layer surrounding him. Most veteran ninja know exactly what that is, but are surprised because they can't feel the hate and anger you normally do when they activate it. Nice attack, but it won't work against someone like me. Naruto said, walking out of the dust cloud with the red chakra going back into his body. Now allow me to showcase to you real quick. As he finished that statement, golden chakra chains came out of the ground from behind Niji and grabbed his limbs, holding him still. The spiraling sound came from Naruto's hand, making all the leaf ninjas widen their eyes. I don't show mercy. Naruto then sprints towards Niji, jamming the Rasengan into his gut, tearing up his clothes and doing serious damage to his already damaged body. What do you think? Did I show off enough to make them think twice? Naruto said, whispering towards Genma, who had long since dropped his senbon. No, I think if you had released some more of the Nine Tails chakra, maybe they would have second thoughts. Unless you have something else, I think you need more to show them we mean business. Genma whispered back. The Hokage stood up and walked to the edge of the Hokage booth for an announcement. Everyone, I have a secret to reveal to you. One that will bring us all joy and hope for the future. This made everyone look to the Hokage. Our late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze had a child before he died. This shocked everyone while some of the ninja who looked at the smirking blonde began to realize what he was going to say. Naruto Uzumaki. His real name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Everyone was silent for a second until the stadium erupts in cheers and chants for him. In a show of power, Naruto throws a 3-pronged kunai and puts up a hand sign. Multi-kunai jutsu. And the one kunai turns into dozens, and he then starts to disappear in a blue flash all over the arena, shocking everyone. That should do it, Naruto said, smirking. He walked up to Baki, who was sweating nervously because he knew that the plan was a bust after what he just saw. Not to mention the now named Namikaze walking towards him leaking kai. Naruto grabs him by the collar, making the hidden sand ninja around tense. Call of all your ninja, that is not your leader you are following, it is Orochimaru. Naruto spoke, looking at him with those ice blue eyes. Where is the proof? Baki said, trying to hide his fear and defend his leader. It is all stopped when Naruto grabs him by the throat and his eyes show fury and anger. Baki knows if anyone makes a move they are all dead. It doesn't matter if I have any or not. You will stand down and there are no questions asked. Do you understand? Naruto said in a calm tone, eyes still unforgiving. Why yes, sir. Baki said and gave the signal for all the sand ninja to stand down. You will help defend the leaf like true allies. Naruto said and then flashed away, making all the ninja in the area let out a breath of relief. Page Booth. Well, it seems you were holding out on all of us. The Kazekage spoke calmly on the outside. On the inside he was seething with anger because Gurren failed to kill him and was just sitting in the stands like he didn't exist. That damn yellow flash and Kushina had a son. A said, getting out of his seat. And he contains the 9 tails, this brat is trouble all in one. A spoke, looking at the blonde bully, the sand ninjas. Maybe we should make an alliance after this. Yes, he has become an excellent ninja. Hiruzen spoke, looking at Naruto being hugged by his clan. Arena floor. Then Sasuke, Uchiha and Gaara come down to the floor please. Gaara appeared in a sand body flicker and just waited for Sasuke to appear. Time went by, but he never showed up, making the crowd boo. Genma looks toward the Hokage, who nods his head. Due to the Uchiha not showing up on time for his match, he is disqualified. Genma said and got more boos at not seeing a fight. Hokage, don't know, you can't really do that to the last Uchiha. Most people came here to see him fight. The hidden snake spoke. Why are you so worried about him? He isn't one of your ninja. The old Hokage said with a smirk that made Orochimaru pissed. But the royals have come for him and he is stopped when the Hokage speaks again. They don't care anymore. They want to see the legacy of the yellow flash. He is right. A said, speaking up. Orochimaru is so pissed he is ready to start the plan right now. Giving the signal to the hidden agent. Feathers begin to fall, knocking most people out, while the ninja break out knowing what was about to go down. Looks like the snake has uncoiled. Naruto said, pulling out his sword and blocking attacks that were aimed at his family. Aku-chan, Kin-chan, I want you to escort and protect our family and bring them to the compound where they will be safe. Naruto said, taking charge and slicing down Sound Ninja who got too close. Appa, what about you, what will you do? Rukia said in worry. Naruto smiled and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry my little snow princess, I will be fine. Just make sure to protect your family and stay safe. He gives her a kiss on the head. Now get going. He makes 200 shadow clones and they all separate throughout the village knowing what they must do. He flashes away to the gates of the village going through hand signs for summoning. A puff of smoke and a flock of thunderbirds are seen flying all ready for battle. You know the plan, attack the snakes along with Sound and Iwa Ninja. They all nod and fly off to attack the snakes appearing on the outside. He then jumps down off the roof and starts to engage the Sound Ninja on the streets of the village. Back in the arena, the Sand Ninja can be seen attacking the Sound Ninjas. What are you doing? This is not the plan. A Sound Ninja spoke, battling Baki. Plans change. Baki makes a wind sword and slices him down the middle. Glad to see you came around. Genma spoke with a smirk at knowing what really happened. Shut up. Baki said and started to fight alongside Genma. In the cage booth, Orochimaru makes his move on the Hokage and jumps to the roof, leaving just him and the old man. Looks like the snake sheds his skin finally. You knew the whole time? Orochimaru asked with anger. Yes, we did, and your plan is going to get you killed. Hiruzen spoke, taking off his robes to show his battle gear and staff. So it seems you want to die like a cage, well I will grant you that wish. He said, charging his old sensei. In your dreams, boy. They meet in the middle and exchange blows. Streets. Aku and Kin are taking the family towards the compound where it will be safe. Using Karen's sensing ability to avoid being captured, along with Gurren defeating anyone that comes close. Okay, we are almost there. Haku spoke, throwing Ice Senbon at the enemy ninja. They make it to the gate and go inside and seal the place up. Okay, I will go back outside and help heal anyone who was injured. Gurren, can you two stay and keep the place safe, not like anyone can get in anyways. Haku said, going back outside. Okay, let's just calm down and try to ignore all of this. Tsunami said, sitting down. They all are shaken when they hear a roar and feel the ground shake. Outside the gates of the village, the Iwa ninjas are pulling a chained up Rashi who is fighting, but there are seals on his body. No, I don't want to. Rashi screamed from inside the cage. Shut up and do your job. A Iwa nin said and activated a seal to bring the four tails out. A final cry from Rashi that turns into that of a beast, and everyone is blown back when he releases a bunch of power. Then right outside the village is the four-tailed ape. But how did they? Naruto said, speechless. I have to stop him. Naruto said, getting ready to move, but is halted when a teen with white hair and pale eyes got in his way. You will not advance. The pale teen said. Who are you? I don't have time to fight right now. Naruto said, getting into his whirlpool stance. I am Kimimaro and I will kill you. The boy said, making a bone sword come from his arm. Naruto quickly appears behind him and jams a Rasengan into his back, knocking him into the ground. Naruto gets ready to run away again, but is stopped when he has to dodge a bone projectile. You are still up after that. It will take more than one attack to put me down. Kimimaro said, charging Naruto again. They fight with their two blades, and Naruto is surprised a bone sword can stay intact even after taking multiple blows from his sword. Naruto delivers a quick slash down Kimimaro's chest and follows up with a slice to his bottom legs, dropping him to the ground and cuts down his back. Just lay down and die. Naruto goes to leave again, but is stopped when a bone popped from the ground. I said you won't advance. Kimimaro begins to use the first level of the curse mark and his power is boosted. Large dance. Bones then pop out of his body and he begins to attack while spinning and using all of his bones to attack Naruto. So you wish to dance, do you? Naruto smirked and got ready for his next attack. First dance rebirth. Naruto swipes his palm and blood falls down the blade. Naruto then delivers 9 swift attacks with 9 copies of himself that disappear when he finishes. Kimimaro dodges some but not all and takes serious damage, causing him to bleed a lot. Naruto jumps on the roof. Water style explosive water shockwave. The whole street is then flooded with water, catching Kimimaro in the attack. Lighting style lightning beast running jutsu. The lightning beast then takes shape as a wolf and charges the flood and hits Kimimaro, shocking him. He is a tough guy, let me just make sure he is out. Naruto then jumps onto Kimimaro. Massive Rasengan. Naruto hits him straight on and runs to the rampaging Biju, making it way to the leaf, causing mass damage. Leaving a bloody and twitching Kimimaro. Naruto, making his way to the gate, stops when he sees the barrier around the Hokage booth. Gramps. He flashes to his location. Appearing next to the Anbu. What are you doing just sitting around? He shouts to the Anbu watching. WW, we can't get in, so we are going to wait for it to drop. The Anbu captain said, bowing to Naruto. This makes him even more upset. How do you know you can't get in? Naruto questioned, giving him a heated glare, making all the Anbu nervous. Well, when our teammate touched it, he burned. The Anbu captain with a lizard mask spoke up, pointing at the corpse. Then make a new damn entrance. Bring this bitch down. Naruto said, about to destroy the roof until he saw something or someone. He walked to the redhead holding the barrier and looked at her. What do you want, shithead? Are you Taiya? Naruto asked, looking at the girl closely. And who's fucking asking? She spoke with a scowl. You know me, your friend Kin asked me to save you, so that's what I will do. Naruto said, making seals in midair with his chakra. When he was done, the barrier around her went away. How did you do that, fuckface? Taiya asked, pulling out her weapon. Do not mock me. He grabbed her. I will send you to my house, don't cause any problems, or I will have to kill you. Naruto said in a serious tone, making his eyes red with slits. Oh okay, shithead. Naruto then puts a hand on her head and flashes her away. He sees his favorite Hokage about to get a kunai shoved in his head. No, this is my chance, but I have to deal with that damn Biju. So much to do in so little time. He makes a clone and gives it a lot of chakra and flashes to where the Four Tails is. Flashing in front of the old man, he dashes to Orochimaru and knocks the kunai out of his hand, saving the second from being under his control. Damn you, boy, why are you here? Orochimaru said with anger clear in his eyes. I came to meet my idol, duh. Naruto turns to the second Hokage, who is looking him up and down. Well, at least I know some of the young generation know who to back. Nice armor by the way, but you are missing the fur coat on the collar. Tobirama said with a smirk and crossed arms. I normally have a fox wrapped around my neck, so that's why I don't have the fur on my collar. Naruto said, smirking back towards the second. I can feel your power, you are a Uzumaki aren't you? Naruto Uzumaki Namek is at your service. Naruto said bowing. You also hold the 9 tails, is that the fox you claim to have around your neck? Tobirama asked with a knowing look. Damn, you are so cool. Naruto said with little stars in his eyes. But in all seriousness, if you are taking after me I presume you wish to be Hokage do you not? No, I am not Hokage material. What makes you say that? Tobirama asked in a curious tone. I can't put the village before my family. They are all I have. I couldn't imagine doing something that would put them in danger if it meant the village would survive. This made Tobirama smile. Spoken like a true Uzumaki. It is okay, not everyone can shoulder that kind of burden. Tobirama said, smiling at the blonde. His smile disappeared when he looked around and saw the state of the village. He looked back at Orochimaru. Never use a jutsu that I created on me or my village. Tobirama said, going through hand signs. Reanimation jutsu release. Like that he was free from the snake's hands. I will fight my brother, Sarah, you finish with this trash, and you Naruto. Go kick some ass. He smirked at the last part, making Naruto also smirk. Sir, yes sir. He disappeared in a blue flash. Wow, he even knows how to do my jutsu but better. Tobirama said, actually impressed. Thank you sensei, now I can focus all of my attention on my foolish student. Saratobi spoke next to his sensei. Irakage was just standing aside watching the interaction the kid had with the previous Hokage. He couldn't believe this kid just ordered the Anbu around and talked to the Hokage like it was a casual day. Lord Rakage, what do we do? Should we help them or just escape? Dari asked in a serious tone and not his normal drowsy tone of speaking. We shall help, I can smell an alliance coming. With that said, he ordered Yujito and her team to help escort the civilians to safety while defeating the Iwa ninjas. On the walls of the village it was mayhem. Birds were raining down attacks on the snake summons while hitting the ninjas with its wide area of attacks. Not to mention the golden blur going around killing sound and Iwa ninjas left and right. Wind Cutter. The quick swing of his sword and he cleaved a group of Iwa ninja in half. Naruto, I think we cleared everyone on this side of the wall. Hibiki shouted from the rooftop. He received a nod from the golden boy. This was a clone of Naruto using the KCM mode he had received from Kasumi. It is his first time using it in battle and he must say that he likes what he is seeing. Okay, I let the boss know. The clone dispelled, giving the memories to Naruto, who can be seen making his way towards the 4 tails. Okay, good, that is the east, west, and north gate clear. I will send another to the south side. He makes a clone and it enters KCM and dashes off. Now to deal with this guy. Naruto stops on a tree and sees the 4 tails let out a roar that shakes the whole village, making everyone stop and stare at the giant monkey. Some of the Leaf Ninja begin to lose hope. Who were they kidding? Nobody in the Leaf was strong enough to beat a Biju, let alone the 4 tails. That is until everyone feels the sudden spike of chakra and a golden beam shoots into the sky. Damn Saru, that Uzumaki sure is impressive. Tobirama said with a smile. What is he doing? It seems as if he mastered the 9 tails chakra and is about to fight the 4 tails by himself. That's impossible, he is just a brat. Orochimaru was beyond pissed. This one little brat had come along and ruined everything. He vowed to kill him and use his body for experiments. You foolish child, you don't understand true power. It doesn't matter how old you are. Tobirama said, sending some Kai to the Sannin, making him fall to the ground. Let us watch. In the area of the 4 tails everyone can see the 9 tails appear in all its glory. Instead of being orange like they remembered it to be. The fox was now golden and had what looked like black lines running on its body. The 9 Biju, like everything else, mean nothing. Naruto paused in his speech to let the transformation finish. Before the power of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto spoke all of this with calm confidence that was frightening to the enemy. They all took a step back subconsciously until the first Iwa ninja took off running, followed by the rest of them. Fall back. Retreat. Monster. Demon. These were the words they said while running away. Idle threats as you run away make you seem petty. Naruto spoke from inside the head of Kasumi. You know Naruto-kun, I forgot how fun it was being so arrogant. Kasumi's voice rang out in his head, making him smirk. Yes, this is quite fun, but we must defeat your brother. Naruto spoke, getting serious. What can you tell me about him? Well, he jumps around a lot and uses lava, so try to avoid that, but it really won't do anything to you since you are in here. If you can hold him down and shoot a tailed beast bomb in his face, that should do it. He was always just a dumb monkey. Okay, that last part sounded really racist, but we will ignore it for right now. This fight will cause massive damage to the area, so let's move him away. Maybe I could hit some of the ones running away. Naruto commanded the 9 tails avatar to move towards the ape and grab him. Using some of Kasumi's tails, he grabbed the four tails and started to spin and slung him to the retreating enemies, causing a massive earthquake to rock the ground and destroy some of the forest. The nine tails avatar then started to run towards the area he tossed the beast. The enraged monkey got up and banged its chest while forming lava balls in its mouth to shoot towards Naruto. Dodging the lava balls was a good idea because it completely melted the ground and caused a fire to spread. That was a close one. The four tails then jumps towards Naruto with a lava-covered fist. Naruto clashed fist with the giant ape and caused a shockwave. Naruto made clones, and they jumped outside blue armor now golden with his black undershirt, which now had golden lines going down to his feet. 9 Magatama designs on the collar of his chest. They form the Uzumaki chakra chains and wrap them around its limbs, causing it to struggle to get free. Okay boss, we got him, work your magic. Naruto then begins to form a tailed beast bomb in his hands which forms on the outside, ready to hit the four tails. Tailed beast bomb. Kasumi and Naruto shout, shooting the blast right into the four tails. The attack collided with it, making it shoot off into the distance, then exploded, being shown all the way back in the leaf. Alright, let's go check on him. The avatar of the nine tails begins to run towards the downed Rashi, taking the seal off the unconscious man. Okay, he should be out for a while, let's take him back. Before he can go back, he is surrounded by 50 Iwa ninjas. Hand over the weapon. What looks like the captain said, taking a hesitant step forward. Make me, came the short reply of Naruto. He was on the ground, not in the nine tails avatar, because that took a lot out of him. Phil the Namek is trash. They all go through hand signs and begin to launch their jutsu towards Naruto, who was just standing still, giving them all an uninterested look. The attacks collide on his position, and it makes a cloud of dust blocking the view of everyone. Wind of the mountain god. A heavy gust of wind comes, knocking them all down and blowing the trees away, hitting some of the ninja in the process. A bright golden head shaped like the nine tails head. Are you finished now? The simple question sent shivers up all of their spines because he doesn't even look hurt. That's because Naruto was holding back how tired he was. He knew he had to beat these guys first before he could rest. Come on Kasumi, I need you to help me with this one. Naruto spoke, holding his hands out while speaking to Kasumi. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I got your back. She spoke, feeding him more chakra and stabilizing the tailed beast bomb. He let the attack fly in a wide range spread, hitting everyone in his area, killing the remaining 27 Iwa ninja. Thanks again. I am just going to flash away this time. He disappeared in a blue flash, not noticing one Iwa ninja who was looking from further away with eyes wide with terror. Oh my god. The Iwa ninja said, running back to his home to report what happened. He appears at the front of the gate and is surrounded by leaf ninjas with their weapons drawn. They stop when they see who it is. Uzumaki-sama, we are glad you are safe. One of the ninjas spoke, coming to help him. Yes, thank you. Take this guy, he is the Jinchuriki of the four tails, but don't worry about him getting up. I have a seal on him to keep him unconscious. Naruto says, handing the heavy man over to a leaf Anbu. Okay, we will take him to T&I. The Anbu squad disappears in a body flicker, leaving Naruto and the random leaf ninja standing around. What are you standing around for, people, get your ass moving. Naruto shouts with his big head jutsu. Why yes sir. They all run away, tripping on each other's feet. Naruto and Kasumi laugh at this. Okay, where is the snake? He looks around and can see him battling with a giant toad and pervy sage on top of the toad, shooting jutsu towards the snake. Let's go help him out. Naruto calls one of the Thunderbirds down, and they pick him up and take him to the fight. Page booth roof. Jiraiya is riding Gamabunta, shooting off jutsu towards the purple manda boss of the snake summoner. Come on Bunta, give me some oil. You got it. He shoots out a stream of oil towards the snake, while Jiraiya lets out a stream of fire. Toad oil bombs. The attack creates a massive explosion, causing the cage booth to collapse in on itself. Did we get him? Jiraiya asked, looking for him. An attack came up from behind the two, about to stab right through the toad. The tail is sliced right off by none other than Naruto, who drops from his bird, aiming his sword right at the giant snake. Brad, I will kill you for that. Mandu opens his mouth ready to eat the falling boy, who only smirks. Pervy sage. Shoot some fire at me. Naruto then goes through 3 hand signs and spins. Wind style twister. The area around Naruto turns into a tornado until Jiraiya shoots a stream of fire at him, making it a flaming tornado. The attack burns Manda's mouth and scorches Orochimaru a little bit, causing him to scream out in pain. Damn, I got to get away. Orochimaru then goes through hand signs for reverse summoning. Everyone retreat. The snake Sannin says to his ninja. You won't get away unscathed. Naruto goes into KCM one more time and places a seal on Orochimaru. Uzumaki Chakra Destruction Seal. The seal destroys all the chakra points on his arms, not allowing him to continue his jutsu. Right when he is about to finish the fight, he has to dodge chakra scalpels from the gray-haired spy. "You won't kill our lord." Kabuto then sinks into the ground, barely missing the kunai aimed for his head. Naruto then stabs his blade into the ground and stands facing the whole village. "Victory!" he screams with his chakra-enhanced voice echoing all around the village. Next thing everyone knows is the whole village is filled with the cheers of its citizens and ninjas. Hiruzen, seeing this, only smiles at the sight of his village making it through the great battle. Jiraiya falls to the ground taking heavy breaths, but smiling nonetheless. Tobirama along with his brother who had been freed are smiling proudly at the young blonde and his heroics. He may say he doesn't want to be Hokage, but with the way he is, he's a natural-born leader. Hashirama spoke up. He soon started to disappear. Yes, the will of fire burns bright in him. Tobirama spoke looking at the sweating blonde who started to wobble on his feet. "You did good, Naruto." He spoke loud enough for Naruto to hear, and then turned to ashes along with his brother. Next thing that happened was the spirit of the previous Hokage rise into the sky smiling and disappear. "Naruto-kun, you did really well. It's okay for you to rest now." Kasumi spoke from inside the seal. "I better get promoted after this, old man." That was the last thing he said before he passed out, still standing proudly. A symbol of hope for all those that can bear witness to him. Council room. "Hokage-sama, I have finished the report on all the damage and how much money will be needed to repair everything," a civilian member said, handing over a paper to the Hokage. "Thank you. Do we have a list of all the ninjas we lost in the battle?" "I have it, took me some time, but I got it." Shibi spoke, passing a sheet of paper to the Hokage. "We only lost 50 of our ninjas and no civilians lost." "That is good, but I would prefer it if nobody died at all," Hiruzen said, puffing on his pipe. "This is something that is unavoidable in war," Shikaku said, leaning his head on his hand. "What about the promotions, are we still going to hand those out?" Sum spoke up. "Yes, it would be a good way to lift the spirits of the people up," the old Hokage said with a little chuckle. "Or Naruto-sama could just wake up." A civilian woman spoke with a blush on her face. This makes everyone in the room laugh except for Danzo and those who still hold a grudge on him. "Yes, he should be promoted," Inoichi said. "I agree, but to what rank?" Choza asked. "Why not make him Hokage?" Hiruzen said with his head leaned back in his chair. This caused everyone in the room to gasp and widen their eyes, even Hiashi and Danzo. Danzo couldn't believe what he was hearing, no way would he let that weapon become the Hokage over him. The true Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you can't be serious," Sumen Yazuka said, standing from her seat. "I am. The village needs a new Hokage. Someone younger than me. If the invasion has taught me anything, it's that I can't lead the village anymore." Hiruzen could only sigh at getting that off his chest. He felt the responsibilities weighing down on his old bones. He wanted to spend time with his grandson and clan members. "But he is only 13. A civilian said. 13 with full control over the Nine Tails chakra, beat a Four Tails Biju, and destroyed most of the Iwa and Sound army at the gates. Need I say more? He is too inexperienced to have such a task." Danzo spoke, not wanting this chance to slip by. "You're right about that. The other villages won't take us seriously if we made a 13-year-old our Hokage. I have no doubt when he is older he shall be leading the village into greatness even if he doesn't want to," Hiruzen said with a grandfatherly smile. "It sounds like you have already made up your mind for a replacement." Shikaku spoke with interest. "Yes, I have, but Naruto will have to wait until he is older. For now we will get Tsunade Senju," Hiruzen said, sitting back up. "She has not been seen in the village for years, she might be working with the enemy." Danzo spoke slightly angrily. "Oh my god, Danzo, give it a rest would you? I am never going to make you the damn Hokage. You are just as old as me, not to mention you only have one eye along with one arm, or did you forget that because of old age?" Hiruzen smirked at the last part, making Danzo grit his teeth. "What shall we do with the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" questioned Hiashi. "I don't really know." Hiruzen spoke back with a confused face. "What did he tell you, Inoichi?" "Well, he told me that he was ambushed and they placed a seal on him and forced him to transform," Inoichi said, handing over a report. Hiruzen read through the report looking for anything that could help him with this. "We could just offer him a chance to stay. It would be logical if we tried to get him on our side." Shibi spoke from behind his clothes. "He says that he doesn't want to be a ninja anymore. All he wanted was to just travel the world." Hiruzen spoke while reading off the report. Danzo, hearing this, got an idea. "We should unseal the Biju and place it in a loyal ninja. I know the perfect ninja." Everyone just looked at Danzo with blank faces, even the civilians looked at him. "Danzo? Just stop, we all know you still have root activated." I am this close to killing you on the spot, so don't push your luck. Herzuin said, giving his former teammate a glare. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Danzo spoke. That is not a bad idea actually. Hiashi said. Why don't we ask Uzumaki to unseal the beast and place it into someone else? Hiashi spoke up. He makes a good point, Hokage-sama. Shikaku said. I see, but Naruto-kun is really close to the Nine Tails, so I don't know if he would just extract the Biju and give it to someone else like a toy. Knowing how he was treated, I don't think he would do that to someone willingly. I see. Why don't we ask him when he wakes up? It should be soon. It has already been 2.5 days. Tsume spoke up. Oh, are you waiting for your future mate to wake up? Inoichi teased the Inuzuka head. Tsume for her part fought back the blush at remembering the last time she interacted with him. Shut up you blonde idiot. Tsume said and jumped at the said blonde who went to hide behind Choza. Tsume was stopped by Shikaku who had her in his shadow. Now Tsume, it was just a joke, so calm down you troublesome woman. Let me go or I will tell your wife about that box in your closet. Tsume said with a faint smirk. I am sorry my friend, but you are going to have to take one for the team. Shikaku said dropping the shadow possession. What, don't help me? Inochi said running out of the council chambers from an angry woman. Well anyways, back to our point earlier. I will assign Jiraiya a mission to locate Tsunade and bring her back so she can take my place. Hiruzen said in a tone that left no room for argument. Now can we get back to the promotions? I have other things to take care of. Hiashi spoke. Yes, let us. With that they all got back to giving out promotions to those who performed well during the exams along with the invasion. Some would be happy while some might be a little upset at not getting what they hoped. Tsujika's office. So you're telling me that the Yellow Flash has a child and not only the but contains the Nine Tails, along with the Storm Release bloodline. Inoki spoke with his big eyebrows twitching with anger. That W was not a child but a demon. The clearly traumatized man spoke. Pull yourself together and speak right. The man took a second to calm himself down and gain control over his raging heartbeat along with his brain that kept playing back the memories of Naruto, slicing them down with that blank face. Along with those damn storm jutsu and flying birds. The terrifying sight of a giant dragon made of storms coming down on all of them. He nearly fainted when he saw a picture of Naruto looking directly at him with those cold blue eyes that gave away nothing. Why yes, sir. He was able to transform into the Nine Tails and easily defeated the Four Tails along with 50 of our soldiers, all while he was tired. I don't know if anything short of high S-rank ninjas can defeat him. This is indeed troubling. I knew I should not have gone along with that damn snake, but I let my emotions guide me into it. Now they have that damn Rashi. That is not the worst thing. Namikaze even knows the flying Raijin. The Iwa ninja spoke and felt defeated. This shocked Inoki to his core. If he knows that we won't be able to get close without losing all of our ninjas. Just like last time. Inoki gritted his teeth. We will have to take him down a different way or just leave them alone. Put that brat in the bingo book. Inoki spoke to the ninja in front of him. Yes, sir. With that he left the room to fill out his task, leaving the old cage in his seat. I am too old for this shit. Leave hospital. In the bed of one Naruto Uzumaki he is sleeping peacefully, unaware of the target that is now on his back. Opening his eyes slowly he can see something orange. Kasumi can be seen sitting on his chest in her fox form. Ears laid flat on her head and worried eyes. What? He spoke up looking at Kasumi who just looked back at him. She then hits him in the face with her paw. I was worried, Naruto-kun. For what? You told me to rest. It's what I am supposed to do. Kasumi licked his face. Naruto put his head against hers and spoke softly. I am sorry for making you worry, Kasumi-chan. It's okay, I forgive you. Kasumi licked his face again, making him smile. How's everyone else doing? Are they safe? He said sitting up from his bed. Yes, everyone is just fine. Haku is working in the hospital along with Sakura while everyone else is back home waiting for you. He let out a sigh at the good news. Well, that's good. He laid back down and Kasumi sat next to his head. The door slid open and a head of black hair appeared followed by pink and then red. Naruto-kun. The shout came from Haku, Sakura, and Karen. They all went to his bed and gave him a hug while Haku kissed him on the lips. Hello girls, I see you are okay. Naruto said with a smile on his face. Yes, and everyone has been waiting for you to wake up. Karen said. How long was I out for? 2.5 days. Haku spoke. Well, that is longer than I wanted. Did anything interesting happen while I was out of action? Other than your being promoted to Jonin, nothing special. Sakura said, smirking. Oh, so nothing too important. Naruto said until he realized what was just said. I got promoted to Jonin. Naruto was grinning as if he hit the jackpot. Yes, I also made Chunin for my medical skill along with Shikamaru, Shino, and Ino. Haku said, smiling. Well, that is great news indeed. Naruto spoke, smiling. Well, you can leave now that you are awake, there are other people who could use this bed. So hurry up and leave. Haku gave him another kiss and walked out with a sway in her hips, sending him a wink at the door. Oh, she is going to get it. Naruto thought to himself with a smirk. Bro, stop those perverted thoughts this instant. Sakura said, cracking her knuckles. Relax, little sis. I was not thinking anything like that. Naruto puts his hands up to guard himself. Plus, you think I didn't see those red panties you bought? Naruto smirked at seeing the red face of Sakura. Karen started to laugh along with Kasumi, making Sakura blush. Shut up. She punched Karen out the window all the way to the compound. Naruto and Kasumi quickly flashed away, leaving the pink-haired girl to mumble to herself. Naruto and Kasumi appeared in front of the gates of the compound. Naruto was still in a hospital gown, and Kasumi was laying around his neck as usual. Well, it's nice to see that they didn't burn the place down without me. Naruto chuckled, walking up to the gate and putting some of his chakra into it. The gate opened with a slight creak and blew away some of the leaves on the front yard. Making his way to the front door, he can hear the sound of shouting and things flying. You fucking crystal asswhoop. You damn tomato head chopping board. Would you two shut the hell up and stop cursing? The kids will pick up your horrible language. Now how about we all just calm down? Kin. Whose side are you on? Master won't like you cussing in front of Rukia-chan or Inari-kun. Who gives a damn? I am not going to be his slave. I like you, girl, you should stay around and join the group. What you are all sharing, shithead. It's not that bad really, we are all just a big family. I will think about it. But back to the crystal ass wife. Who said you could eat my damn food, you bitch? The sound of punching and kicking can be heard along with the sound of something breaking. Uh-oh. You girls are in trouble now. May you rest well. Sorry it had to be this way. That was the moment Naruto decided to walk in. He saw that his favorite cup had been broken. When the girls saw him they were happy, but then scared. At least the two who broke them were. Hello Master, it is so good to see you again. Kin spoke, bowing. Hey, Naru-kun. Anko said with her usual grin. Master hey there. Gurren spoke nervously. Oh shithead, glad to see you are awake. I was able to stay here thanks to you. I guess I owe you one. That damn council tried to set me up with some damn mutt for marriage though. Taiya spoke as if her life was not in danger. So you broke my favorite cup, did you? Naruto spoke with his eyes shadowed by his hair. It was that crystal bitch, not me. Don't lie, it was you who threw that plate at me. I think you both shall be punished. Naruto said, smiling, which unnerved them. Gurren covered her butt because she knew what was going to happen. But master, I am sorry. Gurren spoke, trying to find a way out of her situation. Punished? You ain't going to do shit. Taiya said. Before she could blink she was bent over the couch with her pants down, showing her red panties. Making her blush at everyone seeing what she is wearing. Hey, why you fucking pervert, let me go. The red-faced girl said. She turned her head to see Gurren in the same position, crying in tears at knowing her fate. Damn you girl, this is all your fault. No, it's not you. She was cut off when she felt a stinging sensation on her butt and yelped out in pain. What the fuck? She turned and saw the grinning Naruto. Bad children must be punished. He makes a whip of water and delivers a smack to her ass along with Gurren. The other girls watched in sympathy at knowing how that felt. Karen then stumbled into the house after getting up from the hit she took from Sakura. Oh, looks like little Taiya is in trouble. Karen laughed at her friend. Don't just stand there, help us. Taiya asked with tears in the corner of her eyes. I tried to warn you, but now it is time you learn your lesson from Naru-kun. Anko spoke, walking away followed by everyone else, leaving only the sound of a water whip hitting skin and the cries and occasional moan from the girls. 2 days later. Naruto was in the yard of his compound training his storm bloodline. He was trying to access that transformation he used before, but he was finding it extremely difficult. It is as if his body refused to let the lightning take shelter in his body once more. He decided to leave it alone for now. Getting up. He just went through jutsu for his bloodline, making more and correcting the ones he already had. Storm Release Supernova. The condensed ball of storms formed in the palm of his hand the size of a tennis ball. He made it bigger to be the size of a beach ball. The power of the sun in the palm of my hand. Trying to make the ball even bigger, it proceeded to expand even more to the point where it started to float above his hand like his own personal sun. It started to spark with lightning, and water droplets fell from the bottom. Don't falter on me now, we've come this far. You could feel the heat and sense the amount of chakra in the attack. Karen was in the doorway watching with wide eyes. Right when it seemed the attack was about to be finished, it frizzled away in his hand, leaving slight burns. Glad it didn't blow up. Naruto said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and letting out a sigh. Whoa Naruto, that was really an impressive attack. Karen said, walking outside in her purple hoodie with black biker shorts with black ninja sandals. Yay, that was some attack. Jiraiya spoke, walking from inside the house. Who let you in? Naruto asked. A beautiful Ino-chan. Jiraiya said, pushing his fingers together. Dude, you know how wrong this looks for you. Naruto said with amusement, his face and tone. You are a pervy old man saying how beautiful a 13-year-old girl looks. Naruto spoke, almost laughing along with Karen. Jiraiya understood where they were going with this. Wait, no, I am not like that, I promise. It was a misunderstanding. He could see them laughing at him, and it didn't make him feel good at all. Okay, pervy sage, what is it that you need? Naruto asked, taking off his training gi and put on his clan head kimono. It was black and had a red Uzumaki swirl located in the left shoulder and back. A red belt to go around his waist. Kasumi resting on his head like usual. Well, I have a mission and I need your help. Jiraiya spoke, walking behind Naruto, who went inside. Really must be some mission if you need my help. Naruto spoke while taking a seat on the living room couch. Are we killing someone or taking out a stronghold? No, we are looking for someone. I am not the best at finding people. It's when we find this person. I will need you to help me. Ino came and sat a tray of tea on the table in front of them with a smile on her face. Naruto and Jiraiya thanked her while sipping the tea. This is some good stuff. Jiraiya spoke with wide eyes. Taking some more because of how good it was, he was burning his throat in the process. I know Ino-chan makes the best tea I have ever had in my life. Naruto also spoke while drinking some. Kin poked her head around the corner cutely. Is it better than mine, Naruto-sama? Kin asked, giving him a cute look that made Jiraiya almost pull his notebook out. Yes, Kin-chan, Ino-chan makes it better than you. Kin almost burst out in tears, making her seem all the more cute. Naruto, seeing this, makes a chain and pulls her in his lap. Hey, no tears. Naruto said, wiping them away from her face. Don't throw me away. Kin said and held Naruto. Orochimaru wanted to kill me when he found out I was only good at Genjutsu. He didn't need me because he had Teiya. You won't get rid of me, will you? Kin asked, looking up at Naruto with tears in her eyes. He held her tighter. Jiraiya, seeing this, hardens his resolve to kill his former teammate. How could he do these kinds of things? Where did we go wrong with him? Maybe he was always like this and was just hiding it from everyone. Don't worry, Kin-chan, you are a Uzumaki now and we look out for our own. So don't cry, just overcome this and get stronger from it. Naruto said, kissing the top of her head. Thank you, Naruto-sama, you are too kind. Kin said, getting up. I will train and become worthy of the Uzumaki name. She then went to the training field in the compound. Well, it seems like you know how to run your clan. Jiraiya said. Yay, but back to the mission, who is it that you need my help with? It is my other teammate Tsunade Senju. She is to become the new Hokage. Jiraiya spoke seriously. Wow, you want me to come? Why? Naruto asked, still not getting why he was needed, unless they had to beat some sense into her, then he didn't see why he was needed. Well, you seem to have a way of convincing people and I want you to come, also I can teach you some more things if you come with me. Jiraiya said, pointing a thumb to his chest. Okay, I will come, but we have to bring Hinata with us. She will help us locate her. This will also give her a chance to meet another female legend. Naruto said. He went through hand signs and summoned a messenger Thunderbird. When are we leaving? He asked, looking at the old man. Today in an hour. Naruto wrote the letter and gave it to the Thunderbird. Bring this to Hinata Hyuga. The bird nodded and flew outside. Okay, I will get ready and meet you with Hinata later. He walked away to go get packed. Hinata's room. Hinata was in her room practicing her chakra control in order to advance her training in the new gentle fist style she had found. She had seen it was made by her mother but not finished, so she decided she would finish it for her. She is stopped when a tapping can be heard on her window. Turning to see what it was. Is that one of the birds of Naruto-kun? She asked nobody, not expecting an answer. Walking to the window to open it, the bird flew in and landed on her shoulder. The bird then gave her the letter from Naruto. Tread. Dear Hinata. This is from Naruto, and I need you to come on a mission with me and Jiraiya to help find someone. So I need you to get your sexy ass ready in 1 hour, and you better not wear that big ass jacket. I know you are hot in that. I will come to get you in 1 hour, so be ready to be picked up soon. Naruto Uzumaki. Finishing the letter, she could see a chibi Naruto giving her a 2-finger salute. And Naruto-kun thinks I am sexy. Her face became red and she started to feel lightheaded. I have to get ready. She got to her feet and became a blur in her own room. The bird just poofed into smoke and left. 1 hour later Naruto is wearing a black Jonin vest over a black long sleeve, a black haori with blue flames touching the bottom. He had on black pants with tape on his ankles, black ninja shoes that were high-topped. He was being enveloped in a group hug by everyone in the compound. "Okay guys, I will be back before you know it," Naruto said, getting out of the hug. "Okay Naruto-kun, just be careful," Kurenai said, giving him another kiss. "What?" she said. Anko gave him a kiss as well. "Be safe, master." Ino gave him a kiss. "Bye Naruto-kun." Haku gave him a kiss. "Come back in one piece." Tsunami gave him a kiss. "Bye master." Kin and Gurin gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Bye Otu-san." Inari gave his dad a fist bump. "Bye papa, we will continue my training when you get back." "Right." Rukia said, giving her dad a hug and a kiss on his head. "Of course we will. Just stay safe while I am gone," Naruto said, giving her a kiss on her head. After he stood up and one more goodbye, he floated in the air and blasted towards Hinata. Hinata was standing at the front of her compound waiting for Naruto with her father and Ranmaru. "Oh, here come Nai-san," Ranmaru said with his bloodline activated. Her father wanted to give her some last-minute words. "Hinata, don't disappoint the clan and yourself on this mission. Be sure to listen to what the leader says." Hinata puts her head down at those words. "Yes, father, I will." She speaks shyly. "That's not how you tell your daughter goodbye. You give her a hug and kiss her goodbye," Naruto said from behind Hiashi and pushed him into Hinata, and she opened her arms to catch him. It was awkward because Hiashi hadn't hugged his daughter in a long time. He was angry at himself when he thought about that. Here he was the clan head, not knowing how to give a hug. It was awkward for a few seconds until he pulled away and looked at Naruto with his heated stare. "Don't put your hands on me again, Uzumaki." Naruto waved his hands and patted him on the back. Yay, whatever. "Come on Hinata, we got a mission to do." He grabbed her around the waist, pulling her against him, making the girl blush. "Ranmaru, I hope to see you again buddy, make sure you woe the women of the Hyuga." He ruffled his purple hair. "Nai-san, that's lewd." Ranmaru put his head down with red cheeks. "Ah, if it wasn't then you wouldn't be here. Now I will see you around." He flew into the air and went towards the gates. "Hiashi, what does he mean by that?" Ranmaru asked innocently to the clan head, making the man cough. Well, you will have to ask your brother. And I told you it's Hiashi-sama." He walked away a little fast. Naruto landed at the gate next to Pervy Sage. "Alright, let's go," Naruto said and started walking off. "Wait, what's wrong with her?" Jiraiya asked, pointing at the passed-out girl over his shoulder. Naruto looked at Hinata, who had changed her outfit. She is wearing a lavender-style kimono-styled blouse with vertical lines, tied with a dark purple obi. She is wearing dark navy shorts with high stockings. Black high-heeled ninja sandals. "Whoa. She looks good," Naruto says, looking at the girl over his shoulder. "Let's go before I end up holding us back for a day." Naruto started to walk off again. On the other side of the village, two figures with hoods on their heads can be seen. "Okay, they are leaving, we can go in now," the shorter one said. "I don't see why we are not able to go inside while they are inside. It would have made things much more fun," the taller one said. "Because without a doubt he would have come to us and started a fight, and we did not come to start a fight," the short man said in a tone giving nothing away. "Yeah, I know, we just want to see how strong he is," the tall man said in a tone mocking the shorter one. The figure stopped and looked at him, showing a spinning Sharingan. "Don't do that again," the Uchiha said. "Itachi, you are so boring it's not even funny," the tall man said and walked into the village, leaving Itachi behind. "Idiot." He then walked into the village, passing the two guards who were not aware of anything. Naruto and his group were currently flying towards the location of Jiraiya's spies, who said they have a location on their target. "SON Naruto-kun, who are we looking for?" Hinata asked, still blushing at being held by Naruto. "We are looking for one Tsunade Senju." Naruto speaks, grinning at the girl in his arms. Wow, I have always wanted to meet her. Maybe she can give me advice on being a medical ninja." Hinata spoke, not stuttering as much. "Wow, Hina-chan, you didn't stutter at all." Naruto spoke to the girl, who was also shocked. Well, I did," she said. "And it's back," Naruto said. "We are going to work on that for this trip. It's cute but also makes it hard to understand what you say sometimes. People also won't take you seriously if you are stuttering and blushing up a storm when you see them." Hinata looked down a bit at knowing his words were true. "Hey, don't feel sad, just have more trust in yourself. That is the first step to being strong." Naruto smiled down at the girl. "Okay, Naruto-kun." Naruto smiled even more at that. "See, that's how you do it." He kissed her forehead. "If you cannot stutter the whole trip, I might kiss you on the lips and who knows, maybe even ask you out." Naruto says to the blushing girl. Alright, Naruto-kun. Hinata smiles and snuggles closer to the flying blonde. Few days later. The group can be seen walking towards another town, and Naruto was getting sick of this. They kept bouncing from town to town looking for this blonde bimbo. You know, pervy sage, I am starting to doubt your spy network. It seems they can't find this lady. Naruto said, glaring at the man in question. Hey easy. She is hard to find, just give it some time. Jiraiya puts his hands up because Kasumi was also glaring at him. Hinata, can you find anything? Jiraiya asked, looking at the young girl. Yes, I can see her in a casino playing cards and losing badly. Hinata almost laughed but held it in. Those other 2 chakra signatures are also still following us. Good lord, they are still following us. I am just going to let them know we see them. Naruto then uses his lighting manipulation to make a lighting javelin and throws it toward one of the 2. Naruto-kun, how do you know where they are? Hinata asked with amazement. How the hell can he do chakra manipulation like it was nothing? That is a highly advanced skill. Jiraiya thought to himself in amazement. Hina-chan, did you forget I am a censor? I felt those guys waiting outside the village for us to leave. It is probably that group that is after me for Kasumi. Naruto spoke, looking in the direction he threw his attack with crossed arms. They won't get me. Kasumi spoke from atop Naruto's head. You damn right they won't. He said, rubbing her head, getting her to purr. Off in the distance they all can hear a great explosion go off and a cloud of smoke start to rise. That hit one of their asses. He laughed at that. Itachi and Kisame. They had been following the group for the past few days, and Kisame was getting annoyed by the brat flying in the air, while Itachi was just impressed but never showed it. They had stopped because they were watching them look for whoever they were. That is when they felt a spike in chakra and looked up to see what looked like something coming towards them. Itachi, what the hell is that? It has a shitload of chakra in it. Kisame squinted his eyes to get a better read on it. Itachi also looked at it, but with his problem he was having a hard time gazing upon the falling star. I think we should avoid it. Itachi spoke, stepping to the side. I will just absorb it. Kisame put his sword out in order to gain the chakra from the attack. Right when he was about to absorb it, the attack hit him with so much force it blew him back, making him cough up blood and spit. It then exploded right on him, but he was able to absorb some of the attack to lessen the damage. Itachi just eyed the explosion site with eye widen just a bit. That was locked onto his chakra and hit him square on. A lighting attack as well. It seems that our information is true. Itachi thinks to himself. Kisame climbed out of the crater and was angry. What the fuck was that? He coughed, his blade was healing him because he took a lot of damage from that attack. The left side of his cloak was destroyed and burn marks were all on his body. When I find who did that I am going to rip him apart. Naruto. After his attack they all walked into the city to meet Tsunade and confront her about what they came for. That was until Jiraiya was distracted by a woman who was flirting towards him. You kids go find us a place to stay. I will come find you later. He gave them money and ran after the lady. Wait, beautiful. The 3 only sweat dropped at the legendary pervert. Come on Hinata-chan, it's just us 3 now. He grabbed her hand, making her blush, and walked off. He looked directly at Itachi, who was surprised he could sense him. So shocked he didn't even put him in a genjutsu. Naruto walked around with the 2 girls and explored the party that was going on in the village they were in. They played games, ate food and laughed. They had enough and walked to go find a hotel and get some rest. They entered the room and tossed their bags and flopped on a bed. Kasumi went into Naruto's seal, not wanting to give the 2 following them any chance to grab her. I had a fun time playing Naruto-kun. Hinata said, smiling, looking at Naruto. Naruto smirked at her, making the girl blush. The fun doesn't have to end here, Hinata-chan. He climbed on top of the blushing Hyuga. Then Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata said, looking anywhere but at Naruto. I am just trying to have some fun and get closer to you. He started to kiss her neck and rub up her thighs, making the girl moan. We can't, we are on a mission and we are not a C couple. Hinata stammered out. Do you want me to stop? He whispered in her ear, giving a kiss to her cheek. And then no, I mean why yes. She spoke, wrapping her arms around him, leaning her head to the side to give him more access. Your body doesn't seem to be agreeing with you. You're wetting all the sheets. Indeed, the spot under Hinata was soaked, making her pants stick to her bottom. See, can we wait? I want to do this but when we are dating and know each other better. Hinata said, still red as ever. Okay Hinata-chan, take as long as you need. We have guests anyways. When he finished, a knock was heard at the door. Who is it? Naruto asked, pulling his sword out. Room service. Someone said from the other side of the door. Are you in the special bikini that I asked for? Naruto said. Yes, and I brought my friends. Naruto laughed at making whoever it is say those things. Did you also bring the sauce for the cooked fish? A pause from the other side of the door and he could just feel the anger of someone. Yes, we have the sauce. Naruto opened the door and had to do his best not to laugh. So ladies, are you ready to have your world rocked? Naruto looked around. Where are the girls and sauce? Naruto and Kasumi were dying laughing on the inside. Naruto, you will come with us. Itachi spoke looking at Naruto in the eyes trying to put him in a genjutsu. Ninjutsu at that level won't work on me. Naruto said in a straight tone. Itachi's eyebrow twitched just a bit, but he caught it. Kisame burst out laughing at that. Naruto, just come with us and no one gets hurt. Itachi spoke again trying to use genjutsu, but it was not working. Itachi, just relax, my chakra is too dense for a genjutsu that low to work on me. Naruto looked away from him and eyed the damaged fish. So you are the one my attack hit. Naruto smirked. You brat, that shit hurts. Itachi, let me chop his legs off so he won't run. Kisame pulled out his blade wrapped in bandages. Try me, shark boy. Naruto delivered a quick punch towards Kisame, who barely blocked but was pushed out the wall due to how hard the punch was. Hinata, go and find pervy Sage. I will hold them off for now. Hinata quickly got up and went to go look for him. Come on, Emo. Naruto jumped out the hole followed by Itachi. Naruto landed in the street and saw Kisame getting up. Naruto went into KCM and grabbed his face and jumped off to a clearing outside the village, shocking both of the S-rank ninjas. He threw the man down, who crashed with a boom, and Naruto heard some bones crack. Wow, he is fast, I will stay back and watch for now. Itachi thought, landing on a tree. Alright, you asked for it. Kisame charged a blonde who had his blade ready for him. They then clash in a battle of strength, causing Kisame to widen his eyes. You are a strong brat, but that's not all you got, is it? Kisame then pulled back and went to strike again, but Naruto parried his attack and delivered a quick slash to the man. Naruto jumped back to gain distance. He went through hand signs for a jutsu. Wind of the mountain god. A massive amount of wind picked up and destroyed everything and made its way towards the wide-eyed sharkman, who only swiped his sword down and he was unharmed. Nice try, brat, but I can just absorb your attack. Kisame said, grinning at the boy. Oh, is that right? I will just cut you to pieces then. Naruto then released some Kai, shocking the two ninjas at the amount. Kisame grinned wider and released some of his own and charged at the blonde. They then began to cut, slash, and dodge all over the destroyed clearing. It was no jutsu, just them and their blades causing all of this damage. Itachi had never seen Kisame so focused on a battle before. He was trying more in this fight than he did when the two of them had spar. Is Naruto more worthy to spar with than I? Itachi thought with wide eyes. Wind cutter. Kisame quickly absorbed the attack and charged back towards Naruto. He landed a downward slash on his front, cutting his chest open, making blood pour. Got you. Kisame then kicked him away and went through his own hand signs. Water-style water shark bullet. The attack quickly made its way towards Naruto. Lunar halo. Naruto swung his sword downward and cut the shark right down the middle, and the attack carried right towards Kisame, who put his sword up to block, only to be surprised when the attack cut Samehada and left a deep gash on his shoulder. Naruto capitalized and rushed with amazing speeds and delivered a blow to his stomach with his elbow and did a vertical slice upwards, leaving another gash on the skin of Kisame. Itachi, seeing Naruto about to finish the fight by killing him, quickly jumps in the way and punches Naruto in the face, but Naruto dodges and goes to cut Itachi in half, but he blocked with a kunai that was quickly cut in half. Naruto then takes flight and goes high to the clouds, blocking some of the sun, making him look like a god coming down to earth. Itachi felt deja vu, he remembered he did a similar thing to some other blonde. Naruto goes through hand signs. This will get one of them. But it will also destroy the area. When he ends the seal, his hand looks like that of the Amanaka. He aims it towards Itachi, who is currently fighting a horde of his shadow clones, along with the injured Kisame. Rage and fury. The skies suddenly go black, a loud clap of thunder can be heard along with the sound of the rain falling down and hitting the ground. The skies open up and a huge beam of white lightning strikes where Itachi and Kisame are, whose eyes go wide. The area of the attack is decimated and a huge nuclear cloud of smoke is created that can be seen all the way from the town that Hinata and Jiraiya are located. The attack sent shockwaves all through the land, causing an explosion side of 500 feet from the point of impact. So they got away. I know it hit something, but whatever it was did not block the full attack, so they are probably really hurt. Naruto speaks floating in the sky looking at the 500-foot crater in the ground. He sees Hinata and Jiraiya and flashes towards them. Hello guys, nice to see you. The two jump and Hinata hits him in the stomach. The girl had jumped and put her hands over her mouth. And Naruto-kun, I am so sorry. Hinata said, red with embarrassment. Wow, who knew you could punch so hard? Naruto said, picking himself back up. Don't worry, I am just fine. Are you okay, Naruto? We heard and saw all the explosions. Jiraiya spoke, taking a look to see the damage Naruto was under. Naruto was sporting a long gash along his chest and several cuts along his body, bruises forming, and he is still not tired. I made them run away. I beat up Kisame pretty badly at the end, but neither of us went all out or this whole village would be wiped off the map. Itachi was just watching, but I didn't show anything special because I wanted to keep some things to myself. Naruto spoke, walking with them. So you didn't use that KCM mode of yours? Jiraiya asked. Nah, I only used it for a burst of speed to make them move to a different place. Naruto said as if it was no big deal. Wow, he beat an S-rank ninja without Kasumi's chakra. I guess it is a good idea that he trained his own skills first. Jiraiya thought in amazement. Anyways, have you guys found Tsunade? Yes, I have. We can go meet her later. Once you have rested a bit and the town has settled down from your battle. Jiraiya said, clapping Naruto on the back and walking off. I will see you two later. So want to finish what we were doing earlier? Naruto asked Hinata with a smirk. And then Naruto-kun, I already told you my answer. Hinata turned her head in embarrassment. I am just messing with you. Let's go, I need to change my clothes. They then walked back to the hotel and rested until it was nighttime, and Jiraiya came back to the hotel room. Hours later, Naruto and Hinata can be seen in an intense stare-off with each other. You could just feel the tension between the two, so sharp you could cut it with a knife. Kasumi had a bead of sweat going down her whiskered face. She had decided to go in her human form for the moment. It's my move, Hinata-chan. The sentence was short but seemed to go on forever in their heads. It will be your last. Hinata replied just as short and sharply. It seemed hanging with three outgoing people for hours on end seemed to make her be able to be just a young girl and not the Hyuga heir. Naruto's hand twitched and he sharply placed down a green 9. He smirked at what was to come next. Uno. Hinata narrowed her eyes at his statement. It's fine, Naruto-kun, go on and think you've won, I will allow it just this once. Looking down at my hands, I can see that I have the rare draw 4 card. It glistened in the light, ready to be placed, and made Naruto despair. I win. Hinata spoke and then placed the card down in what seemed to be slow motion. Naruto's eyes widened because he now knows it is futile to continue the match. Damn it, you won again. You must be cheating. Are you using your eyes to look at my cards? Naruto spoke with an accusing gaze towards the Hyuga, who was blushing. And no, I would do no such thing. Kasumi-chan, tell him. Hinata said, falling into the arms of Kasumi like a damsel in distress. Don't worry, Princess Hinata, this mongrel is just jealous that he can't beat you. Kasumi spoke while playing along with Hinata, making Naruto get a tick mark. Why you? Naruto is stopped when Jiraiya came through the door with his usual smile. Alright, let's go, I have Tsunade's location. They all walked behind him out of the hotel and then into the streets of the town they were located in. Getting waves and smiles from the overly happy people. Naruto was holding hands with Kasumi and Hinata. Making both girls smile while Hinata was finally living one of her dreams. Okay, she is in this bar. Follow my lead. He then opened the doors like an idiot and shouted to his not-so-secret crush. Tsunade. Tsunade got up in shock. Jiraiya. Making her massive boobs inside her kimono top to wobble, gaining Jiraiya's attention quickly. The black-haired woman with a pig in her arms tried to calm the blonde down. It's so good to see you again, my old teammate. Jiraiya made himself comfortable in his seat. Naruto, Hinata and the fox sat down next to the man. Oh great, old memories just keep popping up today. Tsunade said, taking a sip from her saucer. So the snake pedo came looking to get his arms healed, I presume. Naruto said, leaning back in his seat with a smirk at remembering what he did to that freak. Tsunade eyed the kid for a moment. He was doing a good job at hiding it, but she can just feel the power and aura coming off this kid. It almost made her want to bow her head for being allowed to be in his presence. Shaking her head thinking it was the drinks. She looked back at Jiraiya with a question all over her face. Who are these brats? These brats, as you so put it. Jiraiya was stopped from talking when Naruto held his hand for the man to stop talking. We can introduce ourselves. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the Storm of Konoha. Naruto spoke, gazing upon the two women with a piercing gaze, as if he was looking into their past and future. I am. Hinata was stopped from talking when Naruto puts a hand on her shoulder, gaining her attention. Remember what we said, speak with courage, confidence in yourself, Hinata-chan. Naruto reassured the girl, who stopped and took a deep breath. I am Hinata Hyuga, the heiress to the Hyuga clan. She smiled at being able to speak confidently in herself. Naruto and Kasumi smile. We know everyone else, but I didn't get your name, gorgeous. Naruto said, grabbing Shizun's hand softly and giving it a kiss. Making the poor women go red. No one has ever done that to her. Tsunade always sent everyone running away, causing her to be naive about dating. My name is Shizune. She spoke, removing her hand while cheeks were still red. Tsunade sent Naruto a glare, but he ignored it. Naruto-kun, you sly fox, I know what you are doing. Kasumi said with an amused look on her face in the lap of Hinata. You know me too well, Kasumi-chan. Naruto replied to her inside the mind link. Hands off, you brat. Tsunade smacked his hand away, sending him another glare. This is the Nine Tails container, and also the son of Kushina and Minato. He's a bousy one, but just a little brat. Even if he already is S-ranked in the bingo book, they must be hyping him up. Anyways, back to why we came here. The village has chosen you as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya spoke seriously, eyeing her for any hostile movements. The two women were surprised, and even the pig made a surprised squeak. Tsunade couldn't believe the nerve of him to say that to her face with a straight face. She waited to see if he would just laugh it off like he would always do. He didn't. The memories then came back racing into her head. All the times of her younger brother along with past lover. Their dreams of wanting to be Hokage and protect the village with their lives. They died in the end, making her grit her teeth. All because of the damn village, the fools they are. The laugh with no joy, just the sound of a broken woman. Why would I want a position like that, to risk my life for the village and end up like so many who came before me? It's a fool's job, the will of fire, don't make me laugh. I can't believe people still eat those lies. Tsunade says all this looking at her cup of alcohol. Gazing upon her reflection, which seemed to be scowling at her as if she really just said that out loud. Jiraiya also couldn't believe what she just said. He knew she didn't like the village, but to say things such as that out loud was astonishing. You've changed, Tsunade, to think you can say such things about your grandfather and his village. I am not as young as I look. You of all people should know that. Tsunade smirked at the man who was looking at her with disappointment and sadness. It made her chest ache. To see the man who had always gazed upon her with love his whole life to suddenly gaze at her with those eyes like that. It cut deeper than any wound could ever. You are so pathetic. The calm voice filled with disgust and contempt made everyone turn their gaze towards the speaker to see Naruto looking at Tsunade with sharp eyes that don't belong to a 13-year-old. What did you say, brat? Tsunade spoke, trying to sound intimidating, but it was not working thanks to her drunken stupor. I said you are pathetic. To think this is the woman my little sisters and daughter look up to. It makes me wonder, are you even Tsunade Senju? The same Tsunade. Jiraiya went on for hours about how beautiful and strong she was. Smashing a mountain on a group of Iwa ninjas. The strongest kunoichi in the world, a star to all those who wish to become a medical ninja. The granddaughter of Hashirama Senju.